경기장자 예정보다 조금 일찍 켰죠. TI는 오프닝 세레모니도 있고 그거 가져다 쓰려고. 볼 수 있으니까 TI 때는 빼도록 하겠습니다. 얘네 근데 오디오가 좀 작다.
Good morning and welcome to Copenhagen in Denmark. We are in our 13th international, well, at least the road to it. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, following the next
승복을 좀 넣어드릴게요.
on the panel as well throughout these dates. The 4th of September today all the way up until the 15th is Jenkins, Winter and Fear here opening it with me. Road to the international group stage. I want to start with you, Jenny. How are you going today?
I'm good. I'm ready for TI again. I'm ready to see people break the meta, which has, in my opinion, been very difficult to play against in pubs, and I really do think we're going to see some meta breaking here today.
I love how you just jump straight in to talk about them. I just asked how he was, and he's like, yeah, anyway, I just want to see something
That's
different.
all I care about. I don't do anything else. All I do is play Dota.
That's true. You just research. You just like browse all the pub history that our pros are going through. What about yourself, Winter?
I'm just happy to see someone that's older than me, beside me. I'm happy to see my old friend here, Mr. Clinton.
Still waiting to see someone older than me, so I don't get that feeling, I suppose.
If you look in the mirror, technically you see somebody that's older than you because the reflection takes like a fraction of a second to come back to you.
Keep that in consideration, but there's no mirror. Keep that in consideration, but there's no mirrors here. But either way, we do have a lot of good Dota. This is like the best time of year to watch Dota.
소리가 지금 너무 작아.
You know they're going to be here with their A game, so that's like the most exciting part. They're going to bring out their best strategies. This is when they spend the most time like building those strategies as well.
Yeah, well, it's 11 days. It's 16 teams.
Suppose.
Those
If you
16
look in the
teams
mirror,
now on
technically you
our
see somebody
screen
that's
here.
older than
We've
you 'cause
got
the reflection.
one
똑같네요.
W Aurora, Beast Coast, BB Team, and
뭐 어쨌든
Cloud9, Falcons,
방송에는
G2IG,
증폭을
Gaming
해드렸으니
Gladiators,
비닐 거라고
Heroic,
생각하고
Nouns, Talon, Liquid, Spirit, Tundra, Extreme Gaming, and Team Zero. So a lot of logos people will be familiar with. A couple though that could be brand new for anyone that maybe hasn't tuned in since last TI.
소리 증폭한 거예요. 저한테는 거의 안 들립니다 지금. 제 거에서 증폭을 하면은 또 나중에 정작 게임 들어갔을 때는 엄청 또 작아질 거라.
First timers here, I'm very excited to see Ponlo. Like I mentioned, he's one of these guys that I think is.
지금 10대 10을 올렸으니까 소리 2배 한 거야. 이게 원본의 최대 소리예요.
Which four players telling you that?
Look, we can talk about it a little bit more. We can dive more
잘 안
into
들릴
what
정도.
teams we want to maybe highlight or players. But first, let's actually have a look at our format because there has been a slight format change with 16 teams compared to last year when we had the 20
아무튼
teams.
경기
So we
방식이
start
좀
off with all
바뀌었죠.
of them. They're kind of just a bit of a jumble, but we
작년에도
put them into four
띄엄띄엄했었는데
groups of
올해는 아예
four.
그냥
And,
내조로다가
we
뒷사이드
have our group
껴가지고선
stage, then they'll
해서
be placed into their seeding.
솔직히
A
두
and
조로
B
했을
pair
때
up
경기
to
수가
with
너무
each
많기는
other. So the
했어.
top of A can pick
그룹
from
스테이지만
the
너무
bottom two of
질질
B
끌기는
and
했어.
vice versa, which does leave C and D to be connected with each
한
other.
팀당 7경기씩 하다 보니까.
3 or 4 in D.
아닌가?
And then they're going to have
작년에는
a
몇
best
팀이었지?
of 3
20팀이었나?
decide upper
20팀은
and lower brackets,
리아드인가?
and that's where we get our playoffs bracket. From there, we obviously do proceed, and it's going to be day number 6 that we start seeing teams going home. That's where a lot of eliminations. It's going to be 8 teams going home in 2 days. So a lot of teams we will say goodbye to later on in the tournament. But right now, it's all about the group stage, the seeding, how exactly that's going to look.
경기
And we can
방식이 좀
actually
바뀐 게
see
있어서
these 4 groups of 4. which one would you say is your
자,
group of
그리고
best
세 경기씩 동시 진행을 하거든요. 그래서 조별로 막 A, B, C, D 이렇게 넘어가는 게 아니에요 오늘 경기가.
I mean, for me, I think Group A, I think 1W team came out of nowhere in my opinion and started making a lot of waves.
3년 만에
Gaimin, we all know
그거라고.
Gaimin, they won Riyadh recently. Heroic, best SA team. Extreme
그럼
Gaming.
딱 스피릿
We'll
우승할
see
때
how well
받겠네요.
the
21년이면
Team Zero's gonna be,
TI10.
but Extreme has been a staple for China right now. So all these teams look incredibly strong.
이제
Extreme Gaming
대드락으로 다 넘어가는 거지.
before this
Yeah.
as well. So you know that was against
개발팀 다 넘겨놨으니까.
So I would sit in the same ballpark as you, Group A. Some people might look at Group D though and be like, oh, Liquid.
거기서 새 캐릭터랑 새 모션이랑 다 만드느라 스킨 못 만든 거 아니야?
Not really though. I think it's gonna be a pretty straightforward group for
딱
Liquid and
3년치
Spirit.
정도의
Whereas,
캐릭터 수가 되는 것
my
같기도
group
하다.
of
그렇게 생각해 보니까.
I think most people
아르카나 새 모션, 새 모델, 새 녹음 다 할
the
시간에
toughest one.
데드락 캐릭터
Or do you have
그만큼
any
나오지 않나
other
딱?
differing views there?
2, 3년치 배틀패스 퀄리티면은 데드락 나오네.
I don't know how much stock I put.
사실 이렇게 신작을 개발하는 게 건강한 게임 회사가 맞는 게 아닐까 싶기는 해요.
Results from 1W and because I do feel like when it comes TI season,
더 타는 사람들은 억울했겠지만 우리 돈으로 저걸 만드느냐고 억울을 했겠지만
Spirit, you're going to see a completely different Radon, aka Yatoro. You know, they always say like this is
다
prime
그런 거지.
Yatoro when he's dodging a smoke gank like a fraction of a second before it hits him. So I think that with teams powering on, it's going to be very hard to predict.
사람만 있다면
I mean, it's the road to
다시
internationals.
도타의 턴이
All these
돌아오지
teams are
않겠어요?
really good, so it's hard to be like
아티팩트 언더로드도 다 서버는 살아있다고?
a lot of competition.
Yeah, I mean, you either had outstanding performances consistently throughout the year and you were able to be one of those lucky teams that got a direct invite, or you went through the grueling qualifiers and you were able to find your way here as well. Like we kind of briefly mentioned, Team Zero being that team that no one really thought was going to be winning the qualifiers. They did in an outstanding fashion
얘네들
too, making themselves
어떻게
present
또
here at
살아나지
the
않을까요?
international. We'll see how far they're going to get, and we could see exactly when we'll be seeing them.
사실
today
딴
as
것보다
well.
중요한 게
Looking at
물론
schedule,
팀4랑
it's a lot
데드락이랑
of
그렇게까지
games,
겹치진
alright? There's not gonna
않지만
be 2 days where you guys
데드락은
have
굳이 말하면 거의
multiple
파라곤이지.
streams. There's gonna be 3
파라곤
streams
쪽에
going on.
가까우니까.
And today specifically,
우리 완전히 파이가
5
겹치지는
best of
않는데
teams happening on each stream. So over there
그렇다고
on stream,
둘 다
see,
그냥
they're
하기에는
the
좀
5 matchups that you're going to be seeing.
그런
A
것
lot of
같아.
Falcons, if you're a Falcons fan, so you might be sticking to that stream there. Hopefully we can have a look at stream B as well, and you can see what exactly teams are showing up. No one's G2IG are repeating themselves on that stream there. You know, if you're a
그렇다고 섭종을 할 수 있는 것도
Lions
아니고
fan, you might be swapping between a couple of streams there, but
어떻게
I wanna
갈까?
hone in on this stream.
밸브의
here, the main stream.
선택은.
We're gonna try and do our best to keep an eye on those other 2 streams as well.
굳이
but
둘 다
we'll
가져가기가
most,
좀
we'll be mostly looking at
팀포도
these ones
원래
right
거의
there.
버린
Ending our day
상태이긴
with
하지만은
Aurora, Team Spirit, Gaming Gladiators XG, Aurora Team Liquid, Nouns, BB Team, and starting off our day, Talon up against Tundra, which are 2 very interesting teams to look at, mostly because one having a stand-in, the other one coming from a region that has always had very mixed results, Winter.
Yeah, they are a very new team. I think probably the one that has the youngest average.
지금 저는
age,
첫 경기
and
툰드라
4
보기로
newcomers, except
적어놨습니다,
for those who
썸네일에.
played last year. And I think the star of the team is going to be like WS. You know, I think he's currently the best player and the best offlaner from SEA. He's been a huge talent for the last couple of years, and everyone's really excited to see him do well. You know, at this TI.
Yeah, I know Jenkins is a lot.
썸네일
Like, we were
보시면은
talking
고루
yesterday,
볼
and
수
he's just
있도록
like, this man
최대한
is
고루 보면서
doing things
비등한
no
게임 볼
other
수 있도록
offlaner is doing right now.
내 게임 골라봤어요.
He's cool to look at. Whenever you see somebody hit, MMR peak, he was like the first guy to 15k MMR. You look at his Dota buff, and he's got to be doing something entirely different because he had a like meteoric rise when it comes to grinding ranked. And I just noticed that like a lot of the builds that people eventually end up doing, a lot of like the facets that people eventually end up choosing on a hero that he's climbing with, he does it first, and then it like eventually becomes the meta. You know, for example, like on Sand King, like Dust Devil is now the facet that everybody is going for.
근데 오프닝을 오프닝 세레머니를 하고 하는 게 아니라 그냥 패널들 앉혀놓고 시작을 하네.
before everybody else was and trying it out.
본선 가야 오프닝 세러면은 경기장에 살
Extremely
건가?
innovative, and that's what you need to be to climb in rank.
지금 도타 채널 들어가 보면은 작년
That's always
오프닝
my thing when you
세레머니가
see
메인에
people
걸려
with,
있는데.
you know, insane MMRs that no one's been able to reach before, and then I'm like, okay.
아무튼 오늘
is it going
경기입니다.
to translate
툰드라
into
탈론,
competitive? How are you really going to be
팀 제로
able to
팔콘,
draft
원인
yourself to
히로익,
incorporate
스피릿
things that you're
오로라.
trialing out? And there
이렇게
could
네
even be
경기
more that's
보려고
happening
해요.
on scrims that we don't know about too, but
그리고 나이든 아저씨들만 알 수 있는
really flip that switch.
비밀스러운 썸네일
I mean, it really
동작까지.
depends. One is going to be
바로 그냥
what
경기하네.
position you pick your hero in the game.
아무것도 안 하고.
I think for supports, I think it's pretty easy because you're
약간
first
오프닝이
picking in
심심한데?
every single game, so you're very comfortable in any situation. But if you're just like last picking some niche hero every single game, it's not going to be as good for you because then they're just going to ban it out in the game and you're not going to get that perfect type of scenario. So it's definitely still useful. Getting MMR is very good. It does show you that you're a high skill player. You know what it takes to win a game. But it really does come down to, are you playing one or two heroes that's going to get banned out and you don't have an
아직은
additional hero
안
on top of
떴군.
that? Because there's a massive difference right now between playing pubs and competitive. There's like so many bans. You can ban 4 heroes now if you're like on second pick now, and then all of a sudden you don't have enough heroes. So, and that's not the case in ranked right now because you get the ban system's just completely different. Your hero's almost always available.
Yeah, very true. Let's flip it over a little bit. I know that we've got talent on our screens here, but Tundra right there. And the man all the way in the very back is the one that we want to talk about. The stand-in that's coming through. Unfortunately, 9 class having some visa issues. It won't be here. He was going to be
탈론이
the
버틸 수 있나?
23rd
이거를.
rookie at this TI. There's a lot of brand new players here. Their first time at TI. He would have been joining those ranks. But
모르겠어.
instead, we have another potential TI repeat winner. So Suksa joining in for Tundra. He's going to be standing in there for. These are all the rookies.
이
by the way.
대회에서
So we
버틸 수
talked about
있나?
how 4 brand new ones on talent.
아, 이번 첫 출장
but a couple of others in
선수들이네요.
some other teams as well. Look at them all. We had to do multiple
원인,
graphics. That's how many
팀제로,
TI rookies there are.
비코, 히로이,
Well, which is always
팔콘에서도
good news,
이번에
for the viewers,
신이죠,
new faces to
마린.
watch at TI.
Yeah, new
나운즈도
personality.
이번에
hopefully fall in love with.
SR이나 TSM
We'll have to see.
밀고서는
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of new
처음
players, and every
와가지고
year there's more and more younger players
얼굴들이
that have been
좀
going through
있네요.
the grind that are getting their chance to play at TI. This is the road to TI as well. So
나름 좀
we'll see what they
새
can do.
얼굴
We'll
많은
see if anyone
팀이네.
can
많은 경기네,
make some name,
이번에.
make a name for himself.
It's pretty much all like entire young
Teams?
rosters, and then like -1 older players.
네,
the meta.
싹사가 나옵니다.
It is legitimately the meta. All of Zero,
그래서
minus
목록에
Erica,
아마
all of Beast
추가됐을
Coast,
거예요.
minus Moose,
투타임
and
위너
Vitaly,
가능성이
Moose
있는
with a
선수 중에
little bit
하나로.
more experience.
You
and
consider him old?
I feel like the only
at this point.
only
he's like
in-
24. He's so old.
But he's an old
TI는
soul.
근데
you know?
어지간하면은
the only inverse
작사
I noticed was
알씨였죠.
Heroic and Falcons being the opposite. Only
작사는.
one of their players being
잠깐 어디
TI rookies.
스탠딩
So
썼던가?
Malorine for Falcons
찾아볼까?
and Davai for Heroic.
That was
본것
old
같긴
meta
한데.
though. That's old meta.
I
To
was
get only one new
yeah.
player?
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm like to see that. I'm surprised about Divai Lama.
그때도
in general,
나인클래스
because I feel like
피자이슈였나?
he has
네,
been
튼드라
around.
미드가
He's been on teams
탑순입니다.
that have been very close.
Promising.
튼드라
And it's very
탑순이
promising. Like
팀을
it's always.
빼앗았어.
And I do. We'll eventually talk about Heroic. I do think that is a dark horse type team. But Malorine, like he has invented so much of how people play Dota right now from the mid lane. So it's funny to see him on there because at this point, for how dominant Falcons has been, it feels like he's a veteran.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like he's a rookie at all. Just because we've seen him so much, he's had
I was gonna say
exposure.
they're making it to like what top 3 every
Yep.
land that you're consistently bringing them up. You're consistently talking about
있네요.
them, what's going to be new for them. So yeah, still first time
아
for him.
그래
at a TI
팀발드에
though.
있었다.
It's,
올해는
gonna be interesting to see just how
팀발드에서
far they get. We were also going to talk about our
클로즈
potential
퀄리
repeat
뚫고
winners because there's
있었죠.
2 different categories for
여기서
potential
왔구나.
repeat
어디서
TI
봤나?
winners.
어디서 봤나 했네.
That's making themselves 2-time TI winners, but there's also a lot that sit in the category of a
아쉽게도
potential
마무리까지는 가지
3-time
못해가지고.
TI winners, which have not happened yet before.
세이버라이트
gonna be
등등등
good.
해가지고 재밌게 하기는
Coming up here,
했는데
these are the 2-time
안타깝게 됐죠.
hopefuls. Obviously, a lot of TI11 Tundra coming up on screen there, but Toronto Tokyo for
네,
himself.
2회
And then
우승이
Lol as
가능한
well,
선수들의 목록이
still
나오고
there on
있습니다.
Team Spirit. And then these are our 3-time
그리고
hopefuls. The
3-time
rest of
위너가
Team Spirit,
가능한 선수들.
and Thompson on Tundra. So Tundra has a lot of TI wins in their bag as well, despite being
탑슨
a mixed
요즘
group all pulled together what feels like last-minute Jenkins.
You know what? Tundra is a team that has
엄청
been kind
기형적인
of
픽은 좀 줄어든 것
sliding
같아.
under the radar.
물론
this
이번
year. I
패치에서
feel
아직
like
경기가
they've not
없어가지고
had
모르겠는데
any number ones. They've had some roster issues. little bit of drama surrounding that, depending on the time of the year, where they're like missing
지난
tournaments because of
패치
that. But they got
마무리쯤에서는
number 3 in
어찌가나 뭐
the
스나나
Fisher tournament. They
퍽이나
got 4th in
벨라나
Riyadh. They got 3rd in Birmingham. And in
물론
these
무난하다고
tournaments, they're
하기
also
조금
like
애매하긴
going
한데
1-2 in
무난하다면
the
좀
series that
무난한
they're
영웅들
getting
위주로
eliminated.
나왔잖아요.
So it's kind of
막
this team that has always
대즈,
been
닉스 막 이런
so
게 나온 게
close. And like you
아니니까.
said, they have all these TI winners for this.
와이번 이런
For
것들.
this tournament, and they have the TI winners that you like Popsin. That's
TI에 와서는
OG original.
어떨지
Like, this is the
모르겠는데.
guy to make
패치하고
the
얼마 안 지났죠? B
kind
패치까지.
of fairy tale runs. So I
Yeah,
think
you just all of a sudden get plucked, you're brought into competitive, and you're like, oh, let's win a TI. Oh, let's do it again.
Yeah,
I mean,
Back.
he also says that when you put a lot of like star players on a team, it might take a longer time
그렇게
to gel
많이
together.
나오진
Comparing if
않았어서.
you have
that's a good point.
5
Because they already
players.
have like pre-existing notions of.
Yeah,
글쎄,
and when
이번
you have a
배치에서는
young
어떨까?
team, they're all like inexperienced. The coach tells them this, that everybody's going to do that. So
어쨌든
it's easier to
링마스터는
make the
아직
team
캡틴이 안
gel together, so
보였고.
it takes less time.
I think the Whitemon factor here, though, is something we have to consider because I would say that this guy has
싹사랑은
the most impact
틱이
for
좀
the least
안겨친단
main
말이에요.
character type of playstyle in
나인 클래스나
Dota that
화이트문한테
exists. The
스냅
guy
줬다가 뭐
plays
줬다가 뭐
only
줬다가 하긴
sacrificial
하는데
supports.
탑승이
He
미드라
always
쓸까
gets his
말까 하면서.
core good farm. He
근데
always wins all the lanes.
싹사는
You're never like, oh my god, what a
그래,
performance
타이밍이
from
겹치긴
Whitemon.
한다.
But then if you could somehow
That's a lie.
measure the impact
타임이
in the
조금
game, like
겹치고
he would have the highest impact.
스냅
He's
그다지
also
안
very good at
쓰고
playing the initiating roles, like clockwork. Like
모두가
some of the position 5 players, you see them, they're really good at farming. You know,
모두
like
제일
staking,
잘한다는
like to
소리
farm.
나오기 전에는
But some
싹사가
players,
제일
they
잘한다고
always
항상
constantly looking
그랬었는데
for an angle to initiate, and
싹사가
Whitemon's
타이밍
one of
부드.
them, you know, and not every single position 5 player plays like that.
Yeah, I think he's someone that's
이번
been
대회에서는
present
어떤 거
quite
고를지
a lot.
모르겠네요,
He's
싹사한테.
found his way on
아무래도 좀
numerous
쉬었다
tier
보니까.
1 teams as well. I know that he was a big
디자이 슈도
shining
한
light, I would want to say,
엊그제
for
이야기
sports in
나왔었죠.
SEA, and then he had
그러고
that brief
엄청 급하게
moment over
내려왔을
in
것
NA.
같은데.
Now he's found his way in Europe. He's kind of like slowly climbed up this ladder for himself. And you're right, he's found himself on a team that has gone under the radar. The play style that he has is a little bit under the radar, but
그래도 게임을
I
하고
do think he's a
있었기는
key
한데
contributor there. I'm interested to see what
힘들어야
exactly he's
녹일
going
수
to be bringing
있을지는
out for
모르겠네요.
this TI, because I think support meta might be changing up a lot more since the last LAN that we had.
Yeah, and I think they're bringing Soxa onto the team as well, and I think the last tournament he played in was the TI qualifiers with Team Bald, I believe, if I'm not mistaken on that. And he's been playing pubs, and we're seeing a lot of Sniper. He's playing Sniper in pubs right now. He's playing Naga. These are some of these...
네,
you
이제
know what rank
방송이
he
4시 반
is, by the
시작이
way?
예정이었었는데
On
I'm
the
sure
공식이
leaderboard?
Jenkins knows.
He does.
한 10몇 분
think
늦더니 경기도 5시 예정인데 늦고 있네요.
He's 9. Okay.
Nine?
Another
That's pretty good.
odd number. Yeah, no,
But
he's
not being in competitive
다른 방은
on a competitive team for a
열렸나?
year, he's still grinding it and ranked number 9.
Sometimes that helps you, if I recall. Because,
yeah.
Not being on a team.
Yeah, because I feel like when you play competitive, you're playing most of your games in scrims, and
from these other kind of drafts, and that will be kind of the
뱀픽하고
tale between a lot of these teams.
어차피 인게임으로 틀기는 할 건데 2번은 아직이고 원인 GG는 시작했고 XG 히로익도 시작은 했는데 정작 여기만 안 됐네요.
Rank you are in your pubs, the better your team will
Right. Get
perform.
Herald players for your TI winning roster.
there's a very fine line.
Of course.
Like,
It's
yeah,
a
you have to
seesaw,
be.
it's a balancing
I
act.
feel like the really good players do both, right? But I feel like if you want to really boost your MMR, you kind of just step away from the competitive scene for a little bit, and you can help do that. But you still have to be a really good player to be top 9 in Europe matchmaking. You
I
have
mean,
to
it's
be
a tough
incredibly good.
cycle, right? You kind of need to play Dota in a different way to win
Yeah.
your pubs. But then when you join a team and you get noticed, you join a team, then you have to switch and you have to play in a different way. But if you do that in pubs, then you lose your MMR.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at like Yatoro, for example, he's like ranked 50 maybe or something and ranked, but you compare him as the best carry.
Yeah,
It doesn't
he really turns it
translate.
on.
I want to narrow in a little bit more. I know that we started just talking about pubs, metas, all this sort of stuff, but our Tundra talent game draft will be coming up on our screens very soon. Before we do jump into it, Suxa, is it the make or break? Will they finally get over that threshold and get further than third, fourth on LAN? Or do you think that it's going to be what you said, Winter, and maybe a little too long for them to gel together?
It's really difficult to say, you know. I feel like his playstyle is also maybe not exactly the same with 9 class, and they're going to need some time, you know, where it's good for them that nobody gets eliminated in the first phase.
That's
you know?
true.
They're going
That
to have
is
to try things out, they're
경기를
going to have to
잘못
see what
골랐나?
works
아,
and figure
시작했네요,
things out
뱀픽.
quickly.
이제
Yeah, they're gonna have to do it
인게임으로
quickly because this group stage is
이동해서
very-
구경하도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 개인은 이제 끄면 되겠지? 설마 인게임 중계가 소리가 작을까? 그러진 않겠죠. 근데 왜 안 들어가짐? 들열렸나? 이 타이밍에 관전 서버 자체에 문제가 생길 걸까요? 한 번 더 해보고 안 되면 그냥 트위치로 그대로 트는 걸로 하죠. TI는 문제 없기는 해. 그냥 틀어도. 네, 관전이 맛이 갔나봐요. 이러면은 다시 돌아가서 증복해드리겠습니다.
You need him to actually snowball from the lane, and because you're on the shorter side of the lane, you can abuse with your Treant and you push the off laner or the support out lane. Nothing can actually touch the Treant, and you win your lane. And after that, you have ulti. You ulti, you kill the other side lane, and you kill the middle lane, and everything just snowballs.
퓨리온
I have seen
왜
one play style that seems to work pretty well against the natures
팀로고가
as a
에이펙스라고 되어 있는지는
core support, and
모르겠네요.
that's having an offlaner or like
박사가 들어가
whoever's
있어서
laning
그런
against it
건지.
build double bracer. And then
퓨리온
the support
지금
just leaving.
역겹죠?
And you say,
나름
okay,
너프를
you wanna play
받기는
this hero that's
했는데
gonna
여전히
dominate the
똑같이
lane.
나와서
He doesn't
똑같은 짓
kill you.
하더라고.
He just CS's and dominates, right?
미드에
So
나오든
the
서폿에
way a lot of people
나오든
are playing
역겹기는
around it is essentially
매한가지라.
just like sacking
그래도
the hero that you
탈론이
put
이미
against it
용기사
in a way,
가져간
and then getting
참이라
solo XP.
대응으로.
It seems to work.
퓨리온이
fine.
웨이브
I'm a
끊는다고
little
해도
iffy on
쉽게
Nature's Prophet as a hero just
막아내기는
because
어렵거든요.
now that the
타워
ult
철거가
got nerfed
되니까.
in terms of the base damage that it does, the bounces don't kill creep waves instantly like they used to at the same level that they used to. So you're going to be getting a lot
미다스를
of creep
가야
waves
돼,
low on the map,
서폿들이.
but not necessarily killing
퓨리온
them
나오면.
yourself, which is a lot less gold, and you're still denying those creeps from your team. They're not going to be pushing
미다스로
into
먹어야
you
되는데
because they're
그마저도
going to-
Yeah,
솔직히
but I would
쉽지 않아.
still say like in the early mid game, it just makes it a lot easier for you to play as a unit, as 5 as your team, you know, because you have someone that can always connect. So it's easy to play. I would say it's easy to play the early game. So in high level Dota, I think that matters a lot, you know.
It does. I'm just saying, if I had to hedge my bets on like what heroes are going to fall out of the meta, I would say that the stock in Nature's Prophet, I believe, will go down when we see, like, let's say, third day of group stages. Because I think now,
There's
people,
not a third day group stage.
when we do see it, I think it's
근데
going to go down.
벤픽을 안 보여주네 이거.
I've seen some counters to it.
아, TI도 맛이 갔나요?
I definitely think
I think tomorrow it'll be less valued.
I think support and potentially mid might get figured out, but I don't
화면
think
이걸로
there's a hard
바꿨네.
counter to
뭔가 좀
the
문제가
carry
있나 봐요,
MP, just because
스튜디오에.
of how fast it can play.
Do you think the same as for the offlane MP?
바이퍼
Like just side
뱀.
lane MP core in general? It's
No, just carry
Just carry,
specifically.
okay.
And I think that'll always have some value. as
연기사
long
같은 거
as
뽑아가지고선
you
압박할 때
BKB
바이퍼
as
나오면
long as
굉장히
you
어렵긴
hit what you
하네.
can, and on top of it, you
그리고
can farm fairly
쉐대.
fast. And I don't think as a carry you have to rely on your ulti to
쉐대는 뭐
farm.
그냥
It's
지금
just kind of like
좋으니까요.
an additional tool that most carries
상금이
don't
적어서 안
have
보여줘.
that can help team fight. Whereas if you put in another role, it won't be.
기록서
It's an
너무 안
interesting
사서
interpretation from Talon.
이거 켜줄
Dragonite
돈도
is a
없는
hero
거야?
that I personally like in the carry role, the fire
I do too,
facet,
yeah.
but I don't think that's what they're gonna do here. I feel like this is an answer to NP, just on
자.
either it follows it mid or the offlane because it has high armor. On
인첸.
top of it, if NP ever leaves and you go for the
더스크
poison dragon, you can just take his
인첸은
tower, right?
좋은 거
And kind of just
같은데
punish the fact that
더스크까지
he is rotating on the map.
나오면은
I feel like that's Talon's like read on this particular
코어인가요?
game and how they want to address the Nature's Prophet. They knew they're gonna pick it. This is the response that they had.
더스크
That's a very fast
미드
lineup
메타는
that
좀
Tundra's
지나간 지 꽤
Yeah,
돼서
Enchantress toss, and
Yeah.
it is such an old school thing.
지금 뭐
Like, you
굳이
run around the
나오나?
map, your 6 minutes, your supports go to mid, they take the rune, and you have an NP that can TP to mid. So there'll be
굳이
4
그럴
heroes there,
것
and you want to kill
같지는
the tower in 7
않고.
minutes with the first catapult.
아
And I
벤이
do think that DK, if he's in a side
3벤,
lane position,
4벤 하고
Tusk is one of the
1픽, 1픽
nicest
그
heroes
다음에
to
1벤,
play
2벤
against it.
하고 2픽,
He just
2픽
does
이렇게
not have
넘어가게
enough
조금
armor to
바뀌었어요.
survive
이게
through
1픽에 브로큰 히로들이 자꾸 나오다 보니까
Where has this, like, I'm gonna say resurgence, even though this is the first
벤 카드를
game
선픽이
we've,
좀 덜 가져가게
not
됐어.
only seen right now in our
카운터를
international,
치라고.
but right now Tusk is like so.
재작년쯤
I feel he's about to
바뀌었을걸?
come back into meta, and then all of a sudden
모플링이
just doesn't. So like what?
휩쓸어 버렸을
Garnet is
때
being picked up
모플링이었나?
right now, maybe outside of the.
아무튼
the
1픽에
DK
그냥
toolkit.
뽑으면
Kinda
이기는
got, like,
영웅들이
a couple of
있었어가지고
good quality of life changes
좀
with how
바뀌었어요.
the Lotus Orb interacts and the Lincolns interacted with the snowball. Because before you
미라나
cast your
마르시
snowball on a Lotus Orb target or Lincoln's
용기사까지
hero,
애니
you need
콤보네요.
the snowball to connect on that hero before he procs the Lincoln's
미라나
hero. But
캐리로
now,
가는 것 같고
instantly
이러면
breaks. So that's a big deal in the mid-late game team fights.
For Aghanim Scepter kicking people back, you can instantly break the
최대
link.
미라나
Yeah,
콤보도
exactly.
좀 기대할 수
That makes
있고
sense.
용기사 미라나
I didn't
콤보도
know they
기대할
changed
수
that.
있고
One thing that
미라나
anybody who comes back to Dota
캐리가
after a
뒤에서
year
기다리다가
not
미사일
playing or
쏘는 게
watching,
조금
and they see the
아쉽기는 할
Mirage, you might think that
텐데
it's a support.
이거
It
방송하면
could
왜
be,
이러나요?
but a lot of people are going for the solar flare faster,
아무튼
which
써먹을
gives
수
you
있는
your whole
콤보가
team
있다는 것 자체는 꽤
full
괜찮죠.
damage and
It's a,
attack
it's, a,
speed.
it's a carry here with
뭐
Marcy. I
플링.
think they're gonna run a Mirana
Probably 'cause-
Marcy lane, and Mirana you can kill the
이번 거
tree
모플링
because you were saying
나쁘진 않은 것
Ponyo is,
같습니다. 팔이 좀 짧아 보이긴 하는데
melee position 5
Yeah,
player.
he
right?
loves playing melee here.
So he loves the Marcy. We've been seeing a lot of
So
Mirana
얘네 왜
carry,
이런-
although I do believe that what Mirana offers, she offers pretty nicely from the support positions as well, as long as you have heroes that benefit from the solar flare. But I love the overwhelming damage that this hero gives you, playing into the aura and like tank meta that people are.
yeah, but the
딱히
thing
별말 없는데 세팅에는 별말 없는데
correct me if I'm wrong
그냥
about this, Clinton. Like,
글쎄요.
I feel like he gets
비디오
abused in the
디코딩
early
문제였을까요?
few waves.
사라졌네요.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the Mirana carry right now. I think the support role's a lot better. But yeah, your early stage isn't
알케벤.
incredibly good. With Marcy, it might be good enough, but it's not like really good setup. I think it's a pretty strong lane overall. But I
미드 미라나
think
각도
if you
보나?
do have
아니면
like
알케
carry Mirana,
서폿이나 오프가
it makes
나올까봐
your
그러나?
lineup look a little bit strange
오프
here. But I don't think they have
알케랑
a choice,
용기사랑
right? I think it
해가지고서는
kinda
우르르
has to be the
몰려다니면
carry
좀
Mirana
불편하기는
in
한데
this situation.
스톤이.
But against Morphling, it's definitely not good. That's a
하긴
matchup where
후반
Morphling
가기에도
will take control of
버텨줄
the
라인업이
mid-late
없기는
game.
하네요,
They really have to
서폿이.
snowball the game, but they do have a good lineup
지진
where they
뭐
can
이런
group
게
up.
있어야
DK can really use the attack speed as well.
상대 몰려다닐
Mirana
때
does
한 번
hit
정도
hard, but the only
버텨주고
issue she
그러지
has right now is
터스크 인첸
you stun
이런
her once and
걸로는
she just
상대
gets
우르르
very,
와서
very
밀 때
squishy.
아무것도
You have
못하죠.
the SD to help you, I
Yeah.
guess.
그 부분이 좀
The
보이는
SD is
것
also really
같고
good with DK. I mean, I love getting the neo
락다운인
effects that you
애니그마
regulate. When you have a tanky hero on your team, I always do it. Like he's gonna go in and just gonna cast my spell on him.
Yeah.
That plus a solar crest makes whatever hero you put that on
Yeah.
like, immortal. It is so hard to deal with, and I love SD as a hero. We were talking before we went live, and I actually pick SD as my top contested support for both 4 and 5 in this tournament, just because not only
네,
does it
컨카
allow you to
생각은
like, buff and save your
했는데
team, it also counters the
아가님
buffs and
바뀐
the
것
saves that
때문에
exist because of the SD
그렇게까지
ult
막
purchase. It purchased 4 staff, purchased Glimmer, it purchased Solar Crest,
미치도록
Drum
배나고
Buff,
싶지는
like,
않았을
all
것
of these auras that
같은데
people are building, minus
이게
Pyke
아예
because it's not
터렌트
purchasable.
I mean, the thing is
스톰이었으면은
that
무조건
this game, I feel like
벤인데
you're very vulnerable in the early game against Ange, Tusk,
지금
and Hero taking
아가님은
around. I feel like
굳이
you could die a lot in the early game.
컨카가
Man, my question is just what's
튼튼하기만
Thompson gonna
하고
play?
약간 영향력
He
없는 거
doesn't
생각하면은
strike me
컨카
as a
있으면
nature's
오히려
prophet
모플링밖에
type
딜
of
안
guy.
He does
나오잖아요.
play natures.
I mean, he does,
그럴
but he hasn't played it
상황도
recently.
올
He's
수
actually been playing a lot
있었던
of
거라.
Ricky.
What do you think their draft
이
needs
배는
right
조금
now? They need
아까운
like
배인 것
someone that can
같아요,
go
제가
in.
생각할
They need
때.
someone that can just play
좀
with
더
the supports.
딜
I feel like.
나오는
And Morph is going to farm a lot.
덜끄러운
NP can always
거.
come in. NP and Morph are going to
이번
take
거
up most of the farm on the sides of the
마르스로
map.
블라인드
They need just a hero that can just run around with
스포츠가
the
굉장히
Ench and the
껄끄럽지
Tusk as
않나요?
a 3-man and just control
최대로
like
누구
the runes,
숨겨줘야 될지도 잘
like side lane
모르고
rotations, play really quickly here.
물론
They don't need like
프로들이니까 어느 정도 콜을
an
하겠지만
alchemist or something very greedy that we saw banned there. They want something Thompson to play very fast on. And NP could be it, but if it's Thompson going mid with NP, then we need something that plays fast in the off lane, which I don't think there's anything in the
튼드라
off
마지막
lane
픽을
here
아직 모르겠네.
that really will
모플
lane well
미드
for Tusk and also play
MP
fast.
오프가 되나 지금?
Maybe a
미라나라?
Centaur potentially,
Centaur primal type of hero.
but Primal Tusk lane.
람제스 NP?
I mean, the lane is
NP
gonna be wonky
터스크가
regardless. I mean, if you want Tusk
라인은
to
좀
be
세기는 할 텐데
useful in the early game, you need like
미라나
something like a range
마르시어도
hero, like DP.
I mean, they could
그냥
double
단순
down
방어력이랑
all
스탯발로.
lane stage.
I was thinking of the DP as well, but I know
Visage.
SD
Yeah,
is
yeah, Visage
마그요?
maybe.
I like Visage. I like Visage.
Yeah, because
I love how quickly Jenkins just turned his man. He's like, yep, no,
I
yeah,
think
message,
that- I think
yeah,
that
message,
hero
yep,
thing-
yep,
나그보다는
yep.
매직 나오는 게 좀 더
that's doubling
껄끄러울 것
down.
같아
Like if you want a
지금은.
well-balanced
리나는
lineup
이미
here, you
죽었고
pick
샌킹
like,
죽었고
I mean, he
둠
likes Ricky. I'm fine with
먹고.
that. You pick your Ember Spirits, some type of spirit type of hero, or Rotator, these Tinies, Primals, whatever it might be. That makes you have a well-balanced lineup. But if you just want to go all in on the speed, then yeah, you can pick a Visage, build the auras, TP around with NP.
지금
You've got a really
해설들
fast
말하는
lineup,
대로 뭐
but if you
비사지같이
don't
밀
do
수
well
있는
later stage,
애들이나
or you lose a team fight here and there, the game could get a little rough later, bit down.
I just feel
마르시를
like all the
여기서
heroes we're
코어하고
mentioning
첸 나오진
as, like these ranged heroes are just
않겠고.
nature's
네, 마르스
There you go.
나오네요.
replacement. So yeah, I like this. I like that
마르스
they picked
나올
something.
만했죠.
They needed something that can just move around the map with the supports that has some control. So
They completely lack team fight.
I mean, it's
as
also
well.
good against Mirana in the
before
team
this.
fights later with the arena. Can
Yeah.
block out a lot of the damage. I mean, the laning with Tusk is not the best, but
그러니까 궁 안에 안 보이는
and against DK,
것도
to be
딜레이
fair
좀
as well.
생기고 아무리 보이스 콜을
they just have
열심히
to
해도
survive. I think the one thing you need to keep in
미라나
mind
딜
is when you have like
사라지고
a mid
용기사 딜
NP,
사라지고 벽에
this
잘
guy can
가두면
salvage any lane that he wants to. Like
벽
you
안에서
might not do
우르르
the
몰려서
greatest
치면
in
못
lane stage,
빌리면은
but
뭐
this guy's
하나는
gonna be
확실히
level
넣을
6
수
at,
있겠죠.
you know, 5
I mean, that's the
minutes.
point of like the DK, right? You put the DK
딜이
in, so
좀
every time
전성기에
he does
비하면
that, you're
떨어진다고는
gonna
해도
hit his tower.
Yeah, that's their answer. And unfortunately, the only way you're going to be able to mitigate that is you're going to have to rotate the
탈론
instrument
이거
every
용기사
time NP
미드
goes out.
보내고
So there's definitely answers, and they definitely need to strategize
푸시할
like
수
what they
있는
want to do here. And
오프가
is it going
하나
to
더
be?
나와야 될
You
것
can't just leave the
같은데
lane completely open for DK. That's not going to work. So
어둠
I think Inch has to
현자나
rotate to the mid lane every single time that the
타헌은
NP
좀
TP's out,
과한 것
and
같아.
then they can play really
타헌은
fast while
좀
defending
과한
their
것 같고.
towers. It's going to be very important that Morph gets off to good laning stage as well. We didn't talk about Morph at all, but this hero is incredibly cool right now and how people play it. But we'll see what Talon pick first before we get into that. And I feel like they need
또 뭐
either
있을까요? 워플한테
mid or
안
an offlaner at this
밀리면서
point.
푸시랑 적당히 한타 데미지
Are you
매직으로
happy with
나오는 애가
Makoto playing a Dragon Knight? I just normally
No.
he likes the slippery, like the pucks, the
Yeah.
spirits.
But
I
you
네,
don't
don't
지금
want to do
인첸도
TK off
있어가지고.
against Morph either, dude.
No, that
Yeah.
sounds
So
awful.
now you're in a tough position.
You need to pick an
은근히
offlaner
세이브도
here.
있고
Okay.
나름 버스트
Ideally,
매직이 좀
Azu
필요하긴
hero are
하네
the ones that are best against Morph or
킬러드
Underlord.
아 필러드 꽤 괜찮네요
Is Underlord banned?
Is not no.
오 리키
Okay, this is a very strange
This is a
draft.
mid hero.
오
Oh, they're using the mid
리키
tech against them. Okay. Thompson's been playing
Mid
this one.
I mean, I feel like
리키
the draft
미코토
is so wonky right now.
It does.
I don't. In my Nature's Prophet, I see a Ricky picked against me
오.
mid. I'm kind of like, I mean, I'm just expecting free farm.
Yeah, you
right?
don't care. But then again, the
미드
Ricky doesn't care about the
리키
NP.
그리고
Yeah,
미드
Ricky is good against
퓨리언이
Morph with the
맞고요
silence later.
Yes. But yeah, the way people are playing Morph right now is
물론
pretty cool as well.
침묵이
He- most of
굉장히
the times
껄끄러운
go by
능력인 거는
flats,
맞는데
But you're just getting stats now. You get waveform,
결과적으로
you get 1 point in your W, maybe 2
데미지가
points in
리키가
your
잘
shift.
클 수
And you
있느냐고
just get
물어보면
stats
전혀
now
아닌 것
because you get
같거든
double the stats just
Yeah.
because of his innate ability, and he gets very tanky and can join the fights much earlier. I really like what Tundra has going on
리키가
here.
특별히
I think that Morphling is their
어느
security
영화한테
into the
딜을
late
잘
game,
박을
same with
만한
the NP, they
상황도
can play super
아니어서
fast. They've got the team fight
침묵이
control as well.
껄끄러운 거 껄끄러운
Talon, their
거고
lineup isn't
찢어주기려면
particularly
어쨌든
bad
리키가 잘
either,
커서
but this
딜이
Ricky,
나와야
I feel like has to do
되는데
so much work in this game
리키가
where
갱킹을
his NP's
사이드로
just gonna be
돌게도
everywhere.
영
He's gonna be hard for him to
그렇고
fall.
Yeah, I feel like he has so much to do, and just looking at the heroes that Tundra have, he's gonna have to deal with the MP TPing. He's gonna have to deal with the Ench and the Tusk rotating to the side lanes,
영
and
애매한
their
것
lanes
같습니다, 제가
itself are
생각하기엔.
not particularly that strong, you know. So I feel like Tundra's lineup is just way easier to execute.
Here's a question: what facet is WS going to go for? Because the Frost Dragon is good against Morphling, right? You have the healing reduction.
Yeah.
The Red Dragon, we talked about him being the true carry.
No Red Dragon,
He
please.
can go Red Dragon off lane, just absolutely ruin pubs, or he can go green, which is boring. It's just typical.
So
I'm going to take towers.
The Frost Dragon will be pretty good, but I think the green one
이거
will
떠드는 동안
give him
확인해
momentum
볼까요
which they need.
혹시?
We know what he's picked, right? He's
지금은 들어가지나?
He's fire. He went fire.
At the last
he went
minute,
no.
he
안
did
되네요.
fire.
All right, he's playing carry.
At the very last minute, he
용기사
did swap
불용.
to fire. I was waiting right until that. I was like, gonna wait for the locking because you can change it at any moment. But now you have an
이게
answer to your question. Jenkins. You guys
서리용이
have given
성능이
your
많이
thoughts exactly
애매해요.
on where you think this is gonna go. Not too in favor of talent
진짜
right
상대에
now.
막
We'll
드로우
let
레인저
Tundra
같은 거
have
있으면
together. But either
서리용
way, let's
들고서는
get on
턱턱
into our very
건드리면
first game
되는데
of this group stage.
그게 아닌
That counts as
이상
MLP and John.
파밍이 센 것도 아니야 푸시가 센 것도 아니야
Oh, thank you so much.
그래가지고
Now we are going to game number 1 between Talon and Tundra
영
Esports. That is
애매하더라고요.
in
여러 번
Maputo and John
해봤는데.
X5. Jonathan, welcome back. We're here for TI. So how the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. It's been a while, and it's good to be here on the biggest stage of the year for our game. Of course, this is going to be a fun match.
불용은 잘
Talon up
모르겠다.
against Tundra.
그냥 동용으로
Talon,
무조건 5대5 하자
drafting-wise
그래서
are cooking
계속
up
불러오는
extremely
게
hard. This is
리키한테도
not
좋지
something I've seen them
않았을까
play
싶은데
in other third-party tournaments. The most recent one
이렇게
being
됐네요.
Snow
튼드라 대
Ruby.
탈론
This is
게임
entirely
1입니다.
different. Smoke breaks. Can he get
그리고
Certainly
이번
does.
쉴드죠.
Ramsey's being chased down already, and Jokam's got him with the disruption. But do they
그리고
have the proper
기창대부터
setup? They do with the arrow from
말했던
Akashi.
미라나 콤보
Toss back on
스피어
Ramsey.
살짝
He should be going
람베스
down here.
죽기는
This
죽을
should
것
be the
같습니다.
official
퍼스트
first
블러드는
blood
용기사
of the road to the international for WS of all people.
Yeah. That's
콤보가
a
너무
very good
많기는 해요.
pickup for our off-lane DK having that strong start into the double bracer timing.
Sidekick,
And he did go
Exterminator.
for Fire Dragons, we heard our panel talk
Fire
about.
Dragon.
So he's going to be just sitting back and
이건
farming
뭐
a little bit more
무난한
tough. That
거라고.
lane phase is going to do
헐라
wonders for him.
플레이어.
And pretty big kill to find early on. Again, just getting that early
다들
activity out. The
무난하죠.
wards have not
근데
been spotted
인첸이
from
요즘
Thunder, though.
인기 있는
So
특이
they should still
아니네요.
have that forward vision for themselves as the lane goes on.
인첸
But again, this is
힐링
gonna be fun.
아니고
And we've got
메리오
the
걸었
new tech coming out as well from
메리오였나
Thompson,
뭐였나
the mid
한국
MP
이름
that we've
기억도 안
seen a lot
난다.
of in other
인첸트
third-party
걸었을
tournaments.
때
For me,
평타
most
범위장
recently, I believe
증가.
Execration's been doing this quite a fair bit, and like Wallachia,
터스크는
Wildfires as well.
브룰링 버디.
Lewis has been playing this a ton. Thompson,
나머지
of
그냥
course,
평범하고요.
probably been playing it on his pubs quite a fair bit as well. Should be a very
지금 미사일은 그냥 맞는다고 생각하는 게 맞는 것
Heard the panel
같아요.
touch on that just a little bit.
분열이
This matchup
걸린다.
doesn't really care
용기사가
about
보인다.
each other too
아
much. The Ricky can't
미사일까지
play
감당해야
aggressive.
되는구나.
He does have a little bit more
일단
agi
매직으로
bonus
천
attack on
정도
your units,
박아놓고
so he can
시작하고
also somewhat delete the Ironwood tree, although early on
어떻게
it is still
싸울지를 그
highly
다음에
inflated.
고민해야겠죠.
Doesn't give that much gold for how much it does in lane, so I'm keen to see how Mikado handles this, but as the levels go up, it shouldn't be too
사실
rough for
리키가
the Ricky,
나름
although, again, early on, this is definitely
튼튼해져가지고
way more favorable for Thompson. Probably for the first 3 levels, or maybe even the first 4 levels, it's going to be pretty much in the NP's way.
그래도 방어력이 좀 괜찮아요.
Yeah, certainly this Ironwood trade makes it very, very hard
다행히
to
퓨리온이
actually lane
평타밖에
from the
데미지가
Coda, but we'll see
없으니까
how he
지금은.
does deal with it as the levels do go up. Of course, the side lanes, Jonathan. Top lane, you've got Pure and Whitemon against WS and Jokam. What do you think about this? Because I believe Winter was saying he didn't really like the idea of a DK versus Morph matchup. Do you kind of agree with that sentiment? Do you like this laning stage from either side?
It's a very stable lane for WS. He's not going to be able to fully bully out Pure. Neither will Jokam by any means, and I think that's the one thing. Pure should still be able to have himself a relatively free time farming up, unless he overextends, but you probably aren't going to be looking to play too aggressive even with the Tusk on hand. You have drinking buddies for Whitemon as
근데
well here.
리키인데 용기사가 잘 커야 되긴 하겠다. 앞에 전열을 서줄 수 있든 뭐를 해야
some commitment later on.
들어가든 말든
But
하는데
it's going to boil down to a really strong farm lane. If Jokam can get the space to stack up without
용기사가 몸으로 해야
contesting by
되니까.
Whitemon, that's where WS can really start to shine later on.
이름을 먼저 찍었죠.
Speaking of Whitemon, he's taking a fair bit of
이스텝.
damage on his way out. In fact, it seems like WS might
불안해요.
actually be able to
오,
secure. Do
이스텝으로
they have
충분했네요.
enough? They do. Jokam will get it with the Shadow Poison stacks, and it was only 2, but it was just enough. So another kill already going to the way of Talon. 2-0.
아직 2회밖에
Great
안
start for them
했지만은
so
1,
far.
2,
Again,
3등이
this
현재 탈론.
could still be a stable lane for Pure. That's a rather aggressive drinking buddy out from Whitemon. Great disruption to cut off. Maybe Pure looking to wait for him in. Otherwise, again, Pure still has a lot of sustain. First few levels for the Morphling
저건
definitely
그냥
not great,
파밍이나 하는 게
but once
맞겠네요.
in sustain true, should stabilize relatively well.
사실
That
더
Vlad's
무난하게
build-up still there
파밍하려면
as
그냥
well for
인체를
Pure if he wants
붙여주는 게
to
나았을
and
것
just hit the
같기는
jungle,
한데
get some stats and pad out, as we heard panel talk about.
이게
Last lane, of course, here might down bot. We do have
용기사에다가
Akashi on that safe lane
때리다
run that
보니까
we've seen
저
quite a fair
둘로
bit
뭘
of
잡기는
popping
좀
out again in third-party tournaments, along with Ponyo on the Marcy. It's a lot of damage here, but there's also a lot coming out from Thunder. You
미라나
don't
근데
have the
선템
best
불에
setup for
있어.
the arrow.
이제 더 이상
This
데미지가
goes
없어서
into
좀
arrows,
아쉽던데요,
not
공속이.
particularly amazing. The timing has to be perfect. This
물론
we're on
레벨도
a core,
너프를
though.
많이
It's
받아서
rather fascinating because
레벨
it's a
하는
really
게
great
효율이
buff. A lot of right
그렇게까지
foot carries with a solar
전성기
flare.
느낌은
That's
아니기는
something that
한데
can
손가락
definitely
싸움.
enable this carry from the offlane for WS in this game.
네,
certainly
더스크
can.
승리.
So far, in fact, jump in from Ponyo just for a moment, but he misses the rebound, so not able to really set up onto Ramses. Of course, this bottom lane does seem like it's going to be a little bit annoying here for the side of Talon. I say that, I suppose you've got plenty of ways of dealing with the creep of Saksa thanks to the arrow of Akashi. And speaking of Saksa, he's currently being chased down by Ponyo, who's making life very hard now for the Ench, but he will be okay to back his way out. It seems like Ramses, for the time being, obviously just wants to secure his own farm. He's not
토네이도가
too interested
은근히 아파.
in trying to force any fights.
Yeah, it's again really hard to look for a
가랑비에
burst play here as well
어쩌는
for
느낌으로.
Akashi and Ponyo. Very sustainable lane. Just Enchantress, even without the overprotective wisps, just the level 1 Nature's Attendants, you don't really have the burst damage to get anything done. Akashi is farming up quite fine, but Ramses isn't being shoved away from this lane either, so you are getting that scaling that you'd want in terms of EXP. Try to hit maybe the level 5 or just right into a stable 6.
양
Get
팀
some
다
rune out,
오프레인이 살짝
stabilize this lane,
강세고
get Saksa to
미드레이너가
perhaps start to look at mid.
미드레이너가
If possible, if he
아니라서
does get a good creep for himself, his camps are open.
제2의 캐리들이죠,
We'll see if
양
that's something
팀에.
that lines up to kind of tried to snowball out from Thompson.
1차 타워를 다 사라지기 전까지는 그렇게 재밌는 장면은 없을 것 같기는 하네요.
Maybe less pressure on Tundra with Ramses on something that can play make on Mars, but certainly for someone like Mikado, if you slow this guy's game down on Ricky with a rotation out from
리키가
Saksa,
이니시를
that's where
걸겠어요.
things
퓨리온이
get kind
이니시를
of wonky.
걸겠어요.
Like you've got Imran that needs to farm, you've got a DK that's
그나마
definitely gonna
아레나랑
need to farm,
용폼
and a Ricky that
변신하면서
needs
깜짝 선
tempo.
정도뿐이지.
One little thing going out of order here for Talon can just ruin this game for them.
As props to Makoto as well.
그거
Always
있기
speaking about it,
전까지는
but he's having
별일
a
없을
pretty
것
decent
같습니다.
time in that mid lane matchup. Not too threatened by Thompson quite yet. In fact, he's ahead of CS just barely. So even though that Treant's being ultra annoying, it seems like Makoto has been able to just kind of abuse the blink strike to secure CS here in the mid lane and really hasn't slowed down too much in
가두기는
terms of farmers top lane now.
했는데
Pure.
딜이 딱히 뭐
White
충분하진
chased down
않죠.
WS, waveform forward, WS going to try and just
살짝
tank through it,
회복했고요.
gets the Dragon Breath off, and will actually be able to back his way out as now Jocam's trying to move in. On a pure
오히려
they'll go,
화이트몬 4
Whitemon
스택,
taking a
위도우
fair bit of
포이즌
damage with these Shadow
5
Poison stacks.
스택 죽진
Now
않을 것
5
같아요.
completed on
아
Whitemon.
죽네. 2레벨
And
바꿨구나.
that'll be enough. Jocam able to secure another kill.
Yeah, they're just working this top lane so well. Again, the Tusk wants to be able to play forward, wants to be that frontliner to enable some aggressive plays with more fling, but in these prolonged fights, it takes so long to commit onto WS with the double bracer. This guy's sitting at 1.2k HP
얘도
with
진짜
a wand on
평화롭다.
top at level 4. You're not going to look for a physical kill on that DK anytime soon. And
근데 중반
that's pretty much all you have here,
넘어가도
especially with
불용을
the breaking buttons. You don't really
뽑았으면은
have the nuking damage yet from Pure.
깡대거를
him down.
생각하지는
So,
않을 텐데
WS is going to be perfectly fine, get some regen in lane.
불용
And even though
깡대거는
the kills
그렇게
are
타이밍
going
차이가
onto
안 나서
Jocam, this is still important for the Shadow Demon to find something like a fast blink, fast Aether Lens, maybe even an Ags Rush can make all the
어디까지
difference in this
파밍할지
kind of game.
모르겠네요.
So
비어
you really don't mind
그냥
that
가는
too
중인
much.
경도.
Thankfully for Akashi, that spear did not land from Ramses. Just no tree right behind the Mirana. It will be okay. No stun lock there, but it does seem like Tundra are slowly starting to take over this bottom lane. I say that though, Akashi's still having the time of his life when it comes to the CS department, so it really does feel like all the lanes are actually quite even right now between both these sides.
And it is. I think the one big concern for Ramses is that you can't really stop a Mirana farming. Sure, you're not threatened by Marcy whatsoever. There's no aggressive plays for Ponyo to try to set up for that can line into a feasible kill, but you just can't put your body in front of Mirana and
일단
stop her
제일
from farming.
빠른
She has
거는
the
마르스
arrow for the siege creep,
6레벨인가?
she has the arrow for the Enchantress creep.
그게
It's
있어야
just
싸울 수
not
있나?
an easy time to try to maximize this lane from Tundra. They
자
are
보고
blocking off
있어요.
Ponyo from trying to snipe away
스캐네리키
the
안
Wisdom
걸린
Rune.
것 같고요.
We are still getting
실블은
movement across from Mikado though.
Oh, it's cheeky. Makoto. He's
네,
going to try
싹
for it, but
먹었네요.
no, Sux has got it. Fast fingers here from the Ench. Meanwhile, bottom lane, of course, Jocam was able to secure his own Wisdom Rune, so no double Wisdom Rune here for Talon. Top lane, though, WS now being chased down.
갑자기
Thompson
연기행.
does TP in. This should be enough damage here for WS.
리키
They do
반대로
get
빠지니까 이거
very nice
들어가보죠.
rotation from Thompson. First one of the game, but it certainly already pays off.
Yeah, that's what we need to see here from
타이밍
the
잘
MP.
노렸네요.
Connections into any
알아서
full
쪽이
lane to
제일
find a
먼저일
kill,
줄
to relieve some of this
알았는데
pressure coming out on Pure,
이거를 7번론
and finally
타이밍.
get that payoff on killing off WS as well, slowing down the tempo of that DK into his level 6. You've got the EXP advantage for Pure. He's going to have his 6 faster. You're stalled out from WS and just sitting, camping a lane, getting some free siege for yourself. That does leave Ramses alone here though. Good spear.
5레벨 반.
He'll be just fine. Zux is actually just taking over the mid lane now as Thompson obviously made that rotation earlier, so just wants to get that bit of XP for his Ench. Makoto, he hasn't really moved too much. The Riki is still just casually farming that mid lane. More than happily now looking for a shield rune as well, but it looks like it probably does get denied, and it does.
이게
For a
등
guy
뒤로
that
이동을
hasn't
하다
played
보니까
Pro Dota for a year,
룬에서는
Jonathan
오히려 더
Zux still seems to
멀어졌네요.
be on top of the game.
And he is. Micro's still on point. Again, bot lane not really the most aggressive, but he was managed to get that spacing for Ramses to still soak up safely.
합선
A little bit of a
근처에
chase on
있어요.
Whitemon.
See if they can find an easy pick off. I say easy, Whitemon gonna be alright, just casually walks away, and Makoto doesn't really see the opening he was looking for. No real great lockdown to try and follow up with. And in the meantime, of course, Thompson just continuously just leaving the lane, just going into the jungle, just keeping that farm going. And it's kind of the
근데
scary
어느
thing against this prophet, right? You
순간부터
just never know when he's going to show up in a lane and just take you down.
툰드라가
He's just
파밍을
gonna go
살짝
fight for now.
앞서며 킬을 특별히 먹은
Tundra,
건
I think, more
없는데
than happy with the way this game one's going so far.
Certainly
그냥
so.
정글이랑
Still
한
getting
번에
that
쓸어먹어서
farm up
그렇죠.
for Pure and Thompson.
미드 압박까지.
Both of their lanes went relatively well. It was really only the support suffering up top here on the side of Tundra. You've got this great
Yongisa
starting
Yunglep.
point, especially as you approach the Maelstrom into probably the Gleipnir here for Thompson. Get some control, get that jump in. You're getting your EXP lined up as well. Even Whitemon's about to hit level 6 at this point, soaking quite nicely on mid. We haven't really seen that much movement out from Mikado. And that's one thing to be a little bit concerned
뭐
about
다
as well. for
올라옵니다,
Ricky. He is
당연히.
working onto the defuse
근데
of
이거
that point.
먼저
Rotation
걸렸어요,
should be
포뇨가.
simpler up top though.
2-4-1 이거 터스크 맞으면 별로 문제가 안 되죠.
Ponyo and Akashi trying to go onto Whitemon. Whitemon with the
마르스
snowball.
오고
Gonna be able to just go
있고요.
towards the right and does survive a little bit longer as now Pure's gonna
아
jump
근데
in.
이거 벽 애매하게 꼈네요. 머플링 잡혔습니다.
Pure. Akashi though may go down as a follow-up though. Here comes Makoto now trying to help out.
안타 여상해요.
Thompson's the target.
먼저 죽은
Akashi's still
거는
running. He's actually
머플링이라
alright. He's out of there.
미라나 사네요, 이걸 또 게다가.
Setting up a disruption. The arrow to follow up and they've got
최대까지.
another. Oh, Talon. 4-for-1 trade. That is a very nice deal if you are a Talon fan.
Yeah, great movement across the gate there from Akashi.
근데
And they finally
마르스가
get their own
분명
punishment going. They
아레나
find
시야
Thompson
차단이
and
있을 텐데
Pure.
용기사가
Arena looks super clean
쳤거든요.
from Ramses. Just not enough damage coming in there
물론
to really
평타가
take
벽에
care of things
가로막힌
with that
건지
aggressive
확인이 안
jump
되긴
forward,
했는데
breaking the
방금.
position up of Tundra first. Great read out from Ponyo and
투사체가
Akashi
몸
in that
끝에서
flank.
나가는 경우에는 벽을
And you're
뚫기도
seeing the
해서
effect that
퓨리온
solar
같은
player,
경우.
even without items, the right click damage starts to hurt.
연기사가
You're pumping out a
평타를
lot of
친 것
DPS.
같아가지고 잘
Just with a
모르겠네요.
solar flare alone, you don't need that much items to play around as long as that spell is up here for Talon. And already putting themselves in a good position. 72, less than 1k lead. You are still keeping up with Thompson and Pure. Again, they have had
펜탈론 한타점
lanes
이득을
outside
많이
of
얻고
that.
시작을 했고
But you are finding that tempo for Talon early on. They still have these massive
다만
stacks built up by
어이구,
Jokem as well because of all the action, keeping them tied in up top. Whitemon's not being able to really scout around, although he is going for a flank play here down bot.
They are trying.
문제는 불용이다 보니까 타워 압박이 그렇게 세지가 않거든요. 저 토큰 알까 말까 모르겠네요.
I believe Pew has actually left the tier 1 token on the floor there.
탑순이
so
다른데
just
던지고
towards the south of
네
that tier 1
한타
bottom
시작.
tower.
이거 인체
They'll
먼저
jump in.
녹았어요.
They have
아레나 근데
that
깔았고
first, so they will burst down
리키
in. Ponyo to secure
바깥쪽이죠.
the kill. Now, the fight
미사일
continues with
근거리
the
미사일
arena
아무리도
being dropped
없었고요.
down,
서포트
follow up
1대1
onto
교환
Ponyo.
상태에서 2대1
A
교환까지 먼저
1-for-1
가고
makes that a
용기사
2-for-1 in fact the way of
용기사가
Tundra. They do also pick up
바이베.
Jokem. Now onto WS, but he's a
지금
tanky
데미지
boy.
조금
They're gonna give
애매하거든요,
it a
탈론.
crack. WS just manning up. Here comes Makoto with the smoke
이거
screen.
스모크 안에
Trying to set up on
가둬놓고
Thompson.
팹니다.
Thompson in trouble. They take him down. The
리키
profit is no
살고.
longer. Ramses though
톤드라
chasing
지금
down
이런 게 너무
Makoto.
많네요.
Gets the follow-up kill onto the Ricky. Is now Pure still going up
퓨어가
to
살아서
Ponyo.
킬 좀
Trying to
먹으면
find more.
괜찮은데
He might just have him. The
일단
spear
하나
from
더
a mile
추가.
away from Ramses locks down Ponyo. Onto Akashi they'll go, but he's gone too far. Pure wants to get the hell
이러면
out of
나쁘지
there.
않네요.
And in fact, they'll
4대
stick around for the bottom
3교환인
T1
셈이죠.
tower. But that team fight, it
탈론은
looks like it
바이백까지
goes in
잃었고요.
favor of the side of Tundra, especially considering we had the buyback from Ponyo. In fact, WS.
특히 이런
not out of
식으로
the woods yet
끌려다니면서
either.
반반
The chase is
가면은
on. Pure, he'll find him. Dragon Form will wear off. The Sprout will block his way in. WS just not looking very tanky.
톤드라가
Well, you
운영으로
are
이기고
getting
있는 것
taken down by
같아요. 지금
4
한타 힘이
heroes.
아니라
So Tundra able to secure even
불러오고
more. As now
자르고 불러오고
Makoto shows back
자르고
up down to this bottom lane.
이거
There is a
억지로 타워
sentry.
밀면서 불러온
But he's out of
거였거든요.
range for now.
용기사 늦게 도착하면서 한타
He'll jump in.
이미
He'll try
좀 안 좋게
for
시작을
Ramses, but
했었죠.
This is a very, very scary attempt. He will blink
안
away. Akashi
가둬졌고요.
helping out Makoto. He'll run out of range. They will stun him up, but he's all right.
타워 상태가
Still
보면
Tundra.
톤드라가
It's
지금
very
하나씩 하나씩
clear they
ఘা가먹고
smell blood in the
있어가지고
water and they want more. So
굉장히
Pure looking to
불편합니다.
back off. Here
롤링
comes
버디
Makoto.
있어요.
Jumps
미사일은
in with the
피하게
subs.
해줬고요.
The arrow though not landing the tag team
먹을까지.
from Whitemon. Oh my, the drinking buddies. He dragged him out of the range of the arrow.
네, 드링킹 버디도 디스펠이
Does.
되는구나.
And a lot of things
트레이가
going
일단
wrong
말았지
there for
살짝.
Talon. The buyback on Ponyo earlier on just not amounting
그래도
to much.
미사일은
Pure
피하고
morphing
스노우볼
into
세이브까지.
Ricky, getting the smoke screen on top.
근데
of his
용기사가
jumps in.
불용을 갔으니
Ponyo's
완갑
taking back in after
대거.
buyback.
근데 완갑 대거까지 보더라도 불용 효율이 나는 건
They feel like
아닌데.
they're strong, and they were. But that gambit just falls flat on its face with how they positioned themselves on Tundra. Again, they split up that fight really nicely. The arena managed to block off that re-engage from Talon early on. And then just this morphling, if you don't manage to hold Pure down, he shifts into the Ricky. You have to deal with smoke screen as well.
목플링 있으니까
You've
그나마
got
얼음용 같은
two
거랑
big
효용을
blue cores that want to
비교하기에는
jump in.
불용
At
파밍
variance with the DK
힘을
without Dragon
써보려면은
Form, and
한
Morse even
20분
with
가까이
her
파밍을
Unleash
해야
not
될
gonna enjoy
텐데.
that either, and the BKB's a pipe dream right now for Ponyo.
Mid lane, Whitemon has
그
been
시간
caught.
줄지
Gonna be
모르겠네요.
Makoto securing a kill here on the
오히려
Ricky.
튼드라가
Third one of the game for
휘저어나가지고.
himself. can find a nice invis rune here as Ponyo will pick that one up. And they could potentially look at Saxa, but it doesn't seem like they want to really dive tier 1 towers yet. I think that might be the thing that's really kind of intimidating Talon as well right now, is the fact that mid tier 1 and the bottom tier 1 tower just went down so quickly to the draft of
한
Tundra.
2분
But that
정도?
is one thing you really have
2분,
to worry
4분
about
정도?
when you are up against an Ench next
팩이 그렇게 많진
is
않아서
your towers are just going to melt, even
뭐
if they're not
여기까지
there
계속 쓸어
to
먹으면
do it themselves.
모르겠는데 쓸어 먹다가
Doesn't
보면 또
take that much time at
잘리겠죠.
all. I do like the
Tundra
itemization
슬쩍
coming
탑으로
out
좀
here as well
이동하고
from Pure.
있습니다.
He had, again, a fantastic laning phase. He's just doubling down with Midas. Already has some
Smoker.
Dragonlance. Going for the Hurricane Pike, just needing some distance, some way to jump out of smoke screen. Once you take care of that, you don't have too much to be scared of here on Pure, unless you get a good jump here from WS. He did have the blink queued up earlier.
람제스
did opt for the
올라옵니다.
onward
되고
first to
있어요.
try to
람제스는
scale up.
오히려
So again, trying to play more of a carry role from the off lane here.
마지막에
And just get some
1차까지도
damage,
그냥
get some
줍니다.
quick farm
탈론.
going, clear out to his camps. Tundra, for their part, starting to clump around this focal point on Pure.
타워를
Has the
너무
stats,
쉽게
his front
내주는 것
line
같아.
has a lot of spare
캔이나 동력 이런 게 있으면 맞푸시가 되는데 지금 맞푸시를 할 수 없는 상황이죠.
Get a catch on Ponyo.
A nice easy pick off here for the boys of Tundra. Ramses will go ahead and secure his 5th kill of the game now.
레이핀일까지 나왔어.
That's one of the things, again, if you are just a lowly
그냥 끌려다니다가
support, you
터지게
are gonna get caught
생겼는데요,
very,
탈론.
very easily. Cheeky little scan out from Tundra as well.
리키픽이
Does scan out
문제였을까?
Akashi on the Mirana. He's just
진짜 매직 나오거나 푸시 같이 되는 영웅이었으면 용기사랑 같이 그냥 오르르 하면서 타워 그냥 대박선 냈으면은 퓨리온이 웨이브를 잘 넣었든 마르스가 딜도 없는데 깡대가 서서 들고 오든 그냥 무시하고 밀어제낄 수 있었을 것 같은데 리키 지금 DP 하나 있어요. 나무에 안 닿았고요. 하지만 가뒀습니다. 스크린 깔기는 했는데요. 지금 바깥으로 빠져나가지 못했죠. 캐리 세이브 한번 슬쩍. 근데 탑슨 먼저 죽었네요. 탑슨 먼저 죽었습니다. 근데 둘 줬죠. 아직은 2대2. 람제스 죽고 모플 변신 오히려 미라나 스킨 뽑아가서 공격받고 3대3.
Well, the answer is yes. In fact, he's jumping in.
더
He
들어가진
wants
않네.
more, but he'll have to leave the area. I believe that was a 3-for-3 trade.
미라나나 리키가 같이 크면
It
모르겠는데
looks like Talon. In fact, Saxa goes
모플링만
down.
크고
WS will
있어가지고
find another.
Yeah, gets the blink out.
용기사가
Manages to
불용으로
burst down
모플링이랑
that
같이
bench. Was
커가지고는
on
그다지
very low
의미가
key
없거든요
anyhow.
이거는
The side of
게임이.
town, I mean, outside of that movement, that fight just
진짜 캐리를 할 게 아닌 이상 미라나를 유틸로 돌리고.
getting that jump forward. I think
예, 스모크
that's
스크린
Oh, he's found Pure.
침묵 너무
He
좋기는
has found
해요.
Pure. That's what you love to see.
650
If you're a Ricky
골드.
Carry or a Ricky Core rather, and Pure just a second too late to react sadly, and he does go down.
and you have to be worried about getting focused
리키나
down, of
미라나도
course,
잘 컸으면
by
모르겠는데
the Ricky. You still have to worry about
나름
smoke
숨통은
screen
좀
if you're not able
텄지만
to scout out the Ricky. They have planted
애매하게
wards. They're
모플이
playing
이렇게
away from that bot area again.
커버리면은
That
질질
fight
끌려다닐
worked out
수밖에
disastrously
없어서
for Talon. So they're playing in an area they haven't
모플도
touched in a
웨이브
while.
폼
They've
한번
got
하면
some
웨이브
recovery for
지워지죠.
themselves. There's
마르스도
still a tier
그냥
one to work through.
쿵탕하고서는
They've got
대고
space
타면
to get that
되죠.
done.
퓨리온이
And this time
자르죠.
around it was Tundra again.
카우스크만 못 잘라. 인첸도 그냥 크리폰 해가지고 잘라먹으면은 뻘끄럽고.
Trying to play, not quite getting the connections out from Ramses. I think if you manage to nail that initiation
상대
onto
집
Hippo
근처에서도
first before he
파밍하고
pops the
있습니다,
smoke screen in
탑스는.
the arena, like just that first spear
웨이브
connecting to a tree,
잘라먹기까지 하려는 거죠.
you'd have a very different
우리만
outcome there for
푸시할
Tundra,
거야.
but because the smoke screen comes in, it stalls for time. It
이게
allows Joe Cam and everyone
언더로드나
else to kind of
어드벤자로
TP in, get some disruption saves,
오라
and get
제공하면서
WS this prolonged
피치를
fight
같이
that
했으면
the DK
용기사
will
동력으로
enjoy,
해서
especially if he's not being focused down.
그러면 조금 자르는 거 정도는 무시하고선 한 개씩 밀었을 텐데 지금 타워 얻어맞는 거는 팔론이에요 계속.
Gapney doesn't actually clip onto Akashi. He'll be able to
얼척이
leave out
없죠.
of range. Now Akashi picking up his own Gleipnir, but it is all too late. The bottom tier 2 tower is now officially down.
벌써
Pure
2차.
able to secure that very easily. Again, Tundra, you know, as much as you
운영
like to
한타
look at the
자체는
kill score and
엎치락뒤치락
think
하는데
maybe the side of Talon are doing pretty good, it
운영
seems like
감당이
Tundra
전혀
in
안 되는
complete
것
control of this
같습니다,
game one. At least with their map movements. Here we go.
람데스
though. Ramses
물긴
getting jumped
물었어요.
mid lane. They'll try to
스노우볼
burst down
세이브는
the path, but the
실패했고요. 아래에도 못 깔고
Whitemon
죽긴
unable
했습니다.
to save. So now Whitemon needs to
근데
run.
이러는 동안
They've got some
3차에
help
크립
incoming,
들어가요.
but it's not coming fast enough. So Whitemon should go down as now Saxa also being caught out by WS. It could be a third
3차 피 한번
target here for the
보여줬으면
side of
좋겠다.
Talon.
지금
They've got it.
계속 치고
Never
있거든요.
mind what I
끝까지.
said, John. Map
Front
movements are
가지.
one thing, but kills are another.
I mean, the map movement's to be expected from Tundra, right? You've got an NP, you should be able to work this map. You don't have the highest mobility heroes on talent to respond. With split push, you
방킬은
will
좀
find
크기는
space
한데.
for Thompson to take more aggressive
아,
farm, leaving
포티.
conservative jungle out for pure
최대한
divine.
질질 끌기.
You still have to be careful about the rest of your heroes.
미사일도
I do
살짝
like that
피해주고요.
Tundra are clumping up as three, like running the two supports with Ramses, trying to get these opportunities to get Thompson into
들어가나요?
play.
플레이픈 이름.
But
근데 아직 아군 별로 안 왔어요.
Wait, you sprout out, but of course Ponyo is just going to be able to commit rebound and get away. Thompson
진짜
sadly
내가
really
관전
didn't have the
켰으면
backup
3차 피
to
봤을 것
lock him
같은데
down.
이걸 안
Now
보여주네.
1k net worth lead, still the way of Tundra, but it is a much closer game, it feels like. Though Pure still very, very confidently farming that bottom area of the map, and again, it does feel like Tundra much more in control of this map for game one thus far. But at the very least, Talon keeping parity when it
마르스
comes to
한
the net
번 더
worth
스모크
department.
상태로
As bottom lane, Tundra
마르스가 스모크를
hoping
써서 주도적으로 하고
someone gets
있네요.
baited into farming this bottom lane, but nobody's hanging around here from
의미
Talon.
없죠.
Akashi, maybe, or rather Makoto, maybe realizing they were around, does back his way into the mid lane.
첫 번째 토멘터
Seems like the
샤드는
rest of Talon, they'll
포뉴에게.
just take the torment. Why the hell not?
데모닉 클린즈가 더 낫기는 한데
Very big shard in the process as well.
나쁘지는
allowing
않은 것
Ponyo
같아.
to
점프할 때 상
find some better
없으면 그냥
angles in
적한테
without
점프하면
having to
되니까.
rely too much on his allies. I do like the Talons just avoiding this bot lane. Again, this area's been in Tundra's control since the tier 1 tower fell. They're just dodging it. They've got their own vision set up towards their triangle up to top. And that is where they're putting all of their attention.
결국
Mid is the
이니시는
battleground where
용기사인데
Tundra has been trying to force things out because they're not finding anything down bot. Again, Talon, they have taken a little bit more of a conservative approach. If the fight's by
시야따기가
tower,
좀-
that's when they'll show up. If not, I think you just cut the losses there and go back. Still, Tundra having all of this room on the
Roshan
map.
가네.
Does have Rosh access. They do have the damage coming in with Pure and with the drinking buddies on top and Thompson coming in. Doesn't take too long for Rosh to go, but Talon are smoking up. Doesn't feel like they'll make it in time though, perhaps.
물론
It
스캔은
might just
성공했습니다.
barely.
로샤키.
Already half HP of Roshan gone. Talon, they are getting there, but it almost looks like it's in slow motion.
이미
Roshan
로샤는
still
죽었어요.
going down. We'll see if Talon want to force a
알겠어,
fight
퓨어한테.
with Roshan going the way of Tundra.
둘이 받고
They're
리포
thinking
또 있나
about
확인하면서
it. They've
빠집니다.
set up at the bottom lane. They'll take the high ground of the twin gates. They are waiting for a moment
네,
to
트윈
pounce in.
게이트에서
The
나오는
Sunset
건
brings his
크립이었고요.
creep through the twin gates now. Still,
어,
they do
용기사
remain slowed
어거지로
down.
들어갔는데
Yes, he goes
스피드가
WS. He's going to start the fight, but he
너무
just
잘못 들어갔어요.
holds it down. Already
한 번
most of his HP
세이브 하지만
gone.
포뉴
They'll
먼저
save from
죽었고요.
destruction
용기사 이거
now,
빠져나갈
but how
방법이 없습니다.
long? WS is
불킹
gone.
안 썼죠 그냥.
So
어차피
is
평타로 죽을
Ponyo.
거니까. 게다가 이렇게 되면
Joe
쉴드까지.
Cam being left behind, probably set to fall. And
이거
Tundra,
탈론
if
자살골이에요,
Roshan
이러면.
wasn't enough, now they've got 3 kills to add on to them.
알기스 이미
And that's a
빠졌고
massive kill
상대
in WS. I get that
스모크를
his smoke breaks under the creep vision, so he does want to
위치를
jump
알게
forward, but
되긴
he
했는데
doesn't
스모크
preemptively
터지면서
BKB. He doesn't respect that tree line as much as he should have. With how
용기사가
Tundra were grouped up and how
플라잉
what
비전이
the
있는
scans
것도
were
아니고
revealing for them. Now Mikado.
나무 속에 그냥 이상하게 들어가 버렸죠.
Caught out
웃기고
Thompson with a very nice
미코토
teleport in, just cutting him
등에
right
기침목
off.
깔아보지만
Oh, that's a big one. Makoto going
죽었습니다.
down as well, just
그래서 2차 치고
slowing down
있고요.
the pacing of the Ricky and the whole draft of Talon really. Just feels like it's being slowed down to a complete stop here by Tundra.
어차피
Tundra now
질질
looking for
끌리면
that
죽을
mid-tier
운명이기는
tower. Obviously
했는데
gonna have absolutely zero issues
그거를
taking it out.
감안을 해도
And they're going to try for high ground on top.
너무
Knowing Makoto is
던져버렸네요.
down for 30. Why the hell not? They'll give it a crack.
Look at how much damage Thompson has, right, from that Spirit of the Forest. Had about plus 78, maybe almost plus 100 there, just from being around so many trees. It's kind of crazy how much Thompson can bring out when he just TPs in a very treed up
23분에
area.
한 세트.
Rack's not gonna last long. Still
그리고
have that
용기사
Spirit of
불킹
Aegis.
이번에는
You catch more.
켰고요. 스피어.
Well, there's your BKB
안
from WS. This
나왔습니다.
time
근데 이거
around being
뭐 할 수
popped
있는 게
right
있나요?
before the spear does land from Ramses,
뭐
but it's
없죠.
all too late anyway. Like, Tundra got exactly what they came for. They've got the mid-racks. They can go back to the farm game, go back to controlling the map. And if you're Talon, like,
진짜 미드
I think
압박
your
계속
only play really is to
넣어주다가
start
선
smoking
넘는다
up and trying
싶으면
to
바로
find some
몰면
pickoffs
그만이죠.
and regain map control here, but with the 7k deficit, it does
다른 데로
start to feel
불러내면서
very
선 넘는다
challenging.
싶으면 바로 잘 나왔고
And it does. You've got 2 Hurricane Pikes now as well on the side of
결국
Tundra.
왜 불용이었을까?
So Mikado can't get that control for the team with a smoke screen.
너무
as they
파밍만
have
했어,
been
용기사.
finding success with that movement from the Ricky. You're gonna have to rely more on probably just Dragon Tail and rebound.
사실
You
더
can find
문제는
that
왜
angle to
리키였을까기는
Ponyo.
한데
Easier said than done. Onto the tier 2 up
왜
top.
리키여야
Tundra
했을까기는
starting to set
한데
up. Talon hugging bot lane, trying to farm together.
하다못해 윌런이었어도 이것도 윌런하죠. 나쁘지 않았을 거라고 보거든요. 에이, 잘못 뜨진 않았겠죠.
Even, you know, Tundra still had momentum going their way, but it was still somewhat playable for Talon before that point. Just that mistake from WS to blink forward.
They can't get caught here, John. There's not really any buybacks apart from Joe.
잘 모르는 이니시에요 이거. 어저께 람제스 녹여내겠습니다. 아이기스까지 녹이긴 했어요. 이제는 탑승 잡나요? 거기 아직 살아있습니다. 데모닉 클린즈 덕분인가요? 다 쓸어먹어요 지금 갑자기. 뭔가 이상한 이니시였는데 5대0 교환.
It's a full team wipe. Well, what the hell happened?
동남아 노타의 특성을 발휘를 하나요? 한타를 잘하는 데모닉 클린즈가 정말 잘 들어갔던 것 같아요. 다른 것보다도. 람제스도 아무것도 못하고 죽었고 퓨어는 별킹 없으니까 침묵 깔리면 아무것도 못하긴 하죠. 그리고 리키를 뽑은 이유를 보여준 거기는 해요. 스모크 스크린 한번 깔리면은 지금 튼드라가 할 수 있는 게 거의 없다는 거. 너무 일찍이라 아직은.
Everyone else is on the right side. They burst down Ramses before that. And it's just
아직은 불킹이 나오기 전이다 보니까 이런 장면이 나오기는 하는데 조금 더 일찍 나왔어야 될 장면인 것 같기는 해요. 이미 뚫렸거든요. 미드 슈퍼 크립이고 사이드 3차만 남았고 이러면은 사실 한타 한두 번 이긴 거로는 눈에 뻔하죠. 어떻게 될지. 잘라 먹어봐야 돼요 이거를. 마르시 이거 샤드 있기 때문에 인시 쉽게 갑니다. 하지만 파이프 있다는 거 네, 삭제. 조금은 더 조심해야겠죠 튼드라. 암만 뒤흔들 수 있어도 모플링이 죽으면 아무래도 딜이 좀 걱정이 많으세요. 하나 더 찼습니다. 용기사 대거 방향 틀렸죠.
So Saksa will be able to get onto the high ground and get the hell away from that Dragon Knight.
지금 웨이브가 없어. 아, 어이가 없죠. 뭐가 있어야 이죠. 런팅을 해도 퓨어가 죽어도 페리를 잘라도 타워에 흠집도 못 낸다니.
You know, I like the Midas, I like this rush for the Hurricane Pike for his stat gain, and just having that option to jump out of smoke screen. Not having a Linken's or a BKB is hurting him here though. Like it does feel like the Manta alone is not going to be enough.
그냥 계속 가야 되나?
There is a lot of first jump potential here for Talon to connect outside of just the smoke screen. They land rebound if they land disruption into arrow.
파이크는 나름
Things can go very
테크니컬한
quickly.
선택이라고는 보는데
Full agi. You have to watch yourself.
네, 애매하게 묶었어요. 탑슨 아이템이 지금 한타가 하기에 조금 애매할 것 같은데요. 이거 불킨 못 켰습니다. 람제스 문제 없었네요. 네, 동남아답게 오 미사일 퓨어. 근데 먼저 죽은 건 퓨어였고요. 미라나는 덤이에요 사실. 근데 탑슨 충분히 강합니다. 그리고 뒤에 인첸도 지금 엄청 강해요. 싹사가 더 센 것 같아요 지금 제일.
Still managing to find another kill as Joe Cam.
안타는 반반인 셈이기는
Once
한데.
again on the Shadow Demon. And that is definitely a team fight win for the side of Tundra, but not as one-sided as I would have anticipated.
요상한 그런 게 좀.
No, I mean they get the proper initiation from Thunder this time around.
아무튼 밀 수 있는 영웅들이 살아있겠네요.
Taking away the save option of Jokam, with that disruption taking away the re-engage potential of
좀 밀어넣고.
and that just kind of makes it very difficult for Talon. They were not quite in position to take that fight.
마르스가 선을 맞고 시작한 게 조금 아쉽기는 하겠다.
In that area, keep that engage
가두고서는
going.
미사일을 맞고서는 불킹을 못 켜고 있었어가지고.
Despite all these good fights for Talon beforehand, before that fight on mid,
늦어지기는 했죠.
지우는 게. Like Net Ridley was nullified to less than 1k for Tundra. Now it's back to 5k.
미라나가 잘못 맞았고, 근데 침묵이 너무 좋긴 했어요. 불킹만 있으면은 문제가 안 될 것 같은데.
That map mobility that Thompson has to kind of try to gank globally to punish some split up or to just split push, keep that laning pressure on. So your map's just shrunk down still really hard here for Talon.
아니 미라나랑 비슷한 느낌으로 이니시 캐리를 생각을 하나요?
They've got some quick hold here if they manage to get the big jump in.
A smoke on smoke situation here, Jonathan.
그냥 상황 될 때만
Looking
딜하고.
to try and get into that Radiant jungle. Side of Talon, they will actually rotate into the dire triangle right now. There's Makoto and
네,
Jokan.
최대 그대로 삭제.
Jokan will be the one left behind.
최대
Of course, so he'll
중요한데요.
happily die for
어,
Makoto
뭐야.
to be able to get away. But here
아,
comes the rest of
탑슨
Talon
사망.
finding Thompson.
근데 좀 애매해요.
Thompson's gone. It's a big trade here for Talon thus
이거
far.
일부러 기다리죠.
WS wanting maybe a little bit more though. He does get forced
아레나
up away, but now's
깔아놓고
now the
외부
arena.
폼 지나가면서
Ramsey's
삭제하고
will find
미라나랑
Ponyo. The
1대1.
secondary support down. WS in the meantime he'll BKB TP up, but Akashi
어플링은
got
스킬
left
2개 받아서
behind.
이어갑니다.
And he leaps the wrong way on top. Oh
연기사 무시.
no! The tips immediately from Tundra. And that was all for that last leap, I believe, Jonathan.
Oh yeah.
Leaps the wrong way.
Leaps the wrong way. Maybe was trying to, I don't know, set an arrow backwards before leaping forward. Gets the inputs cramped in a little bit too fast. Great punishment out from Tundra. Again, great scan to kind of cover that smoke. Getting to jump once more onto the saving support. It feels like if Jokam's gone, these team
별로 안
fights are very
긁어놨구나,
hard to pull off
삼차가.
the Talon. Without that disruption save, without that stall time to
트런트가
maybe
친
look
걸로
for
봤었는데.
openings with your BKBs, it gets really wonky for Talon fast. It feels like this is a composition from Talon that needs that coordination, that needs all 5 heroes in
로샨
play.
슬슬 시간
And all
되어갑니다.
Tundra needs to
1분
do is find
30초.
like one big pick off on either of the supports. It
근데
just
나비가
gets really
완성하네요.
hard to play for Talon. 7k lead for Tundra holding up. They've got almost a full butterfly up on Pure, so it's going to be a little bit harder to burst him down with right clicks at that point. Got the full MKB coming out here for Thompson as well, just to hasten the push and a little bit more DPS never hurts here. You have all the damage already, of course, from the
값은 팀다운 운영이기는 해요,
a little bit
확실히.
more attack speed to utilize it, and that's certainly going to help
잘
the case
커서
here
이긴다,
for
뭐
Thompson for sure.
조합이 세서 이긴다, 한타 영웅으로
They're
찍어
getting more
누른다 이런
damage out in
것보다는
the WS.
뒤흔드는
It's
느낌이
going for the full Daedalus. They really need to
값은
be
팀
able to play around
운영이기는 한데
Jokam.
확실히
Like, Jokam has to find that perfect spot to play in. He does have
그래도 불길은 좀
Overkick
갔으면
to try to
좋겠네요.
save himself, but they're carrying dust.
암만
because obviously
그래도.
they're playing against a Ricky. No blink yet on our Shadow Demon as well. No Aether Lens for further reach, so it's a hard game. But again, for Talon, a lot of this hinges on Jokam, and for Tundra, they're keeping every lane in check. They have a few more seconds till Roshan. They're already setting up down bot to get that done, although the forward vision does spot everyone walking down.
미라나 다음
So Talon should
가자.
understand that Roche is going to be the next target as well
미라나
if they want to
캐리가
play into that once more.
이 유니버설이고 공속 받고 솔라 플레이어 데미지도 받고 뭐 다 캐리가 될 가능성은 있는데
they're not going to bother smoking. They'll just run right into
레벨
the pit and get
너프랑
started. But this time, Talon, they'll be around in time. There's no two
그것보다
ways about that. They've got plenty of time to try and
살짝
contest this time around.
뭐라고 해야 되나 유니버설이 이제 레벨 발이 더
Roshan's
심해진
still going
느낌이죠.
down the pure. He's almost got it gone.
람제스 또 죽나요? 불길 못 켰어요. 로션 그래도 잡았습니다. 퓨어가 이기는 생겼고.
They'll be able to pick up the Aegis here on Pure, but they'll
어셉?
leave the banner behind.
근데
So
배너는
WS will go
빼앗겼네요.
ahead and pick that one up for Pure. How do you get out of this
많다.
situation?
마르스 바이백하고 옵니다. 이거 근데 이렇게 되면 탈론 지금 완전히 구석이 바뀌었거든요. 빠져나갈 수 있나요? 마르스 그겁니다.
Can they find more? WS
가스
will get
노블킹.
jumped.
아레나 깔끔하게 다 넣었죠.
Thompson dropping low, but Ramsey's with a huge arena out. Makoto, he got hexed up. Makoto, he gets the tricks of the trades off just in the nick of
잡혔어요.
time. But what's he
연기사
gonna do
혼자
for him? He does go
쓸쓸하게
down.
치는데
So does
탑슨 이걸
Ponyo.
사네 또.
On the DK, they'll go WS, not looking too tanky. He will drop.
이게
And
사네.
Ramsey's. That was a very nice
키가
buyback
바닥인
up
지가
from
한 몇
Mars
분
just
지난
in
것
the nick of
같은데.
time to save the fight here for Tundra. With the Roshan, with the Aegis still going, they'll try for high ground.
너무 깊이 쫓아간 것 같죠 맵 구석으로. 마르스가 바이백 박았는데
Side of Town only have the 2 buybacks, even with buyback
스스로
in WS,
구석으로
he doesn't have
들어가가지고.
Dragon form. You know, don't have their steroid as well in Solar Flare. Gonna have to try to at least give up one set of racks. But Tundra, smell blood in the water, tier 4s, no problems.
아무튼
Forcing the
유니버설
buyback from
캐리들이
WS, but
레벨 바를
Town
너무 많이
isn't
받다
really
보니까
and they don't have these ultimates up. It just feels
딜 스킬 없는 유니버설 캐리들이 거의 죽은 느낌이 나기는
on
해요.
top to set off their
분명
road to
후반
the
괜찮은 건
international here
맞는데.
on the right note. As Town look good
그래서 한
early on,
20렙 찍어야
just that
그제서야
wonky
시작인
Roche fight.
느낌이라
And it
미라나
just
같은
starts to
경우에
fall apart really fast with this kind of draft.
2 wonky Roche fights this time around. Well, here we go. I mean, Tundra looking for that final lane of barracks, slowly starting to head up top. You did get that Roshan banner, but that's not going to do you too much good here if you are the side of Talon. Not right now, it won't anyway. for Tundra though, still just kind of sitting back and relaxing. They are just buying Pure some more time to get some more farm going before they do get onto that high ground. No real rush here for Tundra. They understand they
아순,
are in
거미,
complete control,
공허령
and it
이런
seems like they're going to just
애들은
wait
그래도
out the
좀
MKBs
괜찮은데
before they really try for that farm later barracks.
미라나는 0
Just no need to risk this game. One,
약간 유니버설
if
내
you're talent, I mean, you're
루나
the
같은
guys that need
느낌.
to find a way back into this game. But right now, they are just stuck in their high ground. They're just not
알크면
feeling safe
센
to
거는
venture out.
맞는데
You just have so many ways of keeping these waves
감각적으로 조금
freely shoved in from
부인
Tundra.
느낌이라는
And with
그런
an
캐릭인
MP,
것
with a
같아.
wave clearing you have, and a Morphling, even a Mars can clear out these waves and just keep it shoved consistently. You don't have a lot of room. There goes one weak MKB up for Pure. He's going to have a
마지막
little bit more
한 라인
damage to play with.
남았습니다.
Not going to have to care about smoke screen too much here as well. Move out the BKB.
카드는
Just hit
화이트몬
away for
앞에.
free. We take a free Tormentor now for Whitemon to have. A little bit more utility with the Ice Shards going further now as well. Further deep is Epileasing blocking off some pattern here. I'm not sure how Talon takes care of 2 lives on Pure. Again, if they get that perfect angle, if they get their own MKB up on Nakashi, perhaps piercing through that evasion chance in the butterfly with the right-click speed you have with Solar Flare-Up, you will need to isolate again. And that's where we need to see Talon kind of play together. It's just hard to see Talon breaking apart at this point. And they're so far ahead. 2
약간
lives is
툰드라
a huge allowance,
특이긴
but
해요.
hey, Talon did it
불킹
before.
안 사기.
They were shoving in the mid. Maybe they can do it again?
진짜 절실할 때 말고
Also, I mean, what a game we've had so
어지간하면
far.
안 사는
31
거.
to 27, 35 and a half minutes into this game. We shall see very soon if Talon can indeed do it again, because it seems like Tundra, they're
이제
ready to
가기
try and approach
시작합니다.
that high ground. They'll smoke up as 4. Topson will meet him with the teleport. Oh, they see Makoto.
오 미코토
TP away, he's going to be
Ah,
alright.
okay,
They
TP.
can't reach.
시야가 조금 아쉬웠죠.
I mean, Makoto, he did have buyback to be fair, but you'd much rather not have to commit it in that fashion.
Yeah. You can't afford to die outside base right now. At
Ah,
least try
아직
to take this high
걸렸어요.
ground fight, buy back for a prolonged fight. And see if it
잼도
works
있는데
out.
잼을 한번 슬쩍 보지
Tundra,
이거를 그냥
all they have
와드
to do
먼저
is just
막았다가
play together as a
걸려버렸네요.
team, get a good arena out from Ramses if you can.
They won't rush it. They'll wait for the
근데 뭐
creep wave to come
플링은
in.
불킹 안 가는 거 어느 정도는 이해할 수 있는 게
In fact, Thompson's just
불킹
TPing
가면
across
딜이
the
안
map,
나와.
farming in another location. But he'll have it back up in about 15 seconds, so no problem. But again, it doesn't really seem like Tundra are going to try and force.
불킹
They've
가는
only got 30
동안
seconds
간
left on the edge
후에
on
다음
top
코어
of
나올
Pure, so
때까지
it might be one of those
꽤 오랫동안
situations
딜이
where
안
you just kind of
나오기는 해서
accept the fact
이해는
that you
합니다.
control the whole map anyway.
그래도
and you
리키
may as
있을
well
때는
just
갔으면
make that net
좋았겠지만
worth lead get a hell of a lot bigger. Though it is already sitting at around 20k.
이제 알겠어
When
시간이
you
다
control the
돼가네요.
whole map, you may as well take all the fun.
불킹 있으면은
maybe we
아이스로
have
들어갔을
next
텐데 불킹 없으니까
just
스모크
playing
스크린
secure
깔아놓으면
here,
그냥
Pure
죽어야
trying to
되죠.
work onto that BKB now. So there's really not going to be that much threat onto this Morphling as long as he can pop the BKB quick enough before the Dragon Tail stun kicks in. You should have really no
그래도
problem.
미다스 쓰고 팔면은 불킹 나오죠.
That's where this will go
못한다면 급할
close
거는
to zero now
없으니까.
for Talon at that point once that's up. If they can maybe isolate Pure while he's farming that, sure. But again, there's no outer reach here for Talon whatsoever. You're still waiting for that MKB on Akachi. He did divert for the Crystallis early on. Don't think he wants to go for the full Daedalus just yet. Does need that Pierce first.
옆집 어느
He's got
집이요?
the refresh up on
GG1인?
Ramses. Double
히로이
Hex ready
스트림?
to go.
거기도
Double Arena,
꿀잼
double Spear,
팀들이기는 해.
and double BKB.
여기가 생각과는 조금 다른
Talon, they don't have any of those kinds of
게임이었을
options. They still
뿐이지,
shine in
퓨리온이
pickoffs, but
퓨리온과
you can't
리키가
get
리뷰에서
pickoffs.
사면서
Manage to get outside your base, have the BKB up on Mikoto. So at least the Ricky's a little bit more protected up front. They have to be very quick with that. In the sight of Vice
아메 엔딩? 아메 엔딩이 좋은 의미의 아메 엔딩일까요? 요즘에 나쁜 의미의 아메
There is a
엔딩일까요?
path back. It is more reliant on Tundra.
궁금해지는데 너무
Maybe playing a little bit more recklessly, going in one by one, and or even just fragmented as we saw
좋은
in the high
의미의
ground
아메
fight.
엔딩. 요즘 아메 엔딩이라고 하면은 그 장면들이 많이 떠오르죠. 스벤 우물 다이브와 등등등이.
And nothing to really be concerned about. Maybe you just wait out until next row Sean. A minute 40 until we see that next timer here, but it's not like Talon can really contest or do anything. They'll try with a smoke out
자,
here.
퓨어 아메 윌런이었어요.
The Tormentor does go the way of the
유니버설
Dire. Of course, Pure
어떻게든
will be able to pick
버텨내면
up his own
괜찮기는
shards
해요.
now.
이번에는 람데스
officially up on
빠져나갔고요.
Pure. So life becomes
람데스가 안
infinitely
죽은
harder
거
now with that
처음인 것
BKB
같은데
available.
이번에. 물릴 뻔했는데 안 죽은 거.
And Tundra, they're grouping up again. Into the Radiant jungle they'll go.
미라나가
Akashi
오히려
gonna be
미라
spotted by White One in
네,
just a moment.
맞았고요.
Shards out, but of course Akashi can just leap away and will do so. Tundra so desperate to try
튼튼드라는
and
뭐
find
급할 거
a
없습니다.
quick pick off before they do approach that high ground, but
사실 그냥
seems
평생
like they might
갉아먹어도
just have to do
이겨요.
it the old-fashioned way. Makoto hanging around that bottom lane, but they don't
검사도
really have the protection
깔짝깔짝.
around this area.
영웅이 친 적은 한 번도 없는데 이미 부숴놨고요.
But now they do.
배럭이 리젠이 된다는
They
점이
won't make
조금
the jump
있기는
on Makoto.
하지만은
He's fine. They'll see Joe
아레나
Cam, Ramsey's
조금
jumping in, misses
멀었습니다.
the
람데스
arena.
오히려
Maybe
물렸고요.
will
미사일
lock him
맞고
down.
포테크
Arrow
번.
will land as well.
세
The
번.
drinking buddy's just not quick enough, but
저
it
멀리
doesn't
갑니다.
matter. Though with the arena down, Talon, they might want to go and they do
한번
certainly
이거
look like they
아레나
want to try
빠졌다고
and pursue
들어가네요.
here.
아
WS ready
근데
to blink
문
in,
대상이
does
조금
commit.
애매해요.
He
게다가
gets
헬스
the stun
맞았고요.
onto
브레이킹스
the
믿고 또
task. Wyman
근데
trying to
이거
be bursted
조금
down. In comes Makoto, but they're
글쎄요.
lacking quite a bit of damage without Akashi.
오플 지금
Ponyo
클만큼
tries what but
컸거든요.
Pure, he's just matting up through it. He couldn't give a crap.
그리고 또 브레이킹 없습니다. 전멸 있나요? 블링크 스트라이크 다시 들어왔네요. 일단은 한번 트릭. 근데 뒤쪽이 잘리고 있습니다. 게다가 지금 이러는 동안 탑순이 메가 크림 만들었어요. 솔직히 이거 다 죽여도 손해입니다.
Meanwhile, Akashi's still getting tipped throughout all of this. As now they've got Makoto down with that
이거야.
buyback. And it seems like Tundra can officially go for the jugular.
그냥 뭐 어쩔 수 없죠.
WS.
예견된 패배였습니다. 미드도 졌을 때 한타를 어지간히 이겨도 역전은 불가능했다는 게
Pure
뻔하긴 했죠.
is off the map now as Ponyo. He will die for this. It's a 2v4 scenario as Wymon's going
네,
to buy
탑스
back.
그냥 지비남입니다.
Takashi and
포티
Joe Cam
마지막
versus the world.
하지만 서포트
Can you deal with
그리고
tops?
미라나 K로
That's
뭘 할
the
수
big
있을까요?
target.
스피어 살짝
Ramsey's disrupted.
막아봤지만은
Although you
죽는 건
have lost Joe
매한가지였고요.
Cam, still Akashi. He
마르스도
will try
버티고
to
있습니다.
take down the Mars, but the Hex is
그래서
out. He's got no damaging coming.
GG.
There's now the
튼드라가
focus down
게임은
the action,
가져가네요.
and GG is called. Game 1 will go the way of Tundra Esports. And it was quite back and forth, Jonathan.
진짜
but
리키만
it did
아니었으면
always feel like Tundra just had their number here in Game 1.
That they did. I think the laning phase looked pretty all right for Talon. They had the right ideas in going for that aggressive first blood kill early on, but
여전히 핫하기는 한 것 같은데 마르스가 너무 빡빡했죠. 미라나로 하기엔 드나 미라나 콤보 이런 것도 얘 지금 해설 목소리 사라진 거네. 와 리아드급인데 지금 암만 그래도 TI가 운영 빡 삐꾸르는 이렇게 안 냈는데 리아드급이네요. 뭐 아직은 호텔에서
Well, that's
하고
game 1
있으니까
of the
뭐
bag. Let's head back over to our
그러려니
panel and see
해줘야겠죠.
what they had to think about this game number 1.
We're going to give some of our
지금 다 터졌어,
opinions here.
완전히.
I mean, I really enjoyed the early game from Talon because that's the part that we didn't know how exactly it was going to play out. What are these lanes going to look like? What exactly are they going to be able to achieve for themselves? And I think a
TI만
lot more
다
than we
터진 것
thought.
같은데?
Unfortunately, it didn't lead to success for
경기
them, but I
목록이 안
still
뜨죠?
think a promising early game for them and a little bit in that mid game left to be desired. But early rotations coming out from the Jenkins, and I think that was one of the most impressive things Talon were able to do.
아무튼
Yeah, that's going pretty well for them actually.
슬쩍 다른 채널들 구경해 봅시다.
So I think that was like the main problem. But now also after not winning so much for a while,
에이스
I think
인터뷰하고
we just
있네요.
kind of got a lot of the drive back.
엑스지 히로의 하이라이트 나오고 있으니까 한번 볼까요? 아메 엔딩이 어떤 아메 엔딩이었는지. 24분 싱큐 미라나 K1 용기사 캐리. 아메 달려들어서 죽어주기. 네, 팁 받았네요 자바이라마한테. 히로에게 조합 잘 짠 것 같네요. 물기도 잘 물었고 근데 어느 순간부터 바뀌었는지 모르겠네요. 이번 한타부터일 것 같은데 나무 지금 공을 잘 썼다. 지금 포커스가 하나에 안 되죠. 암에 잘 들어갔네요 이거. 공은 써주긴 했는데 좀 모자라 보이고요. 이게 브리슬이랑 윈런이라 한번 잘못 밀렸을 때 터진 게 너무 큰 거 아니야? 바이퍼를 어쩌다 내줬는지 모르겠다. 용기사 가져올 거면 바이퍼 밴을 전판처럼 할 텐데. 바이퍼 비비를 한 팀에 줘가지고 딱히 막을 방법이 좀 없기는 했죠. 브리스를 크는 거에 대해서는. 용기사가 브리스를 찢어 죽이는 캐리도 아니고. 히로이기 조합 잘 굴리기는 했는데 그 조합이 힘이 딸리긴 했네요 후반에. 브리슬이 실엔 너프 이후로 찔끔찔끔 되살아나는 것 같아. 특히 아가님 바뀐 것 때문에 그냥 아가님 혈석 어거지로 뽑으면은 브레이크를 걸어도 일단은 무조건 풀피되고. 그러게요. 중간 프로그램이 아니라 그냥 하이라이트만 모아줄 생각하고 있네. 그렇게 됐죠. 브리스리 요즘 좀 문제라고 생각을 해요.
To upcoming game then we saw
It's not that long, but at least definitely not this year competitively.
I mean, we saw him last year with the dart.
Yes, we did, and then that kind of got like nerfed out. But this year competitively, we haven't seen him. So do you want to talk about the facets? Maybe people at home might not know, and then which one Makoto went with, and that you're question marking?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're really right about like Ricky
일단
not being in the meta for
게임수까지
many
확인을
years. Yeah, there was
해보도록
that dark meta,
하고.
and then before then there was also a year-to-year gap where he hasn't played. But right now he's seeing a little bit of a resurgence right now against some of the popular heroes. He's got two different facets. One of them gets some bonus EXP.
제가 오늘 골라온 게 나름 좀 비벼볼
right?
만한 혹은 재미있게 쓸 만한 경기들인데
That is kind of inconsistent now. It's very difficult to do. People know when you're off the map. So now he has a different facet now where his
조금
E tricks the
뭐랄까
trade does like
조를 너무
450%
나눠서 그런지
bonus damage
오히려
to creeps. And I expected him to rush Axe from the
약팀들이
mid
너무
lane.
선명한
That
조들이
way, with that
많죠.
facet, it makes sense. You're farming, you keep up and farm. You're not reliant on getting hero kills.
B조가
And that's
그나마
something that Thompson's been doing. He's been spamming this in pubs. But
이
Makoto, I don't know if
셋이
he's
나름
super comfortable
비빈다면
on this
비빈다고
Ricky.
볼 수
He knows how
있는데
it works. He went for more of
나머지는
the,
두 팀 두
I'm going to
팀으로
just get
나눈다고
kills and snowball the
치면은
game, rushing to this
기지원인.
Fusil Blade, going for that early shard as well, getting behind. But if you don't get those kills, this
팔콘이랑
hero does not
백분
shine. And
아니면
unfortunately,
제로.
he could not find those kills in this game. And that's why the Ricky just
여기는
didn't really
리퀴드
work out.
스피릿
He did half the
좀
damage that the enemy
뻔해
Inch did
있어서.
in this game, and that's not where you want to be.
If you include the damage that he did to the Treant, then we're really
Wow.
racking up the numbers. No, I think the point that Winter mentioned was
B조가
an interesting one. Like the fact that
평균을
they
비등한
had
것
pretty
같아.
much 3 carries
평균적으로는.
on Talon. It was
Yeah.
in all the lanes, and then the supports were not team fighters. Even Tundra lacked team fight. It was just Mars. Like
근데
all
뭐
the other heroes
그래도
were
1, 2등 고르라고
scaling
하면은
and
스피릿
Tusken
리퀴드가
and
아닐까?
Ench, like these heroes are
스피릿
more
리퀴드가 또
like run at you,
던져버리지 않는
ganking
이상
heroes, save heroes. So
또
really just a game in
던지지만
general that
않는다면.
lacks team fight. But one team fighter is infinitely better than 0. Like if you're Talon in that game, I do agree with the Ags take that you probably just play for pickoffs and avoid fights, because they actually were getting pickoffs. There was that one time we saw them jump pure on the Morphling and kill him
나는
in,
이게
like,
안
a fraction
뜨는데
of
쟤네는
a
보이는
second
걸까?
with the Ricky. And maybe if they played the entire game like that, it would look really weird and wonky, but they have a DK playing essentially DK carry off lane. They have a Ricky playing Ricky carry mid. They have Mirana, which is one of the highest damage dealing carries in the
He
game.
wasn't really playing Ricky carry mid though. That's my problem. He was playing like Ricky space.
But if he
mid.
went for the Ags, I mean, like
Yeah.
if they kind of had that idea where it's like, okay, we're just gonna dodge them. I mean, it's very not this meta,
Yeah.
but that might have worked out because Pure did go for a Midas. Like he was planning for the game to go late.
Yeah, Pure had like a rougher game than I thought, especially when we just saw the scoreboard there. His KDA, sure, it was still positive, it looked great, but there were a lot of deaths that I feel like as Morphe could have avoided. So that is big props to Talon being able to, get him a couple deaths there for themselves. The other thing is his Nature's Prophet what's very obvious is the fact that he has a teleport built into his toolkit, right? You get to be off the map farming, and that's that late game that we talked about. I thought Ricky would have lent into that, is that you could potentially run around with your supports and try and find him,
다음
hunt
무드는 또
him
되네.
wherever he is when he's not ready. Maybe a new camp that he's teleported to.
이건
And
대체
that
뭘까요?
didn't happen. They didn't go for that sort of
they
play.
had SD plus Marcy, which I feel like didn't really
요상하다,
enable
요상해.
that. If you want to do that, you kind of need like a support that can burst heroes like
Okay.
Lion, Skyralph, this type of hero, or at least a Snapfire. You can do damage from far away, and you can allow the Riki to find pickoffs, you know. And with SD and Marcy, what you're supposed to do, you follow the Riki and what?
That's what I'm
true,
saying.
that's true.
I think they just should all buy Midases like it's 2 weeks ago, and then just play for the late game.
Yeah, it's also not how the game played out. Like you saw,
와,
like every
근데
fight was like a
엔딩
team
스크린도
fight.
안 떠.
Like he wasn't just alone. Even the
결과창이 안
Smurf,
떠.
he just had Treads Midas. He was joining every single.
It was
fight.
5v5.
Yeah, it was 5v5 the whole game. There was no like split pushing shenanigans in the early mid game.
None.
Later on, there was towards the end of the game, but like at that point in time, it was already kind of too late. The game was a bit over.
How consistent do you think that style is going to be of we want early fighting carries? Because Riyadh, the
Very
last
consistent.
big LAN, that's what teams found success in, is we snowball up at like, let's say the 12-minute mark, and we don't leave each other's sides unless we're not winning team fights. And you think that that's going to be pretty prevalent?
Yeah,
across
I
all
mean, I think
teams?
right now most all the carries are playing heroes that can be very active. Morph is one of the greedier ones, but most of them are buying Gleipnir first item. That way they can join the fights while still farming on the side. Their second item is usually BKB, so they continue to join these fights. If you miss a timing here or there, or if you're just a bit too AFK, you're going to lose these fights. And these fights are massive. Now you're going to lose Roche, and now the game's going to snowball. And right now, currently in this patch, snowballing a
그렇죠.
game
요즘 캐리
is
자주
something you
하잖아요.
usually can't come back from. It's going to be very difficult to get back from, so speed is very important.
Yeah, if you don't join the
그렇죠,
early fight, you're
믿어.
not farming. Basically, you won't have time to farm. So I felt like a lot of the heroes, the carry heroes that were picked before, something like Terrorblade, Anti-Mage, that's why they fell off. They can't really have time to farm. And even if they choose to come to the team fights, their impact compared to the range carries right now, the Lina, the Wind Ranger, the Mirana, it's not the same.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, my brain, you were like
뱀픽
listing
손해도 좀
heroes,
봐주고.
Terribly being one of them. And for some reason, like Spectre popped into my brain. I'm like, we just have not seen her. I know that she needs a lot of items, a lot of time, and a lot of net worth to really come online. But with her ult change, that's what we saw at TI
다
last year,
해주잖아,
is
드라초가.
that people were looking towards picking her up because she could ult in and then just leave again and go back to farming. And I thought maybe that might have come back around with everyone wanting carries that could join fights. But there's two aspects to it. You have to be able to join fights, but you also still have to be able to do something in the fight.
And the third aspect is you have to not lose your lane horde.
Okay, so that's, yeah.
So like these heroes like Lina and Ron we talked about, NP, they're strong laners, right? They can win their lane, they can snowball that. Right now, Spectre, still playable. It's not an unplayable hero. It's just really weak in the laning stage. It gives the offlaner kind of a free game, and you want to avoid that.
I do think it's actually decent, but one thing that I've learned about Dota in the last 3 years, and I don't know if it's always been this way, or if I just learned this as a player and I wasn't good enough to recognize this back then or whatever, but it really seems like in Dota, heroes being good is not what determines the meta. It's items being good, and then that determines what heroes are picked. So if Greaves is good, then it doesn't matter what state Underlord is in. Underlord is going to be picked. If Gleipnir is good, then all the Gleipnir carries are going to be picked. The thing is, if Blade Mail or Orchid were like really busted items, which they're fine, right? They're just not as broken as
They're more like tier 2
Yeah,
than...
but like Gleipnir is like triple S plus tier. So I honestly think like that's why these...
근데 암만 그룹
Morph is the only
스테이지여도
exception where I feel
아무런
like he's just that
프로그램도
broken
Okay.
and
안
doesn't find
풀어주는
those
건가?
items because of what I mentioned. Like you just go stats on this hero. You put 1 point in your W, maybe 2 points in your E, and then you just go stats.
Yeah.
And they give double value, and you can just build normal carry items. He's kind of like the anomaly of the meta right now.
Yeah, there's always a few exceptions.
How many carry heroes do you think can't build Glib? I shouldn't say can't, but like don't
Most
do
of the
well
melees
with.
one.
Okay.
Most of the melees like doesn't make a lot of sense on them. That's about it.
Oh, thought there was going to be more.
I mean,
there was
it's
going to be a longer list
like
than that.
these Ursa, PA, Anti-Mage, like name any melee hero. It's
PA
probably
is
not
kind of
good.
decent now, is it?
Gleipnir PA.
I mean,
No,
not
I'm saying
Gleipnir, but
Gleipnir PA. But is she then one of the anomalies? Is Ursa or PA, are they in that ballpark of Morph, or you're like, Morph just really does sit here and those two are
So
more
basically,
like,
the Gleipnir heroes pretty much win their lane, and you can
Okay.
pick them early. The Battle Fury heroes still pickable, but they have to pick later in the draft. They have to have some
Right.
type of purpose. They
They're
have
the
to see
gotcha
their
picks.
matchup. Yeah, pretty much. And they're gonna, or it's like we ran out of picks, everything's banned. That's the other
I'm
option.
not
So
That
No, you never,
unironically
you
does
never,
happen.
you never want to be in that position, but
No.
it does happen.
I mean, that's why we just ended with a DK off lane going for the red dragon.
Yeah,
Is
they
because
kind of ran out of options.
WS didn't really feel like he had anything else to play.
He
it
did
looked
change
like.
to Red Dragon last minute.
I mean, that's the thing about when you have a star player on the team, you kind of want to leave his pick to the last or the second last, but then your enemy is targeting them. So I feel like this game they probably have to change that sequence and maybe try to pick his hero early, so they can set up the whole draft around him instead of just giving him the whole draft and the last pick. What do you want to play when everything is banned?
Dragon Knight was their first pick. I don't know if I expected it, though, to be a first phase pick. I feel like there are still a couple more heroes out there that you might want to put in higher priority, or you guys don't really...
I feel like they debated themselves.
I was going to say, I can tell you why. It's because they didn't want to give it to Pure. Pure invented the DK.
But you also
don't you
wouldn't
feel
wanna
like
ban
it's
it out
also an
against them.
answer to MP?
Yeah, I
in
feel
a
like
way?
it's more than that. I feel like they picked this when they saw NP.
Is it though? Because the Tusk.
Why would you pick
response-
DK then to...
I think
That's the question I'm asking.
No, I feel like they
think
had an
it's-
oversight. That's
I think there's of course the element of it's good against NP. I think also you can just go double bracer on like a lot of these strength heroes, and it's going to do fine against the NP. But I think it's because like Pure this is his thing. Like he brought this into the meta. They're not going to give this to Tundra because now everybody is picking the DK carry. Now it's actually considered.
So
게임
S tier
투가
meta.
준비되어 가고
to
있습니다.
counter that, you're gonna take
Counter
his
counter?
hero, give him his other good hero, Morphling, and
Yeah.
then pick that hero that isn't good versus Morph and try to counter it.
Yeah, I think they ran out of bans. I think that's
Yeah.
the issue, and it's
I mean,
what you said. They debated
The thing
themselves.
about countering as well,
이번에는
sometimes you just not as good as your opponents have
열려
executed the same
있을까요?
strat, right? You
똑바로.
copy their strat, but there are certain small little detail that you are missing, and the thing is just not the same anymore. So I'm not really a big fan of trying to just take what your opponents do.
I think they pivot away from that. I don't think they do that
Look,
a second.
It could have been both
And
things
then
that factored into this. Either way, it's a best of two for our group stage here between Talon and Tundra. And we're looking at our draft for game number 2 there in our
서버 미음각.
screens. Are the bands going to change up? Right now, not at all. Nothing is different between these two teams and what they've decided to take out. For Tundra, I mean, you don't need to. You just won a game. You're very happy. You're very comfortable in this matchup and what you think is going to come your way. But for Talon, if that Dragon Knight was as big of an issue that you're talking about, Jenkins, maybe they consider putting it in there and not wanting it.
완전 이런 거는 되는데.
Yes,
Okay.
Lina and Omni from last game's bans
Yeah.
could potentially be banned here again.
We'll see.
Do you think Lina is cannibal Winter? Do you
뭘까요?
think you're comfortable coming up against her in a competitive game of Dota?
I think Lina and MP are heroes that I'll never want to fight against in the game. Like personally for me, I think they are
중요한
really,
건
really difficult to deal
아니니까.
with. There's not many answers.
벤
I think
지나갔습니다.
a decent solution is maybe
퓨리온
going
1픽
like
한
some
번 더.
center with Crimson Guard and you try to
니들
negate the
대처
damage.
못하잖아.
I don't even know
연기사로
what
한 번
Go back for
더.
it. I mean, at least if they're gonna do this, I
연기사
think I would prefer
이번에는
to see
동룡 고르고
the DK go
밀어볼 수
mid.
있을까요?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't like that. This to me is a carry hero
Carry, I
right
think.
now.
Okay, strategically, you don't pick this as a carry counter to NP, my opinion. You pick this to exploit when NP leaves the lane, but they didn't do that, right? This is not an off-lane response.
But do you also feel like the last game they did it to mirror the MP? Like wherever the MP is going, they want to send the DK there,
didn't,
but they
though.
changed their mind in the end.
Yeah. So like that's what I mean. Strategically, they might correct that, and I feel like that would be an okay thing to do because you're going on the same path of what makes sense. And I don't know if it's good or not, right? But it makes sense to me. It's like, oh, you have high armor, you kind of have the built-in bracers you talked about, and when
It
NP
raises the
leaves,
value of it.
I
for
mean, the
sure.
high armor thing is not exactly a thing anymore now. 'Cause in
이번엔
the beginning it's
마르시 벤.
different.
마르시가
still-
걸
it's
끌어왔나?
not most
Yeah,
heroes.
with double bracer, which most
그렇진 않은
anybody
것
playing against
같은데.
NP is gonna get. I think it is enough.
but I think you 100% have to go with the poison facet here and play for tempo. You can't go with the fire facet and just farm because at that point you might as well just play as carry.
But if you're playing as carry, I think the fire facet is like the go-to, right?
It's
Talking
fine.
about
I mean,
mid-
yeah, you
that's
have
the
to
thing.
be
Like, if DK is as good as we think it is, you can just put it as a carry, and I'm fine with this as well. But if it's an answer to the NP, it's not the fire facet. It's the poison facet. NP leaves, you take his tower. Now all of a sudden he gets punished for
광고밴,
going across the map.
노플밴
Let's turn
인첸
our eyes towards
훔쳐오고요.
what those second ban phases
살짝
were.
다르게 가보네요. 탈론.
Second ban
용기사는
phases.
틀리지 않았는데
Tango Marcy.
Sniper, yes,
다르게
Sniper getting through. So they think Marcy was initially from game
뺏어보겠다.
number 1, willing to give up the
괜찮긴
Sniper now,
합니다.
and the Morphling also making his way in there, which leaves the Viper through. So that's the
나무
differences
장량을
in
내
that
걸로
second phase
만든다면
between game 1 and game 2.
되나,
But
근데?
Enchantress still on the table to be picked up and taken away.
On Talon this time, that's the
Yep.
adjustment they
터스크는
made.
한 번 더 나왔고요.
And they're gonna go back for their Tusk here. It can be played on Whitemon and Soxa, so it's still available here.
And do you guys prefer the drinking buddies or taxi?
Not a Tusk player, not sure. It made a lot of sense against Ricky because you can just like.
As a
pull them
viewer,
out.
I like it.
Yeah, I feel like
With a
because I play the game, should I
되네요.
drinking buddies and usually
레벨
I
2레벨밖에 안
think when I look
되는구나.
at my carry is Lina.
혹시 안 되나 해서 눌러봤습니다.
That's my logic.
But isn't Drinking Buddy also good
근데
at range? So it gives them the
스나이퍼
buff, regardless if Tusk is next to them.
Yeah, but you don't need the attack speed on Lina, for example,
Yeah.
or Wind Ranger.
Either way, that is going to be Sox's hero, the sniper.
이거 스나 나오면
Give me
탈론 좀
insight
신경
on this
쓰일
one.
텐데요. 연기사 리드 보내기도
Lane winner,
그렇고
he's like a lash.
I have a 25%
스나가
win
서포실
rate with this hero
가능성도
over
있고
the last
캐리
6 months.
가능성도
No
있고
way.
미드
My most played
가능성도
hero.
있고
How many games?
Sniper, well, I go Conda 6 Rapier Rush.
Oh, maybe that's why you're losing as
That's
a
the
support.
build that I-
No, that couldn't possibly be it. That
Go
couldn't
for it.
possibly be the reason.
But one thing that I did notice looking at this hero on Dota 2 Pro
용기사를
Tour, is a
강제로
lot of
쫓아내는
players
느낌이죠.
are
오프 가라고.
spamming the Sniper pause 4 and considering this to be S tier. They have a 20% win rate with it. Like, a lot of people are losing with
Yeah,
Sniper.
but most of the games you watch, if you notice, they're winning the lanes. I think you pick him to win the lane, and later in the game, I feel like it goes well with the current team of the meta, where you need your supports to do damage. And Sniper as a position 4, after you secure the lane, yeah, you don't have any catch for your team, but you farm, you skill, and you help with the damage
Yeah,
department.
this goes back to our conversation about
Yes.
maybe it's winning.
Bad in pubs, but
Yeah.
really good for competitive.
Well, maybe
that's
it's winning
exactly
in
what I was going to say
scrims.
too.
All of this is very fruitful, and I enjoy the conversation. But Sox is one of the only people that actually has a positive win rate with it.
Right, that's what you're going to
He
say.
is
with it.
he is actually good at this Sniper pause 4.
This man has been
저희들은
cooking for
다
Sniper for many
4번으로
months,
보네요.
by the way.
Really wants people to play Sniper.
Yes. 'Cause
진짜
I remember all the way
따끔하기는
back,
하더라.
at the Dubai land, he was
2렙,
talking to one of the
3레벨
teams
타이밍에
playing in it,
한번
and
확
was like,
쏟아부으면은
"It's Sniper. That's the secret sauce. They
엄청
picked it out and
세기는
won.
해.
I think it was Liquid, wasn't it?
Pretty sure it was Liquid. I wasn't gonna name the
they-
team,
and
but
I-
I'm pretty sure it was Liquid.
I think it was because there was a lot of like coddle mid,
Yes.
which was just like kind of pushing the lane, so you could get away with the carry mids. There was like less track mid, which Sniper counters.
And I also feel like it
마르스.
kind of enables your support. Because back
용기사
then
미드
maybe it was,
느낌이
the
나네요,
meta shifting
이러면.
towards more emphasis is fighting in the runes. And
Yeah.
Sniper, I feel like when you put this style here where you have some AoE spell to fight around the ramps, it's very difficult for the enemy team to contest the rune. Like a Razor mid, you just cast the plasma field and you kind of secure the rune.
Yeah.
And Sniper does that for your supports.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, Thompson is one of the Sniper mid players that will actually take it mid. So
you
whenever
think there's a slight flex?
탈론
there's
뭐
That team.
there's a
This
slight
team
flex.
specifically.
Yeah, like I think
리코토가
when you see this, you're going
미드마르스
to
하기도 하고.
assume it's a Sniper 4 because this is the meta.
불사 좀
But
너무
with
한타에
Tundra, you always have
들이박는
to
것
look out.
같은데
Thompson's
이번에
going to look
오히려.
for any excuse to trick you and play a Sniper mid.
I think it's
인첸이
actually hilarious.
있으니까
Most people said this,
백도하는
what
거는
is the
막을 수 있는 게
fastest called on
맞는데
Sniper, the scatter shot or something. Most
너무
people are like, this is the
한타
most useless
집중형인
facet in
느낌이
the game.
있죠.
Then all
I mean,
of
you
a
think
sudden,
about the position 4 heroes, right? A lot of the heroes that have a good facet now, like Lash and Sniper, they kind of change their spells from long duration to short duration, but you get more damage.
Yeah.
And that works really well in the lane. So I felt like a lot of this facets
근데
just
여기서
made certain heroes have a very, very strong laning phase.
흑철마
And you
it's
can just
funny,
pick it.
it's still facets are still being discovered.
저거 너
This late,
우르사
I think the item meta changing helps a lot as well. Like
엄청
Sniper
껄끄러울
with
거라고
drums
보거든요.
and Solar feels really good.
물론
just in general.
퓨어라면은
Like you
이
do really well in
게임에서도
the early game,
루나가
you get
나올
these early
법하기는
items, and you start
한데 제발
snowballing
안
with the
했으면
early
좋겠고요.
items. When Scattershot was first added and it was the facets patch, it was not a group up as 5 like Pipe Greaves sort of auras meta. It was a like how well can you do in the mid game type meta. And when you're talking about the facet that falls off the fastest but has incredible early game didn't even matter back then. It was all about mid game.
Yeah, it was like the Jin Q Marcy's rushing BKB.
Yeah,
becoming
exactly.
A core, yeah.
You're just becoming a core.
Yeah.
The thing about Sniper that's always really annoying is he likes to sit on that backline. You know,
Like
there's
peeping.
normally there's normally other heroes that are willing to go in for yourself. Obviously, Tusk being
아예
one of the
세이브를
ones that already picked up for
하든지
themselves. You go, that man wants to initiate, wants to go
밀리캐리로
in. But then on the side of
찢어먹든지.
Talon, you then think, okay, how do we get into
오르사
that
나쁘지 않아
backline? How
보이긴
do we just
하는데.
take out this support that's going to be able to deal a lot of
오르사
damage?
쓰려면 필요한 게
And
보이지도.
I guess they thought their answers were the Mars Phoenix. Do you guys
오프가
vibe with it, or-
오라로 받쳐주는 거.
I mean, it's a good combo. You
언더로드
go Arena and you
괜찮겠네.
egg on top. People have done this.
It's a classic combo, and I
아
think
제발
more
안
than anything,
나왔으면
they're
했던
just
루나.
taking away a lot of the heroes that
이건 아닌
they
것
feel like were a
같은데.
problem that Tundra had. They took away the
루나.
Edge, they took away the Mars, they brought their own team fight to the equation with the Phoenix here. It's a well-rounded lineup here, whereas Tundra, they're kind of going for the same type of style.
루나는 한데
I
강점은
feel like the
없는
Phoenix
영웅이라
also provides you
요즘.
with the support matchup because you like to play Phoenix into.
마르스한테 센 것도 아니야.
So that is
용기사한테
also
센
a
것도
small
아니야.
advantage
파밍은
for
괜찮기는
your
한데
draft.
몸도
Do you like a
튼튼하고
little bit more
나름.
than for game
근데
one? Like you
그게
see a
달아서
clearer vision.
Yeah, it's much easier.
This is
obviously,
way
to
easier to
play.
execute.
지금
Yeah, I agree.
마르스
I think
용기사
for
잡을
Tundra,
수 있는 딜이
what they're
누구한테서
lacking
나와야
right now
될지
is-
모르겠네요.
it's some sort of AoE disable. Like Centaur would be good if it wasn't for the fact that they're playing against Mars and Mars Arena counters a Centaur. You drop it down, you can't. You know, you're running hasted speed within a tiny confined space. Really doesn't help that much. But some hero like that that's able to team fight. Some AoE circle.
Yeah, they
I was
need a
thinking
meat shield. They need a
Slaughter.
meat shield in front. They need
Slaughter
a
is good. Yeah, a meat shield that also has some sort of stun.
And if you want
in
someone to make
team fight.
circles and
술라다
auras,
나쁘지 않네.
Underlord
스나
could work.
슬라다로
Yeah, that sounds-
세이프
that sounds
박살내고
Underlord with Luna
시작하는
is
거.
very very strong combo
Yep.
together. Team fight. You stand in front. You protect her because Luna
근데
really needs someone to
스톤벤이면은
protect her.
용기사
in the team
K로
fight. It's
보네.
like a distraction. You can't. He's tanky, but you
가능하기는
can't
한데.
ignore him.
She's not tanky enough to survive by herself.
No.
She needs like someone else to keep
They
her
actually
alive.
banned the Kunkka.
Yeah, Kunkka is
call.
actually a
Kunkka.
good choice.
I think I
이번에는
thought Kunkka was
콩카벤
going to
맞는
be
것
really
같긴 해요.
busted when they added
럼버프.
the built-in rum innate. But once again, this is another one of those ones where you look at
그러면
all of these top players spamming it.
언더로드
They
정도?
try it for 8 games, they lose 7 of them, and then they stop spamming it. I saw
Put it
Collapse.
on the bench,
Yeah,
and they're like,
Collapse
never
couldn't
again.
make it work. So it's like if Collapse is spamming something, this guy's like climbing an MMR, and this is the one hero he's losing with. I figured it's
I mean, the water park just isn't the same anymore.
it's not the same, dude. You get cannons now, which are
Cannonballs.
awesome but terrible.
They're not terrible. It's just definitely worse than the old one.
yeah.
Torrent Storm, rest in.
But I like the idea. Like this would fit the type of hero they need perfectly. Something that has a little bit of team fight, a little bit of disable, and a meat shield to go in front.
펜타벤.
Oh, they even banned the Centaur despite having the Mars. I mean, I think it's great. Other than into the Mars.
I feel like the Underlord is a pretty good option here.
그러니까
It'll make the
언더로드가
DK.
제일 무난해
It's very
보이죠.
good with sniper. Like your spells. with
상대를
very sharp.
레인에서부터
You
좀
have like
때려
double
죽이고 시작하고
teleportation
싶으면
as well with
슬라나인데
the gate plus MP.
무난하게
That's kind of what
중후반
their
몰고
lineup's
가면
all about.
언더로드가 제일 나을 것
Getting around
같기는
the
해.
map here.
Oh, they're gonna take out Underlord for sure. I was gonna say the only issue is you're getting counterpicked, but that's why they banned out the monkey. Never mind. What on earth?
이렇게
Offlane elk.
Could be mid elk too.
I mean, still that hero. If they do
탑선도
run it
하고
off,
싹사도
gets countered by
하고
monkey, like,
람제스도 하고
carry demolishes
countered
any
mid
melee
too.
hero.
퓨어도 하고
I
나름.
mean,
I feel like that's the lane though. Elk plus sniper.
루나, 스나, 퓨리온 이
It
셋이
doesn't have to be,
포지션을
but
좀
it
돌릴
could.
수 있다 보니까
It's a pretty strong lane.
Yeah, I mean,
I like the shot.
I think for sure, you're not more I think
아니면
about
용기사
it, this NP
K로
has to
그냥
go mid,
확신을
'cause
하고
no one in the
근데
right
몽키
mind is
밴을
gonna
했으니까
play
아예
NP
확신은
offlane
아닌가?
into Enchantress.
용기사 K로
You're
확신을
just gonna give him
하고
a free treat.
Yeah,
아이캔을
you
같이
don't
파밍을
feel
시킬
what-
생각인
And then
건가?
it's just not good, right?
그것도
So
가능하기는
it's
해요.
offlane alchemist for sure here. I don't think offlane Luna is a thing. I mean, she did
So-
get improved. I'm actually a big Luna fan ever since they made the
You
changes.
are, sorry?
Yeah,
Okay,
this hero, like I was not a fan where you just max your W and E and just go AFK for 20 minutes. But they changed it so now you can max beam
용기사
if you want to, get your ulti at 6, and
미든지
you can
한번 더
participate
내요.
in the fight.
용기사
It makes
미드.
this hero a lot faster. But yeah, they're
오프
gonna do the
알케가
offlane alchemist here.
맞고요. 미드
'cause I don't think you can
이번에도
do NP offlane.
퓨리온입니다.
I'm not sure how good this lane is, but you can stack with sniper like crazy if you want to. Alk can get farmed. I don't know if there's a particularly good Ags here to give away, so I'm very
Tusk.
curious to see. I don't think he's gonna go that route. I think he's just gonna build for the team and just get auras even potentially. Maybe he'll go Radiance and be another carry, but that seems a little greedy.
How do you guys feel about the last pick, Akashi Windrunner?
I mean, it's a good laner into the elk.
Against Alk.
Elk sniper. I think it's a
Sniper.
pretty strong. You need a pretty strong like position 1 carry when you have Phoenix pos. Oh no, it's actually Enchantress pos 5.
I'm also curious what facet he's gonna go. I feel like this is one of the most
He's gonna get
contentious
the
facets out there in the game right now.
everyone
That
is
both,
getting one. No.
both have Pros
what's
and
your?
cons.
I want to hear his prediction. What facet do you mean on Windrunner, right?
The Whirlwind. I already looked it up. Everyone's getting Whirlwind.
They are, yeah.
Every.
He's getting
single
whirlwind.
person.
I can see.
But what if
You're not
there's?
supposed to look like that.
But what if there's a? Okay, well you already looked, so that's cheating. But he could change it last second.
Yeah.
To be
could.
fair,
Should we look? Should we wait?
because Focus Fire, I feel like against Luna is pretty good.
Okay. So then what's the benefit to going Whirlwind, which I believe...
I guess
is not
to
locked
me, like with Mars, it gives you team fight.
Yeah, drop arena.
Yeah,
when-
run in there and
drop
you just-
arena,
That
and you
sounds
just get
pretty
a
good.
bunch of AOE damage here. Because that's the downside of going for focus fire is, if you don't kill that hero, you're kind of useless.
Yeah,
Right?
if you go on the wrong target, you're
And a
done.
lot of people, sometimes you're forced to just use it on a support because they're there. 'Cause you just have to get it out there.
Okay.
But now you don't feel as bad if you use it on a support because it does spread damage.
And whirlwind farms.
And yeah,
It
I
does,
think
it does.
I think more than anything, Wind Ranger right now is never a bad pick just because Gleipnir really strong. Universal hero.
Universal, yeah.
Like,
I mean, you can
it's
shift into
good.
a couple of roles too.
Yeah.
But look, I'm interested to see how the team fights are going to be executed. You got the egg, you got the Mars Arena, now you have the
또 루나가
Whirlwind. It feels like
부서지지
a lot of
않을까?
AoE coming out
느낌은
from
그런데.
Talon. Is that enough to push them over the edge? We'll see exactly.
뭐가
As it is
지나갔네요.
game number 2 with our casters, MLP and John.
We are getting into game 2 here between Talon and, of course, Tundra Esports. Jonathan,
gonna wait
two
to
brand
go
new
up until the
drafts.
first.
What are you thinking? Do you feel like Talon has enough here to force game number 2 win, or do you feel like Tundra are walking away with a 2-0 victory?
I mean, I like what Tundra's cooked up. I think I did agree with a lot of the ideas her panel had. I think the Underlord pickup might have worked out a little bit better here, especially if you're playing into the Wind Ranger, or it would have taken away this Wind Ranger option for sure for Talon to even consider. Considering the atrophy with the focus fire or the whirlwind damage reduction makes it pretty awful to play into. But I like what they're cooking on Tundra again. You know, they pick up the scatter shot sniper. You and I were having conversations about scatter shot before. You told me, John, it's trash. John, please don't stop suggesting that, John. Here it comes. You know,
Are you happy?
I am happy.
You happy you got that out, Jonathan? You're satisfied?
I am very
It
sad.
only took you like a year for this to be. It only took about.
Hey, 6 months or so, okay? Give me some credit. 6 months, 6 months.
You're a fortune teller, Jonathan. You're a good man. I can see it. You got that psychic ability.
살짝
Here we go. First blood maybe to happen here, as we could have a fight. Smoke around from Whitemon. He might
알크랑
just find
같이 가요.
Ponyo here with his
화이트몬
pants down.
묶어놨고요.
Ponyo gets sharded
First
up, and it
time.
looks like he is just as good as dead.
진짜 오래 버팁니다. 스로 살짝 추가는 했는데 오히려 위면슬로
They are still trying for
스나버프네.
Ponyo, and they do find him. Pure. He'll
Pure
be the one to
first blood.
secure first blood on the Luna. Probably the best start you could have asked for here for Tundra.
Is Akashi?
Also
달콤한데요.
caught Ramses with another unstable
키를 좀
concoction.
너무 많이 빼고 시작하는 것
Remove
같습니다.
half the
윈너.
HP of Akashi to start off this laning stage, and oh boy, Tundra with the aggression already.
That's what we need to see coming out here for Tundra. All their lanes are set up for nice,
알케가 계속
easy
스턴 던져
aggression.
때문에 좀 많이
Maybe
불편하긴
except the mid,
하겠다.
you've got Mikado on the DK up against Hobson on the NP once more. This is, again, a very relatively stable lane. You're gonna be farming here,
루나의
Mikado,
구린이
you're gonna be farming
문제인데
Hobson. Neither side's really gonna care
알카로
too much.
하고
You at
해도
least have that
알까지
extra piece
다가가야
of play
되고
for
팔이
Thompson if
짧아서
he does manage to get the teleportation
아레나도
out
문제고
early
용비사도
on, so
문제고
that is
방어력도
something
문제고
to look out for.
윈드런도
Voice line out
문제고
from Pure. I was wondering where those voice lines were. It's been very
문제가 좀 너무
quiet in
많아요.
game one. Good to see they're still
It was
popping out.
very quiet.
닌텐도 언터처블
Don't get
문제죠.
confident, Jonathan. No one's playing your voice lines. Nobody.
Yeah.
All right? Don't. I know what you want. I know you're trying to sell, Jonathan. It's not happening. We're at TI, goddammit. Get it together.
I talked to Whitemon. He says we're not friends. I talked to Akashi. They say that we're not friends. You know, what can you do, Mike? What can you do?
픽은 그래요.
I'm not friends
픽은
with him.
확실하게 탈론
Still,
쪽에
we're
유리한
friends
게
with this game.
맞고
As we're taking a look at the top lane now.
근데
With
전판에서
Pure on
운영
that
너무
Luna.
휘둘린 거
Yes, we are. It's a love-hate
생각하면은
relationship sometimes.
어쨌든 루나가 강한 타이밍이 분명 오긴 올 거거든요. 불킹을 이번에도 완전히 무시를 하지 않는 이상 이번엔 가겠지. 불킹 켜고 아레나 안에서 지나가고 한타를 하면은 잠깐 루나 타임이 있기는 있는데 결과적으로 한타를 딜을 넣으려면은 전판보다 더 심하게 루나만 딜이 있어서
Shard was there, but the
뭐
follow-up was not.
퓨리온이 루나보다
No curse,
딜을 더
Jonathan.
많이
Well
넣을
done.
것도
You've
아니고
done it. Because bottom lane, Akashi and Ponyo, they'll be up
알케가
against Lux and Ramses. It seems like already a very good laning stage for
글쎄요,
Ramses. He
알케는
has secured
불가능한 게
10
아니긴
CS.
한데 그렇게 잘 클 수
Ponyo will try
있을까요?
to force him out of the ench, but he
그냥
had to go
보여주면
level 1
안 되는데.
nature's attendance. Now he has the enchant up, so he can do a little bit more. But this laning stage down this
스나야
bottom lane
뭐
for Thunder
스나고
does seem very
터스크도
strong.
터스크고
Like maybe now
서포트들이
the Harpy Stormcrafter
미리
could be a little
만들어줄
bit
수 있는
annoying
게
for
좀
Tundra,
없다
but
보니까
with Saksa and Ramses on an Alk Sniper, it could be a very hard
발론
lane
쪽이
to
조금 더
defend.
유리해 보이긴 합니다.
Yeah, it's not going to be nice and simple. I mean, Akashi can always try to wind run away when they do fully commit with a stun, but you're not dodging out the shrapnel damage. This scatter shot facet is just, it's a lot of damage, you know? And I
근데
love seeing
경기
it come into
1경기
play
시작하기
here.
전에는
TI,
싹사랑
road to
탑순이랑
international,
섞인 게
finally seeing this in play.
몇 개 없어가지고
It just allows
뱀피에
you to
그렇게 도움
really
안 될
zone out
거라고
these heroes
그랬었는데
quite hard. It's
신화도
giving this
쓰고 뭐
melee
별의별
matchup
거다
against
쓰네요,
dual
지금.
range. A lot of play for Ramses, no care in the world.
충분히
He knows the
헷갈리게
sniper
하고
can always
있죠.
cover up top, getting a little bit aggressive here.
Jokam almost goes down, but they didn't quite have enough damage.
히카루스 데뷔 알렉스 앨범을
Bottom
해놨고
lane looks like there was a bit of a chase onto
괜찮아
Ponyo, but they
보여요.
won't
오히려
quite be able to
싹사가
secure
블러드
us. Now
베네드 맞고
Saksa
사망.
in danger, and Saksa, he'll be the one to go down as Akashi picks up his first kill on the win range. It's a classic ench bait, right? You chase the Enchantress expecting an easy kill, and you end up giving one away instead.
That's a nice little boon for Akashi. Again, in not really a slower lane, but a lane where he's not really finding as much, say, aggressive play.
히카루스 다이브 각되는데 안 되죠.
Percent
퍼센트빔 기다렸어요 일부러 쓰면 바로 끊으려고
So but if the safe lane's having a pretty
잡을
decent
비례니까 그냥
time
써서
here,
잤습니다.
finding these pickoffs on the supports, not as much as you'd want to get
근데
out
3렙
from
조심해야 돼요.
Ramses and WS,
팔로는.
but Pure and Akashi off to a
잘못하면
decent enough
타죽어요.
start.
한
At
번에.
very least to set that tempo here. Really curious to see how much more Thompson can get done. This lane on mid has been a lot slower for him in comparison to last game.
3렙 타 죽어요.
To 23 to 8. Ponyo?
네, 타 죽었어요 그냥.
Let's go down. They will get a bit of
알케가
revenge
아무것도
from
안
Ponyo.
했는데
Akashi unable to help out as he was stunned up by Ramses.
아프네 두 방에.
You were saying though that the mid lane does certainly seem a hell of a lot slower here for Thompson this time around, but in fairness, he is up against DK, which is kind of the king of just slowing down your CS. Top lane. WS in danger, chases on and Pure does secure. Now they'll go for Jokam as well. Jokam
다이브도
will
없어요.
have to walk the old-fashioned way, but Pure and Waimon both just slowly chasing him down. Eventually
근데
we'll
오히려
find him.
퓨어 잡을-
Pure has to be a little bit careful
네,
though.
퓨어가
And he does
경험치 먹고
actually
갔습니다.
die, but
그럼
he
문제
secures
없죠.
the double kill before he does. So I suppose you can probably
웨이브도
just call
밀려
that
들어오는
worth it.
웨이브고.
That's not too bad. You don't give the EXP away to Jokam. As a Phoenix, you really want to rush into that 6 or even just your level 5. And you don't get that free EXP. Taking that take
타요, 또
last,
타요.
unfortunately, there. Getting a bit of a free chase onto Ponyo
하나
as well.
훔-
He's trying to scout
훔쳐가죠.
out these camps, but not going to be able to get that
택하지
full
말라고.
committal onto the Ench. Still, 2 to 5 star Tundra this time coming out of the laning phase in pretty strong fashion.
I was oohing there, John, because Ponyo did
알케가
accidentally
파밍이
throw a blood
생각보다
grenade
잘
instead
되고
of
있어.
dropping an ult. I do believe. Will be
It
just
happens.
fine though. It does happen. We all misclick once in a while. Ponyo being chased down for a little bit by Sarks and Ramses.
선
In fact, the
맞으면
unstable
죽어요.
concoction is going to be channeled. Can they get within
아,
range?
근데
Ramses,
시야
oh,
타이밍
he
안
was
좋았습니다.
almost there. He was like a centimeter away.
싹사
Just
오히려
not quite. So
쫓기죠.
now Sarks are being chased down here by Ponyo. He'll try for the TV play out,
되게
and he
좋네요.
will not make it. Ponyo is able to secure, but now Akashi
요정
even
굴것을
chasing
먹어서
down Ramses,
했을까?
but
Thompson?
doesn't really have the damage.
미드
Meanwhile,
한 번
mid
더
lane,
꺼내주고요.
chase for
탑댐.
Thompson. He's going to be just fine.
Did force out Whitemon to make that way onto mid as well to secure the rune. And he is forced to take the amp damage from
경기사가
himself.
불용이라
Thompson not going to be able to get too
푸시는
much
잘 안
out.
됩니다.
Or at least get the TP
한타는
reset and
괜찮을 건데
teleportation back
파밍이랑.
in. We haven't seen that much side lane movement this time around. Probably not to be expected until you get a little bit more. Doesn't feel like the side lanes have opened up. I was expecting maybe some movements down bot. Play with a shrapnel there. Still focusing onto that mid. But you've got Ponyo to help support this push. Mikado
다
is getting
불러오죠.
a steady shove in onto the tier 2 here. And at the very least not contested by Tundra
좀
all too
어거지로
hard
밉니다.
on that front.
전판처럼 휘둘리는 거를 방지하려는 건 알겠는데 휘둘릴 조합은 아닌 것 같거든요.
About that,
전판에
John, mid
비하면.
lane. Looks like there is a fight breaking out right
Ponyo,
now.
이거 힐 성향이에요.
could be in a bit of danger.
충분히 살 것
Snowball will land,
같습니다.
and Ponyo still alive for now. The sprout
계속
will be there.
돼요.
They're locking down a little bit longer as Whitemon. Going for a run, keeping the vision up.
근데
The heals are
퓨어
too much,
갑자기.
though.
어?
Pure. Gonna
네,
move in
네,
with the Eclipse now.
네,
Lost
네.
vision? No, he hasn't. He'll find it.
아슬아슬했어요.
It's alright. He'll secure the kill. Oh,
못
Very
잡을 뻔.
worthwhile. I mean, you're probably not looking for a wider team fight here for Pure early on, so you might as well get pick off.
나
Get
4레벨.
back to farm.
어우
They
재미
isolate
따끔한 거
Akashi
봐요.
out here as well.
They
녹아요
certainly have
녹아요.
Akashi. He's a big target and they've got him.
아 이렇게 킬.
Ramses and Sarks are able to get the
5레벨도
job
아니고
done.
4레벨인데.
The wind run was on cooldown and that's just going to make life even easier for Ramses now, who has a completely free lane.
알켓으나
Already
준비된
top net worth
조합인가요?
board on the Alchemist, and it does certainly
확실히
start to feel like this is going to be a pretty strong
언더로드보다는
offlane
셋업이 더
Alchemist game.
편하기는 해요.
And it is. Getting that ramp up into more than likely just a standard Radiance build up. The miss chance is going to hurt the Wind Ranger even more. I'm a little bit surprised Akashi even tried to move a little bit forward with a Whirlwind. He didn't have his Javelin up at that point. There's no real output here for the Wind Ranger to threaten until at least the Javelin timing. And a little bit optimistic to try to look for the cleanup while all of that attention was dragged onto mid, even in a 1v1. I have to see if they can maybe get some movement across the gate. They will get Akashi and Ponyo for the same movement up top.
는 이미 많이
This
빠졌죠.
time around, though, Tundra's not camping around until
알았어,
he jumped.
6레벨 찍었으니까
They're
한번
playing it safer,
몰려와 봤는데
understanding what Talon's done in the last game.
오히려 툰드라는 미드로 가서 압박 들어갑니다. 발견했어에게다가 길 막았고요. 그리고 또 그래서 빠져나갈 수 있죠.
But Whitemon can't quite lock him down long enough. In fact, WS is here now,
아레나
looking for the
안서도 잡을
tusk.
것 같기는
They've
하네요.
still got help around here from Tundra, but they may just allow Whitemon to die, as they are unwilling to risk the rest of their lives. So Whitemon will be the sacrifice, but in the
이게
meantime, they got the
TP도
mid-tier
그렇고 다
1 tower.
불러온 거라
The double graded treants, it's just
루나
so much.
웨이브 정리합니다. 파밍
Lane
마무리했고요.
pure. He will end up dying though. Akashi able to secure a kill for himself, so a pretty nice one there, along with the tier 1 tower.
이 킬은 나쁘지 않네. 터스크는 잡아도 약간 끌려다니는 느낌이었는데 루나 킬은 꽤 괜찮은 것 같습니다.
이
윌런이 시간이 좀 많이 필요하기 때문에 루나 타임 최소한으로 억제를 하려면 말씀하가지고 5레벨
The Ench army is here. That'll get the job done.
Shards on
녹여낼
Ponyo.
수 있나요?
Here come the drinking buddies
네,
as well, so
충분하네요.
Thompson can get right to work, and of course Ponyo will
3레벨
just drop
샤프네.
very quickly. Nice pick up here from Tundra. Probably not so happy that they lost their mid-tier 1 tower, but there's not really much they could have done about it in fairness. They will at least secure something for their trouble, as they are also going to pop a smoke here with Whitemon and Sarkson.
알케가
Heading
자연스럽게
down
수입
towards the
1등이기는
south, we'll see
한데
if they can find
무슨 빌드
Akashi down
갈까?
at the bottom lane.
솔라 빌드를 갈 게임은 아닌 것
Akashi is still
같고
hanging around.
대거스턴을 하기에는
Power
아무리
shot going
딜이 아직
right through Ramses. The
없고요.
raindrops actually
라디?
saves the life of Ramses on top. Unstable concoction being channeled. Akashi, wind running at the right moment, will be able to survive though. Here comes Thompson looking for some vision, unable to find it.
빠져나가네요. 근데 뭐 발견했더라도 당장 먹을 수
Nice little
있는
readout from
스킬이 없어서
Akashi. Full commitment out from Tundra. We'll at least find that tier 1 bot in exchange. They're pushing power again. With a Luna on hand, with an NP, is pretty damn strong. Just a lot of just right-click damage to each of these early objectives. Get that done with no contest. Instantly TPing back into their mid and top. Get that farm flowing. Talon, not at the point where you feel the comfiest in team fights. You do have Arena ready. Egg not quite there yet from
페일이
Jocam.
계속 앞서.
But you don't have easy initiation angles yet. You still need that blink up on WS. You've got an initial item coming out
발론이
here for
싸우기만
that
사전
is his
동작이
point
너무
ready to
길다고
go.
해야 되나?
So you could maybe play off of this DK. See if they will want to
모이고
play more
대기하고
aggressive.
찾는
If you
데까지.
rush blink on DK, you're not going to be farming
자르기는
around, even
자르는데
with Fire Dragon form. So you will want to get a kill, and there's that smoke. A kill onto Pure would be massive. This Luna has not had the best of time post laning phase. Even the laning phase
용기사
was a little
손대고
bit slow
갑니다,
for Pure in
이번엔.
terms of net worth here.
Still pumping around. Smoke is still up. They're still running towards the north.
이전은 없는데 보였어요.
Pure.
루나
That's underneath
나름
vision for a
빗다고
moment. They will
리퀴한
jump in with the
스피어
stun.
아레나.
Arena down to boot. The spear will land very nicely.
툰드라 아무도 안
Pure.
오네요.
Well, he's trying to fight through
옆에
it, but there's just
살아있긴
no help
한데
incoming.
아무도 도와주지 않으면
He's
근데
actually a
잡힐
pretty
수밖에
tanky
없고.
carry, but it is not going to be enough. Talon able to secure a very important kill.
근데 루나가 지금 캐리가 아니라는 사실.
Luna has been sacrificed a little bit. Laning phase, yeah, they maybe find that kill on Jocam. Overall,
미드
yes,
푸시도
still
도우러
gets control
다니고
on Mars.
갱킹도 다니고
Not the furthest range
갱킹도
match, but more
받아주고
to feel
오히려.
uncomfy in. He is sacrificing a lot of his farm for Ramses and Thompson to scale up as well.
람제스가 다
But this
먹었어
Luna's
지금
impact's
스택
not gonna be
만들고
felt for a
그랬던
little
거.
bit longer, and Talon's just poking at that wound. This is still giving that space they're looking for in Tundra, though. Again, Ramses just lacking the Sacred Relic already has the gold.
라디 나왔습니다.
Radiance already up and running. Farming pace is going to kick in.
12분
Miss chance
오프할
could save them
캐라디.
from these two physical cores they have here as they jump Joe Cam.
again.
스노볼.
Thompson
이거
finding Joe Cam underneath
알
the wards. Shards
맞아.
are going to land, of course, from Whitemon. That'll force out the
고민했는데
echo. Now, do they
아
have
이거
enough?
고민 너무 늦었네요.
Thompson, he gets caught out. The power shot, it's going to get the job done. In fact,
이게 갑자기
he'll
여기서
also
연기사가.
follow. They'll try for a run, but now Whitemon's also been caught.
2대1 교환.
Whitemon will drop. They found
나를
a shackle
뺐다면
on
뺀 거기는
Saksa.
한데.
That'll be a fourth target. Can they find the fifth? It is Pure, and they know he's there. They just need the blink up and they've got it.
이렇게 하나씩
Makoto
하나씩
will
더
land the stun.
잘리면은 의미가
Pure
없죠.
trying to just run
알케
underneath the
등장.
T2 tower. Here comes Ramses to help
오,
out.
따끔은
But
했어요.
Pure is certainly
하지만
going to
모자라
fall
보입니다.
as Ramses now.
야, 람제스 이거 괜히 어슬렁거리다가 다 져줘 또.
My goodness, what a team fight to come out.
팀들이
And that should have been a
창피할까봐
really easy pick-off.
이거를
onto Joe
굳이
Cam, but that
람제스까지
end last second. And the decision from Thompson to turn around to try and burst it down.
5대1
It just
교환.
cost them so much. Now Akashi. Bottom lane.
앞선
Focus fire
물렸어요.
popped. Thompson, he's going to go for the fight. Akashi
묶어놓고
pretty calm.
근데 이게
Shot out
와
the window,
이겼어요.
Thompson
필린드라
was
이겼어요.
mad up and secured the kill, but now Makoto's here. Makoto will trade, but it's still a very good trade for Thompson.
Yeah, not too bad. Get that big kill on the Wind Ranger, slow
마일도
down that
있고,
tempo as it's
윈드
coming
런도
through, stall
끝났고,
out that
레벨이
timing.
딸려서.
Blink near here. I think we're also starting to see some of these shortcomings here for Tundra in this sniper pickup. Saksa, yes, his damage is great with shrapnel in the laning phase, and the panel touched on this. The damage is insane. It doesn't feel like they managed to get as much as they'd want from that lane with Ramses in terms of slowing down Akashi. And now when the sniper's caught out, it's just dead. He has the Pavis to try to save himself. No shard just yet. That could be another tool, maybe a 4-staff rush. But the damage output's not feeling amazing with a shrapnel. I mean, we saw Mikado just stand under a full shrapnel, no issues. So we're starting to lose a little bit of that luster here. Although
네.
Banyo,
공 쓰네요.
Ponyo
그냥
trying to get the
때려주기엔 좀
D-wards
모자랄
off,
것
but does end
같았는데
up sacrificing his life. Not really
이제
expecting
클립스.
Whitemon and Pure to be right around the corner. And they still have the vision there. It has not been de-warded or
알게
denied
다음
by
파이프.
Tundra, so I suppose you can always go
빌드가
back for it.
조금
Pure's going to
요상하기는
run into
한데
WS here top lane. WS
이해는
actually
가는
trying to go
빌드인
for
것
the fight.
같아요.
Does
아레나
have a ult separate,
먼저
but
시간
drops the
최대한
arena
끕니다.
first.
스턴도
Pure happily just standing
기다렸다가
his ground for
반대편으로.
now.
근데 스턴이 안
WS will
닿네요. 여기다가 뭐
eventually
수는
throw a
없으니까
spear
아무나
out, but it
그냥
doesn't really stun
스노볼
him up. So they have the
세이브
DK.
살짝
Now the
해보려고
egg dropped on top
했는데
still. The Luna is perfectly
이게
fine as
바깥으로
Whitemon is
벗어났습니다.
just trying to giga chat it up. Pure though in
하지만
danger once
마무리는
again.
됐고요.
Does finally go down as now
이거
Whitemon trying to
싸워서
back
이길
off,
수
but here
있나요,
comes the
툰드라? 아닌 것
cavalry.
같은데요. 서포
Saksa
지금 다
though
넣었어요,
and
벌써.
Whitemon both burning to Joe Cam.
알케가 오라빌드를 타는 것도 있어서
Thompson dropping low. Thompson is gone. Ramsey's on top. Trying to run away.
한
But it's
번
going to be
더.
another team wipe for Talon. Oh
툰드라
my.
뭔가요?
I'll tell you what, John, game 2, the boys woke up. They're here now.
that they are. I mean, we saw this kind of pacing from Talon in Game 1 as well. They're mid-game, they're finding some openings, they're finding some isolation play. This time around for Tundra, I think their big issue with this kind of draft is their team fight is not there, right? Like, they last picked this Ramses offlane Alchemist.
툰드라가 스킬이 아무것도 없기는 한데 딱 레인만 센스나 서폿이라든지
pick up on Thompson, which he does have.
게임
Beyond that,
뒤흔들기에는 인첸이 있어서
like teamfight control
어렵고
there. They
퓨리온이
just lack control in general. You're reliant on Sprout, you're reliant
결과적으로는
on isolation with shards and snowball, and that's really it for your control. You have really good damage if you can hold people
탈론이
in
뒤로
shrapnel,
갈수록
but you
유리한
don't
게
have a
맞아요.
stable way of getting
루나
that done.
타임
You don't
얘기를
have a great
했었는데
egg clearer either.
루나가
Because
알케를
the Luna
K로
is very
보내고
close range again, even
본인이
with the
희생을 하는
fragments,
바람에
doesn't stand the furthest way back
루나가
to be
이제
safe.
와서 꾸준히
And it just
커도
puts you at massive risk. Talon, 17
아레나가
4K
있는데 뭘
up,
할 수
looking
있을까요?
good at
안 될 것
16 minutes
같습니다.
into the game, starting to hit that tempo spike early on.
Well, this ward's doing a lot of work here. John
아레나
Thompson being
톱슨 또
slowed up by
물렸어요.
WS. We'll go for the fight. He's stuck in the
이번엔
arena
교환이
anyway,
아니라
so he's got really no
흔들렸습니다.
choice in the matter. And Thompson, he will drop once again. And that observer ward, just towards the north of
결국
that
탈론의
T2 top
밴딕
tower.
판단이
It's doing
옳았나요?
some great work here for Talon.
퓨리온 주고 용기사 뽑은 게 문제가 아니라 리키가
Not the most
구렸던 거다.
obvious spot either, and they've not been able to send their supports over after that fight up top earlier. We saw how fast the
어,
backline
위에
bounce is
박아놓은
as well,
와드가.
and how much poke damage the side of Talon has, and they're going to be able to find us tier 2. First tier 2 of the
따끔하긴
game
하네요.
going their way. up against an NP, that's a pretty big loss
Hero
for Tundra.
데미지.
You'd expect a little bit more from Thompson to try to again just
나름
split push, but
탑순이
he's still
제일 많이
looking for these
치긴 했네요.
fights. He's been angling
저게
in,
레인에서 용기샷을
as
친
we've seen in game one this time
건지는
around.
좀 불확실하긴 한데
Not panning out the same way. I think Talon's done a great job in correcting their draft. This draft it does feel a lot more playable as well. You hit some spikes now. Akashi does have the Blake near.
Maybe he's going to land on Ramses, but he'll be able to just kind of dispel that off and run.
람제스가 아예 캐리 빌드를 탔으면 좋았을 것도 같은데 애매하게 라디
Seems
후에
to Talon they still want
파이프라
to try and force a fight once again. They are heading towards the side of Tundra down that bottom right
부분이
corner
좀
of the map.
한타스펠은 무자른 거는 커버를 칠 수가 없는데 딜은 커버 칠 수 있잖아요 알케로.
Ponyo
근데
happy to
커버를
just
안
tank for the
치는 것
team.
같아서
It seems as though Talon have made the decision to just retreat. The Tundra in a very defensive position, not giving it away any openings here to Talon. And they're going to go for a smoke up. Saksa and Whitemon, they'll be the ones to try and rotate into that Radiant jungle once again. Invis picked up by Whitemon will make that a little bit easier, but Joe Camp will just Icarus dive away. Looks like they have found out Ramses, Arena and Spear.
글쎄요 파이프만으로 공 켤 수 있나요? 선 살짝 던져놓고 공 켰습니다. 이거 스펠 다 뺐거든요 오히려. 이걸 사네요. 근데 물론 게임이 마무리가 잘 될지 아예 근데 너무 잘 깔렸습니다. 스키어 너무 잘 들어갔고요. 또 다 녹았네요.
Look at the damage. He's finally down. Ramses, it's him against the world, and he just ends up just destroying
그나마 스나는
himself.
살아서
It was
5명 다
looking
죽지는
so good for
않았는데
Tundra, but Akashi comes in. It just, the arrows were everywhere, John. Everyone copped it.
루나가 낄 상황이 아니죠. 많다도 안 나왔어요. 브레이킹이도 브레이킹인데 그냥 지금 이클립스 이외에는 딜이 없어서 지금 왜 옵저버가 데스서머리 안 나온다고 꾹꾹 누르고 있나요? 아무튼
Right, like they're playing under vision. They managed to get the jump first on that smoke play onto
알케만
Ramses.
집중을
Nailed the arena
했었는데
combination. Have again these two tanky frontliners.
그냥
pop a
딜이
lot of the
없었습니다.
spells. And Joe Camp somehow manages to slip away while Ponyo provides the
ponyo도
distraction on
살아버렸고요.
side, giving Akashi the room to just whirlwind in.
알도 위치 너무
It's just
좋죠.
ruinous for the side of Tundra. They need these auras to be up on Ramses.
That is a stupid amount of damage being pumped out from Akashi. It was just looking like such a lost team fight for Talon, but boy oh boy, just one hero shows up and everything changes immediately. But now Tundra, not to be outdone, they'll start to try and reclaim their side of the map. WS and Ponyo, they'll happily retreat. Thing is now the net worth sitting at 9k the way of Talon. Makes it very hard for Tundra, especially with a
아니요
draft like
캐리
this where you want to be playing from in
루나인데
front.
알케를 K로 키웠어요.
They'll TP everyone down towards the bottom
파밍
side of the map
포지셔닝을.
with they'll try for the torment
루나가
here on the
갱을 좀
side,
많이
and they will
얻어맞았습니다.
secure here for Saksa. But in the meantime, of course, Talon will just
근데
take the
정작
bottom tier 1 tower for
알케가
free.
라디 이후에 파이프라
There's just so much catching up to do now.
약간
for the side of
이도저도 아니게
Tundra, but they're
되어가는
just gonna
느낌
sit back and
점점.
relax for quite a while.
어차피 루나가 이
Especially
게임
for pure
캐리하기
sake, 'cause that
어려운
man is
게임이
quite
맞아서
behind when it comes to the net worth of the
알케가 아예 K로 도는 게 맞는 것
Again, you're
같은데
playing with an NP and an Alchemist. Both of these heroes will just soak up that farm a lot faster than this Luna does. And I don't know if that investment's really paying off. I do appreciate that Ramses is going for the aura coverage that they are lacking on Tundra. He's got the pipe, he's going Crimson Guard. That's going to really stall out Akashi's damage output here at the very least. But it still doesn't fix their fundamental control issue. Even if you survive the initial
애매해서 안
onslaught,
들어갔죠.
I'm not sure how you
아이스카드
deal with
다
Arena
왔어요.
Egg
미코도 일단
overall.
묶인
Not
거
sure if you have
포셉을
enough to burst
한번.
Makata.
I think Makoto's baiting here.
근데
His team's
갑자기
right
물서도
behind with a big
나타나죠.
smoke out
아레나
top, and he's one of the front
스피어는
lines
아직
attack now. A
아꼈고
big arena from
알까라면
WS
이거
catching
단체로 그냥
free.
죽어야 돼요.
Snowball will save for now, but the egg just going, and now the whirlwind out from
그냥
Akashi,
조합이
destroying everyone.
터져버렸습니다.
caught. He'll try for the Sprout TP play out, but there's just no
루나만
chance in
아니기를
hell.
바랬는데 루나가
Talon
나와서
finding another 3 targets. And they're feeling confident now
운사
as they go
저거는
through the bottom tier 2 tower.
라이프 스틸러
Well, they
얘기를
might even
전
go
하고
to the tier 3
있었는데
tower.
루나만 하지
Why the hell
말아라.
not?
루나가 나와서 지금 의미가 없죠
They've
아무것도.
got that pushing pace with Makoto around. Not much Ramses and Pure can really do to stop this. And they've got the clips up, but again, how do you take these team fights, Ramses?
They've even found another Akashi. Had the Spidey senses tingling.
이렇게 녹았습니다.
Ramsey's still trying to fight this one out. He was kind of just left alone there, but Akashi.
네, 아카시
hand the tip over
팁.
now. A bit of
전판에
sweet,
당한
sweet
팁들
revenge as
돌려주고 있네요.
Ramses just would not back off. And now the bottom racks. is certainly set to go down.
게다가 루나 또 몰렸어요. 탑선이 등장은 하는데 글쎄요 의미가 있을까요? 전혀 없어 보이죠.
Annihilated Thompson. What can you do? The answer is nothing. Double kill
게다가
for Akashi.
싹싹까지.
Meanwhile, in the tire base, Saksa in huge trouble. Drinking buddies gonna help a little bit, but not too much. As now Whitemon also set to fall. Does go
게임
down.
원에서 운영으로 가지고 놀았다고 너무 아니란
More tips
맹픽을
coming
해버린 건
out
아닐까
for
싶네요, 튼드라.
That's the Filipino
그놈의
coming out of
루나.
him, John. There it is.
And it is the boy from Butuan giving the tips out. And very quiet here from our young player WS. Side of Tundra, again, they don't have a lot of play. Like with an off lane out that didn't really pop off.
레인만 좋은
Going for the
스나.
aura build, even with that survivability,
레인에서
how
확실히 잘
do you
써먹기는
expect
했는데.
to fight into this? Like the two durable front lines, no real burst damage to speak of. Even the Ench is going to take a while to melt through as well. And you've got this Wind Ranger with so much
알케는
movement,
뭘
so
할
much
수
damage
있을까요?
that you really don't have stable catch for.
아무것도 할 수 없네요.
The answers are hard to find right now for the side of Tundra.
Bit of a chase. This looks like a very desperate
이제는
chase
뭐
here. They are
인생도
going
못
to try
잡아요.
on the edge, but there's just no chance of killing Ponyo. Makoto, he's a tanky
그냥
boy.
지지나 쳐야 될 것 같습니다. 다음 경기를 시작하라고.
Props to Tundra for trying to find at least a bit of a straggler, but Talon will not allow it. In fact, Talon look like they're setting
튼드라
up for
이거
a bit of a bait
탈론한테 이렇게
play.
되면은
Hoping someone
본선에서도
farms the
걱정이
mid lane.
많은데요.
Ramses, he'll be the man to show up. They'll make the immediate jump
아레나
in. Drinking
스피어.
buddies out, but the arena gonna lock both of them
노볼
down.
잠깐 세이브.
Whitemon with the snowball
알
will buy a
있어요.
little bit of time, and meanwhile Akashi right in the
그쪽에서
T4 towers. He
아카시가
could not give a crap. This man,
압승킬.
the Wind Ranger, just shredding everyone apart.
게다가 스나도.
There goes Thompson. There goes Ramses by the looks of it.
GG.
He is gone, and GG is
할로니
gone.
게임도 가져가면서
Talon
1대1로
will tie the
마무리되네요.
series up 1-1.
That they do after a spectacular game one from Tundra, especially past around 20 minutes.
24분 게임.
Talon come back in game number 2. They correct their
20분
draft really
초반에
well.
3차
They
올라간
see
건
the NP over,
똑같은데
they go with
이쪽은
the DK
바로
mid this time instead of messing
끝나버렸네요.
around with
아예.
something like the Ricky mid. And all their lanes look pretty damn
분노의
good.
팁
You were trading
돌려주기.
blows a little bit. You did lose first blood, but lane controller was all set up. Akashi wasn't pressured at all. He hits his timings. You had Mikado being really active, that quick blink coming out from him. And this time it was the side of
GG 대 원인도 끝났네요. GG가 게임 2까지 가져가면서 2대0 났고요. XG 대 히로익은 아직 하고 있나요?
To get out of these awkward engagements, so he's just going to try and be
딱 좋은
pesky and try and burn.
타이밍이네요.
I will do his duty as the pause 5
두
and walk
번째
in
로션
and see if he
기다리는
can
중.
spot out Roshan. I do see that the big man is available once again.
K1 이번에는
Maybe
위버.
another Roche going the way here of Extreme. Heroic could contest this, but it looks
이
like they
관전
want to try and
서버가
put
맛이
pressure on the
가가지고
tier 3
오히려
towers
이렇게
first.
보니까
K1
편하기는 해요.
won't be able to take a tier 3 tower. if
내가
they give up.
원하는 정보를 원할 때 못 본다는 게 좀 아쉽기는 한데.
Is it worthwhile for him? He
잘
doesn't really know. He's actually
놀았습니다.
TPing top. They want to try to take the fight
글쎄요,
instead.
이거
But the rest
Oh,
of
this
his
is
crew
way
is
too
not in
slow.
position.
아웃포스트로
Yeah.
가도 시간이 좀
He
늦죠.
throws in the bugs, but they're gonna arrive just as the Roche has already been taken. I don't think they can take this fight. Analog does have a double damage though, so it could be very tempting. He jumps in onto XXX. The Visage has already blown the hell up. XM trying to hold the back lines as he's looking towards Schofield and Analog, but instead there's gonna be a Doom jumping in directly on his face. Divine Llama misses with their follow-up hookshot, but doesn't need it. They've already killed off this Void Spirit. Ame threw out the Requiem just as he has to watch DY die. Shinkyu, can he TP out? No, he cannot. K1 Hector is there with the Gleipnir. So they might not grab the Aegis, but they definitely take the subsequent fight. 4 heroes dead. Heroic. Back on top here in game 2.
한계죠.
Yeah, I thought their decision making was just a little bit off
너무
there for
약해지는 거.
Heroic, but they committed to the bit, and sometimes that's all it takes to go right, is just making sure that everybody is wholeheartedly in the same
너무 늦게 왔다고
kind of
생각했는데
character when
이거
it comes
퍽이
to
너무 잘
committing to a fight
들어갔어요.
like this, and I thought this is probably
침묵
not going to be
때문에
a good
비자직
time. You
아무것도
can just
못하고
see the
녹아버렸고.
damage they put in onto XXS. Analog with this DD
아메가
route,
간
and this is the
방향이
perfect opportunity for
살짝
Heroic to
애매하죠.
continue this fight, because with these spread out fights, it means that their high mobility cores
위치
are
자체가
also
셰핑
hard to try
싸움이
and
좋은
deal with.
위치가
It's really only
아니라가지고.
Arme that does a lot of this damage right now.
완전히 카이팅 잘못 당해버렸네요.
Did his
그리고
best. Sam.
랩넌트 지금
Sam
물린
getting the
거
drag back onto the sniper. Middle. It's gonna be Schofield dying.
여기도 스나
Remember
서폿이
in the draft,
있었네요.
we were talking about how annoying support sniper can
스코필드
be.
4번입니다.
Yeah.
And then you killed him. Then you
5번인가?
start smiling and you're like, oh wait. Just a
서필드가 4번 5번
Yeah,
왔다
you're
갔다
like,
해서
oh,
지금
I spent all
4번이고
that time and
5번이야.
effort trying to take down a
4번이겠죠,
sniper, and that's the problem they had in that previous fight as well, right? They
리버스
expended
나오고
all of
레인을
these
서진
resources
않았겠지.
to take down some of these other heroes, and it's just K1 and Analog who were just like, okay, sweet, we're just going to keep running around this fight.
아, 해설소리
You
좀
can
많이
see that,
크겠군요,
that K1
지금.
is
이
still on
채널만
this
지금
trainer.
엄청
I just
작아가지고
need to make sure that I can survive for as long as
조금
possible.
줄여놓을게요, 이번 채널을 켜놨을 때는.
He's got Manta, Lincolns, and BKB to deal with all of this catch.
And he's building
나한테는 딱 적절해서 눈치 못 챘어.
as well. There's no MKB in tow just yet for Ame. So K1 Hector's idea is if I just don't die, we win these fights.
I think Arme needs to try and potentially have another repositioning tool. I mean, it's just hard for him right now because he kind of needs a lot of his slots to utilize all of the damage that he has. But I really feel like he, in that previous fight, just had the issue of just not being able to stick close to anybody. And obviously having a team
확실히
fight
캐리가
that starts
파밍을
not on
끝낼
your terms
때까지는
is never
냅두는
good
것
for,
같아요.
extreme game.
약간 고전도타스럽게.
One of the only guys that has a little bit of
괜히
lockdown
캐리
for them.
불러와서
Yes, they've got,
싸우거나
like,
그러지 않고.
concoction and stuff like that, but they need to make sure they can keep these heroes in the spaces that that Arme wants to fight in. So that's the next problem to solve here for Extreme. Whereas Heroic, I think they realized after that last team fight how strong they
초반
actually
파밍
are.
자체는 오프에 좀 몰아주는 느낌이 있는데 스택 만들어가지고 맨날 먹여줬죠. 위스퍼랑
It's been a long time since a
세이크리드랑
just felt this squishy to me when I watch
맨날
it.
팀보하면서
Normally it feels like this unkillable
그런
behemoth that you have to deal with.
부분도 있고
More
그거랑
often than not,
별개로
they've been
캐리 클
targeting
때까지
SSX
냅두는
first
것도
and
있고
actually succeeding in killing him. It's kind of worrying for the later.
잘 안 오는 것 같아 다른 지역에
But he
비해.
still has time. Still time to recover. More levels to pick up.
Especially when he has a lot of these auras as well. So taking him down just means those auras are out of the fight. And not only is a full hero, but as I said, the auras. So Heroic doing a really, really good job at just prioritizing the way they want to go. So I mean, at this point, once this butterfly comes out, I don't really see K1 being all too scared. I think the biggest thing for me as well is Analog is just building this right click.
알겠어 이거 활용
A lot of
가능한가?
times where this phase shift
그거는
mark has
모르겠는데.
just been able to transition into one of those right click cores. Got the Maelstrom now as well, got the Witchblade, going to go into the Aghanim Scepter.
글쎄요 다른 의미의 아메엔딩이 될 건지.
All of this damage is just
위버가
going to be
너무 잘
throwing
컸어.
through
쉘핀으로
and
위버
absolutely
잡기는
everybody.
너무 어려워서.
Kind of got focus on some of these other heroes. He can kind of just kill them with some
그렇다고
of this, innate damage.
글쎄요 RK로
He stole it.
어우
Did.
어떻게
That
보신
was
거야?
crazy. It
What a
actually
break.
goes the way of K1. And look where K1 is. While they're doing this, he's down bottom. Or down in the top lane, excuse me, pushing out this tower. Tier 3 already at less than half
어떻게
HP.
훔친 거죠? 여기 있는데?
Ah, man. This game must feel so frustrating. You have an Aegis and Tofu.
Okay.
You have a super strong SF. But you can't even kill a Tormentor, let alone start pushing into the high ground.
Yeah, this is the
없었어,
problem
못
that
봤어.
we said with the draft as well, right?
잠깐
We
딴데 보고
looked at,
있어가지고.
Extreme, and again, they just don't have that kind of
나이스
same lockdown that
활용
we're expecting out of some
글쎄요
of the teams.
코멘터라도
Look at
먹었으면
Heroic, yes, they've only really got a
모르겠는데
task, but they've got a Doom.
아무것도 못
Blink,
먹어보고
Blink
끝났습니다.
and
20초 남았어요.
Wall Stomp is just as good as like a Centaur, so it is some of those scenarios where Extreme are really starting to put some of these drafts forward where we touched on it at the top of the
아무튼
broadcast,
XG
right?
이번 거
There's
캐치가
not that much
커.
wiggle room, guys. Like, you only have 3 best of 2s to play.
위버 둘 다 근데 너무 어려운데 터스크 세이브
And if you're in the
있고
lower bracket,
애매하게
you can just be
물면은
out
둠이
here.
갑자기
That's
둠
it. That
그러면서
could be your road done.
미코토랜다.
And you need to try and figure things out.
XG
It seems like
누구였죠?
Extreme are
XM.
trying to go for these
XM한테
drafts.
걸어버리거나
Maybe some of
그러면은
the
그대로
others.
터지는 거라 안타 데미지가
They're smoked up right now, hoping that somebody from Extreme will emerge into the
어려워
mid lane.
보여요.
XM.
아, 손 안 닿았습니다.
Well,
손안
already got off the
닿았거든요.
dissimilate.
나바이라
Not gonna get
빠르게
doomed up just
공.
yet. Divine Llama forced into popping
공이된다.
BKB.
스노볼
And he's taking a lot of
세이브. 콜이
damage so
잘
far. He needs to get
걸었네요.
bailed out of here.
이번엔 좀
K1 Hector
걸었습니다. 누가
providing
걸었는지
cover by
화면에 안
right clicking
나왔는데요.
onto
위버가
Shin Q
뒤쪽에서
and
먼저
DY.
서포트 잘
Both of whom
돌렸고요.
are almost already dead. DY goes
지금
first.
셰핀이
Shin
치긴
Q
치는데
losing HP and so is XXX. Look at this
뭐 맞는
Weaver
사람이 없는 것
go
같아요.
from K1 Hector. Divine Llama gets
나바이라만
dragged
그나마
back to
녹였습니다.
safety by the drinking buddies.
이제는 신큐
Shin Q
지지 끌려 올라가서
doesn't kill him off.
사망.
Analog will do the trick
Analog
instead. But
잡았네.
at the same time, Analog is now stuck on the high ground. He gets stunned up and killed. Ame is now on a triple kill.
나름 XG
He somehow found a way to just lay out the
이겨냈는데요.
damage. They were sort of ignoring him in
둠이
that
근데
fight, trying
어디로
to go for the
들어갔길래
support, trying
엑슨이
to go
벌써
for the
도착을
visage.
해가지고
Turned out to be a
싸우는
mistake,
거지?
Fluke. Focus Ame before he can eviscerate
민희
your
씨가
team.
살짝 아쉬웠던 것 같긴 합니다.
Yeah, I mean that's what Dota it comes down to sometimes, right? Is
둠이
just, I think he was
XM한테
like 3 or
걸었을
4
거라고
pixels away
생각했는데
from
집에
being that wall
걸어갔다가
stomp
벌써 왔어.
onto XM. If he hits that wall stomp on XM, dooms him. fight's over, right? Like they're not going to be able to do what they have been able to do in that previous fight because
스노우볼
X7
세이브까지 꽤
kind
괜찮았는데
of skirt around the rest of the
이게
fight.
살짝
and deal with it
내려오다
that way.
말아서
As soon as Ame is able to just kind of stand and do a lot of this damage, things start to get scary because
그
they,
위치가
they didn't want
셰핀한테
to
너무
walk up the high
좋았죠.
ground. And once again, they're going to try and end the game.
그야말로
here.
한가운데 서
They still
있어서
have buybacks and they've got plenty of ways trying to deal with this, but DJ just
이거
goes
커요.
down. KJ,
발벽
unfortunately,
박아야겠죠.
he doesn't have the HP.
근데 이거 근데 오히려
going in right now, but
녹여보려고
K1
합니다.
using a lot of his
근데 이거
HP
아래
at the moment.
죽어요.
Doesn't
캔에
just
한번
pop any of his
세이브.
BKBs because he has
그쵸?
a
어우, 녹였네.
the ancient. They're just going for the throne. There's too much damage. It's the visage familiars. It's the right click from the
그냥 먹어가지고
It's
뚫어버렸네요
the
이거는.
presence of the Dark Lord. Oh my God, Extreme Gaming. They just did it again, Fluke. They did it again.
What? Oh.
셰핀 근데 건물 반각을 찍었나?
What? I did not think that with 10 seconds left on these heroes respawns and buybacks that they would just say fuck it, we are going
보통은
to kill
평타 셰핀
this
찍더라도
ancient.
섀도우 레이즈
They
데미지
stood there.
120
XXS,
때문에
I don't think that he did anything else but right click
어지간하면 그냥 갬특을 찍는데
that was insane from Nixon. I cannot
건물
believe
반각을 찍었나
that they
봅니다.
just did that 2 games in a row to heroic. 2 in a row. Oh,
아직 매치 디테일이 안 떠서
K1 went 14, 0, and 9, and he lost. Like, what?
K1 died
What?
once in the best of 2. Once.
And he
In the
lost.
best of, and he lost, bro. And he lost.
이를
How
분명
is
꽤
this even
괜찮게
possible?
가는 것 같았는데 영
Man,
구려져
poor
버렸네요.
K1 Hector. And the thing is, Extreme Gaming did the same thing twice.
두만 번
We win
잘못
one crucial
걸었다가
fight, and
잘못
then 3 minutes later the
들어갔다가.
game is over. How do you do that twice? Who's had the fortitude to make that call to be like, guys, the way the game is looking right now, if we don't go and end it right at this very moment, we probably end up losing. But if we do go end right now, then we win the game. And then also, who has the fortitude at the end of the game, during that last crazy fight, you know, when K1 Hector is like rinsing through your heroes, everybody's falling lower and lower in HP to be like, guys, ignore the bug, focus on the building. Don't
이
worry.
한타까지도
Whoever
진짜
made
좋아
that
보이는데
call
이로이.
is the most Giga Chad person I've ever seen.
역시 셰핀
Like,
카이팅
yeah,
당하면
this is what I
아무것도
touched on in
못하는구나
that
였던
Roach fight as well for
한타였는데
Heroic Ride. Sometimes the bad call turns into a good call because everyone's on the same page. And that's what happened there for Extreme. They were all on the same page that they were either going to die or they were going to kill the Ancient.
약할 만한 조합이기는 해요.
They
확실히.
had enough damage, apparently, to take the Ancient. I was
이게
like, okay,
멀었어.
they're hitting a tier 3 tower.
내려오다
There's
말아서.
about like, what, 25, 30 seconds left on the puck. And that was
이것도
the
그냥
longest respawn.
셰핀한테 어거지로 하면
Analog still had
괜찮았을 것
five.
같은데
They took the tier 3. They're starting to
둠이
chunk through
둠을
these balls. I'm like,
썼거든요.
oh, it's fine.
근데
They're all going to respawn. As soon as the buyback came out, I thought
글쎄요.
Extreme was just going to
엑셈이 피가 까이는
And
거를
they said
봐가지고
nah.
둠이 박힌 것
and
같은데
they just killed the
애매하게
Ancient.
내버렸죠.
Like,
싱크도
what?
계속 살아있고
I
이게 정리를
how
똑바로
are
안
you
하면서
supposed to,
싸워가지고
like, if you're heroic, how do you go and VOD review this series? You're just like, we did, like, I don't know, like, we lost, I guess. Like, I don't know, I really don't know. Like, I'm shocked, absolutely shocked.
쓰긴 썼는데 다시 들어간 타이밍이랑 이것저것 좀 꼬였던 것 같네요.
If Analog, because the assassination was going on to Shin Q, right? If
그래서
Analog doesn't
우리는
jump
두
forward for
번째
it, I mean, let's say they just allow Sniper
경기를
to get that kill,
봐야겠죠.
Analog maybe goes to cut some waves. It could have been very different. I'm pretty sure the moment they saw the puck was dead, that's what the call was made. That guys, now, go now, immediately. I'm not sure they knew we didn't have
0-0 대
buyback.
8콘
It turned out to be a super lucky situation for them that they could go headlong into the base at that exact moment. Again, I
지금이 3채널이구나. 이대로 기다리면 되겠네요.
And he still lost the game. Oh no.
기다리는 동안 그러면은 화장실도 좀 갔다 오고
Yeah, I really, commiserations to
먹을 것도 좀
Heroic. I think they played
그러겠습니다.
extremely well throughout the entirety of this
참고로
series. And
그룹 중에는 제가
like,
너무
sometimes
피곤하면
it's
자러
just
갈게요.
entertainment. Like, and this is
내일
the
아침에
unfortunate
치과
part
예약도
about this
있어가지고
very
사실
short group stage for these teams is
다
now
경기
they've
다
gone
올 수
0-2
있을지
in their
모르겠어.
first series. They have 2 more to go, Snare. And, you know, yes, they're not getting eliminated, but if you're starting 4th,
경기나
you're going to be
4경기
up
첫
against a
게임까지
seed 1 or seed 2 from another team. Like,
그렇게
that's...
보지 않을까 싶어요.
It's
느낌으로는.
not going to be a fun road for Heroic. Commiseration, but man, what a 6 series.
On there, but at least for them, for all the Heroic fans in chat, take solace in the fact that they drafted well, they played well, they had decent strategy, they did everything you're supposed to do in Dota, except just be better than Extreme Gaming. And I don't know how you be better than Extreme Gaming, because apparently Dota itself will bend over backwards to make sure that doesn't happen. But Heroic, in my heart, I'm gonna give you all this series, and definitely K1 Hector is the series MVP. Now though, Fluke, we're not done just yet. We still have more Dota 2 action for the day. The second series on the road to the international group stages, it's gonna be Falcons versus Team Zero. Falcons, another team that many people are putting as their top seed for the tournament. Team Zero, a team that's a bit on the come up, you know, one of the dark horses emerging from the Chinese region. And we're gonna be witnessing exactly how that series pans out in just a few minutes. Let's let them get ready to start their own road on the road to the international.
Heroic have been the dominators of the SA region, and they've had some decent success on land, but struggled to make a top finish so far. Is that going to change here at the International? I'm going to find out with Davai Lama. And of course, firstly, congratulations on making it to your first International.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Absolutely. I mean, how are you finding the experience so far? Is it living up to what you hoped it would be?
Well, so far it's been like any other tournament.
Mm-hmm.
The welcome letter, you know, the TI welcome letter has something to it, you know. It does feel like TI.
Absolutely. I think whenever we've seen you on camera, whenever you're talking, you know, whenever we see your reactions, you know, your passion always comes out. What is it about Dota though that makes you so passionate, and what that made you initially say, you know, yeah, like, this is the game for me. I want to be a pro in this?
I think I'm just quite a passionate and expressive person, and Dota is just the thing I've just, you know, decided to dedicate most of my life to. So naturally, just, you know, passionate about it, and I expressive on it.
So do you think, you know, if Dota wasn't around, you would have just been doing some other game, you know, equally passionate about it?
If I would be able to do anything I wanted, as long as it was another hobby or a passion of mine, I think I would be equally passionate about it. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, you know, this year has been particularly successful for you. You know, you've really come up in the ranks. What's it been like from your perspective?
It's been great, you know. I think I've just been continuing the work that I started as soon as I got into the pro scene. I think I've been on a steady come up. This year, I finally got on a top level team, managing to make almost every single top tier event. It's been very nice. It's been lots of traveling, lots of new experiences, hard work as well.
Of course. It's been nice to see. And, you know, what's it been like entering an SA team? You know, how's that transition from moving from other regions over towards the South American region?
There's big differences in terms of culture and not necessarily game style. I mean, we try to be very disciplined as an SA team, you know, and have a lot of structure around the way we play and the way we practice. So in that sense, we're trying to be like a regular Western team.
Yeah.
But yeah, just in general, the team atmosphere, it is different from Western teams for sure.
And
다바이라마 얼굴에 저런 게 원래 붙어 있었나?
I know that you do speak the language, and you actually speak how many languages do you speak again?
About 6.
About 6. Okay. So what's that been like trying to get you know, on that level?
So when I joined the team, my Spanish wasn't on a very high level. I just only knew the very basics, and I couldn't speak very much. But as soon as I got into the team, or right before even, I started taking private Spanish courses. I did about 5 hours a week for 2 months. So every day an hour Spanish, and I was able to improve quite quickly. So after about 3 or 4 months, I felt very comfortable and fluent in Spanish.
Awesome. So what's one specific thing which you think you're going to do better at the International compared to EWC?
I think we'll be more consistent. We've been working a lot on that, and we've been resting, just to make sure nobody's tired and everybody is ready, mentally completely ready for the games. We're just gonna never give up.
You're the only player on your team that actually hasn't been to a TI before, so have you felt that at all coming here?
I would say not particularly. For 2 of my team, it's the first time where they go into TI, you know, not being, you know, the last place, I mean, coming into the last qualifier slot for the region, or like coming in as one of the underdogs. I mean, we are somewhat of an underdog this team, but we're not like a complete underdog, you know, like newcomers that weren't expected to qualify. Like, people expect us to qualify.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's great. I mean, in the end, it's a tournament like any other. There's some added pressure, but I never really struggled with more or less pressure, so.
What would it mean for you if you were to be able to go all the way at the International and lift that Aegis? Have you given it any thought?
Not really. I try to not think about the big, you know, about winning tournaments. I just try and take a more down-to-earth approach. I just look at every day, look at the games I'm going to play, enjoy every day, enjoy the competition.
Yeah.
You know, I think if you focus too much on winning tournaments and getting these goals, you might, you can lose track of the present and just the small things in life that make life so much better.
So it's safe to say you're enjoying the journey as more than you're thinking about the destination.
I just try and do my best. I feel as long as I do my best and I put in the work and I feel like I'm improving, I'm happy.
Sounds like a very healthy mentality. Dalama, thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and
Thank you,
best of
Nama.
luck at the International. Looking
Thank
forward to
you.
seeing your best.
아무 일도 아니었네요. 서퍼스 테마 잡은 건 좋은데 정작 뮤직팩도 없잖아. 1채널에서 뭔가 하고 있네요.
Changing our mind.
Yeah, I mean, with the
think it's really
mindset, it's
bad.
either like I have to play this, but you don't really want to, and to be like I want to do this. It's like completely different. And I think Gunnar just really wants.
Yeah, but
to
don't
be
you
the
think
off-laner.
the situation also could affect it? Sometimes you can't find offlane player. And even though you might want to go back to mid, but because there's no available players that can play offlane in your region, and then you have to do it even though you don't want to.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you do have that mentality, you're probably gonna be bad in the offlane, right? Like, you have to fully want to do something. You have to get in a pub. Like, I really want to try this offlane.
Yeah, but I want to do it because my team needs me to do it.
I don't think that type of mentality is good though, because you just have to.
Winter,
do it.
you have to understand, that's on the
분기에 대한
American
이야기인 것
mentality. We
같습니다,
don't give
지금.
a shit about what our team wants. It's
That's
about
true.
it's about the individual. It's about what you
어,
want. That's America.
브레이너의
That's very true.
I have seen these.
자격 같은 거죠, 천성.
맞아
맞아 죽어도 상대 때리는 게 좋은 그런 사람이어야만 할 수 있는 오프레인.
Snowball, this group up run at U5 has been. It's not always the best way because you can sometimes fall a little short. You might not be getting the experience. Are you still able to farm and make space for yourselves? What if you extend a little bit too much? Do nouns fall into any of those sort of categories?
I don't think Nouns has like a very unique playstyle from any other team. They play pretty much standard Dota. Like they pick the normal carries, they'll pick the normal supports. They play pretty much the meta stuff. They'll be where they need to be on the map. They're always just trying to like not really be creative and innovative with their picks, but just really refining and polishing what they're good at. And I think that's always been like a Fly staple every team he's been on. Like he just wants to play consistent Dota.
얘네는 왜 안 돌아오는 거야? 멀티 스트림으로 보는 건 좀 에바인 것 같죠? RG 쪽은 경기를 시작하고 있습니다. 팀버는 좀 몽키킹 디스럽터 도움이 있는데 팀버는 좀 에바 같은데. 나팅 투 세이 팀버겠죠, 미드 팀버. 레벨로 찍어 누를 거면은 상관없긴 하겠다. 이쪽 팬픽은 마저 보고서 전체 화면을 합시다.
On the road to the international, where we are still deep in the group stages, a very, very short, protracted group stage across 2 days, but nonetheless, that brings us very high intensity and high stakes Dota. Previously, we just saw Extreme Gaming with the greatest clutch I've ever seen in my life. Definitely go and watch how they ended those 2 games in that series. But now, Brother Fluke, earlier
클라우드9은 내가 멤버조차 몰라.
you were expecting a bit of a closer matchup, even though you would definitely favor XG overall. Falcons versus Team Zero. This, my friend, feels like a real test for Team Zero. You made it, yes, through the TI qualifiers, through the Chinese region. There's no Azure here, there's no LGD here. Big organizations that you're taking part of, taking their place of, rather. But Falcons, this is not a great way to start your TI journey as a debut squad at the international.
Yeah, it's a completely different beast jumping into your first group stage matchup against a team like Falcons. You know, they did take down a pretty big dog, like as you can see across here in the 2024 season. Fortunately for them, they just didn't qualify to any events, right? Like,
이제는 관전이
to
될까요?
get there. Whereas Falcons, they have basically, for the majority of it, been in the top 3. So these guys are definitely at the top, and they have the experience to do it as well. And looking across, you know, the kind of tail of the tape between these two teams is Team Zero. This is their first international as an organization that they've been able to make it to as well. And 4 of their 5 players, this is the first time they've ever been in an international as well. So they've got a whole lot of newbies, and they've got a whole lot of newbies, you know, going into a series against TI champions as well. They've got 2 TI champions over on Falcons. They've got guys who have been around the block, and even their one guy who hasn't been to TI before, Malreen, he won like 3 or 4 tournaments this year, man. Like, it's not like he's inexperienced at all. So it's going to be a very, very hard series for Team Zero to win this one.
I think you mentioned something.
이름은 오히려 리나 캐리의 미드 몽키가 아니겠구나. 아닌가? 왓슨이랑 노원 생각하면 그게 조금 더 확률은 높아 보이는데.
They don't have that experience. They don't have that team chemistry on a LAN environment like this. On the other hand, though, this could wind up being a team spirit in their run at TI at that time, where only one of the players had been to a TI.
근데 몽키 디스럽터 콤보도 꽤 괜찮아서.
New blood, everybody's just optimistic. Every step of the way just feels like a victory. Just them being here is already.
복수하기 좀 많이 어려워 보이는데 이번 게임.
That could maybe galvanize them to play.
미드스나.
Just play natural Dota and allow the chips to forward.
캐리 윌런.
If they do that, honestly, and not allow the
4번 벨란이야. 4번 벨란은 뭐 나쁘지 않죠. 리나 캐리, 미드 몽키. 근데 스나랑 몽키는 조금 애매하기는 하다. 진짜 실력 싸움이네 그러면.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a good way to look at it.
저건 나중에 보도록 하고요.
Who have been at TI before, like, you know, obviously their coach being Blink, like he's a guy who's won it in the past, so it is definitely, they've got some experience in the background for them to be able to really bring into a series like this. And Falcons have, you know, as of late shown that they can bleed as well, right? You know, at the start of the 2024 season, we were looking at these guys being like, who's even going to stop them? And now there has been this juggling of this top 3 between, you know, the 3 big juggernauts that we've got floating around. So there is definite ways for them to try and pick apart a team like Falcons as well. And the fact that it is a condensed group stage, there is, you know, kind of that one positive for teams like Team Zero, because we haven't seen much of them in the last couple of months, right? They took down the big scalp in Azure in the TI qualifiers, and it's been kind of quiet from them from there on out. We've had a few of them in some of these little Chinese tournaments as well, but they haven't really had a lot of reps against a lot of these big teams. So that could play in their advantage if they come out nice and hot here and they've had some good practice here going into TI.
Yeah, I've been watching. I know one of the guys on the team and watching him practice day in, day out, always grinding, always trying to do his best. I just, honestly, the main thing I don't want, even if Falcons does end up winning this series, we don't want a blowout to start with, because we've seen in the past that sometimes getting blown out as a squad hurts your morale as a team, and then that has these knock-on effects later down the tournament. So that's the last thing we want. We want them to just pretend it's a pub. Pretend it's a very expensive pub, lots on the line, but just regular Dota, just do our thing. I'm also hoping that they throw us some curveballs, in particular from the mid lane. 7E, when you were still playing in China at the time, there were many occasions where he would swap around with the carry player, and he would go into the safe lane. 7E goes into the safe lane, carry player would play mid. It was mostly hero dependent. I don't know if they have that degree of flexibility with Erica in the team, but I do want them to be flexible. That's the thing I'm angling for. They must make sure that they do not get figured out. They need to fully envelop that Wings ethos from Blink. Just play whatever. Make the enemy confused from the get-go. The moment they see their draft, they might be like, guys, what the hell is going on here? What are we dealing with?
Yeah, first pick Pudge techies. That's what Blink wants right now, right? That's exactly the Wings way. But I do agree with you. I hope that they come into this with their own identity about how they want to play Dota. I've had a look back at their previous drafts for the last couple of months. It has been quite a lot of Phoenix, quite a lot of team fighty kind of heroes for them. Ponlo is also one of those players as well that has a very unique hero pool. When he starts to pull out some of those heroes that he's well known for, he can be a very, very scary player in and of himself. He was one of the players players in those TI qualifiers that I felt like kind of gave them this really strong identity going forward. And he's decided to go for, something along the lines of the old Utoro god, right? Shaving the head before TI, get yourself that fresh new look and really just try and work in towards our full TI where you get the dubs on the board as well. And I mean, for Falcons, I think the one thing for them is I think there is a lot of pressure on them in this group to make this basically clean. There probably will be a lot of haters that are going to be out there looking at them and being like, oh, they dropped a map here and there. Maybe Falcons can't perform when it comes to the big one in TI. But these guys are very strong when it comes to playing their own identity of Dota. And that's going to be the scary part for Team Zero, is them not getting themselves baited into the Team Falcons way of playing Dota.
Exactly. I mean, there is some hope in that regard, because we did see a lot of the Falcons staff, the players, came from the old Tundra organization. And by the time that that team sort of like had reached its expiry date, people were starting to reliably figure them out in terms of the strategy they wanted to employ, the drafts that they were using. It started at the Bali Major, and it only got worse by the time it got to TI, and they just were not the same team anymore. So there is hope. If you can crack the code, they have demonstrated in the past, these players, that if you can crack the code, you can defeat them, you can deal with them. But it's a lot of work to crack that code. Oh, I just want to, while we're still waiting for the game to get started, small tangent on Ponlo and how long it's taken him to get here.
Yeah.
He once got third place. They were third in the TI qualifiers when he was playing in C. This was, I think, before he went to join Alliance. Playing in C, they get to third, they were the best team in these qualifiers and were most certainly going to end up winning. But then it turned out that one of their players on the team had done some 3-2-2 shenanigans. They all got disqualified, so he couldn't go. Then when he goes over to America, things were looking strong there at the beginning. Then the whole debacle where they couldn't play that major because of COVID. They didn't get the points needed. Then he failed to go to TI as a result from there as well. So I just want to say that of all the people who put in that grind, who deserves to be here, shout out to my boy Ponlo. Really been working at this particular journey, and let's hope that the rest of the road to the international, it's a little bit more smooth than his history to get to step one.
Yeah, it definitely is kind of one of those revitalizing storylines for the entirety of TI. A lot of people after the qualifiers were talking about the changing of the guard, right? And it really does feel like that there are some players that have been grinding for a long time. We talk about changing of the guard, but there's some players who have been constantly chipping away at trying to get in towards TIs, big lands, what have you, and now it really does feel like they've finally been able to break
네, 뱀픽 시작됐습니다. 팀 제로 대 팔콘.
Getting rid of this Naga Siren. I think this is going to be a hero that we are going to see throughout the entirety of this tournament. It will be a problem, and it's going to be a massive problem thanks to the boys on Falcons.
옴니쉐덴 반대쪽에서는 인첸 모커고요. 팀 제로가 새롭게 튀어나온 팀이죠, 갑자기.
Such a very strong facet, and being able
느슨한 중국 도타에 긴장감을 주는
in whatever position you need. So I think Falcons are
중국의 스피릿과 같은 팀이었는데 과연 실제 성적은 어떻게 될지.
Another hero we're going to be seeing reliably banned. That Sand King, man. That hero is a menace right now. An absurd amount of damage comes out from it as well. A little bit too much in my opinion.
팅커 치우고 둠.
That's moved. The final ban from Falcons will be the Tinker. And they go ahead and pick up the
팅커.
So we just saw Doom in the previous series being deployed.
둠 뽑을 거면 팅커를 굳이 할 필요가 있었을까 싶기는
It's
한데요.
just unfortunate that the one war stunt they needed didn't come through. What can you do?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's the way cookie crumbles, right? But Doom is just proven time and time again that, around TI time, around a lot of these big tournaments, he's just going to be one of those heroes. I remember, watching my first TI in my little university room, just constantly watching Doom being
일픽급은 아니지 않나요? 지금은?
And a TI of casting as well, 2024 is always a nice start. This is an exact mirror of how our previous game went. So Team Zero, again, still feeling like the Shadow Fiend with the flex it can have between 7E as well as Erica is strong enough for them to open up into a Doom where they don't really care about being doomed either, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I like this a lot. And this is what I was speaking about earlier, right? Making sure that you have some versatility in the draft. Make it as hard as humanly possible for Falcons to read you, especially when you're the one that has the last overall pick in the game. We're also going to see this particular duo. I doubt we'll actually get to see it in the game. The SF plus Clockwork. It's crazy when those two heroes are together. So every single time you see SF, immediately I'm expecting Clockwork to get banned out.
클락벤.
Don't want to have any of these hectic combinations, I think, especially early on for this group stage.
마르시벤,
Falcons going into this series up against Team Zero.
벨라벤, 스나픽, 스나 셰핀. 이렇게 둘 나오면 게임 망했다는 소리 나오는 게 벌써 몇 년 전이네요.
Oh, it's Team Zero. You know, they got themselves through TI qualifiers.
나의 위상이 너무 많이 올라버린 바람에
Been in a LAN for the entirety of the year. We'll just give them whatever, and we'll see.
아직 포지션은 모르겠습니다. 미드 셰핀인지 캐리 셰핀인지.
Short little kind of group stages. That's why like this will basically be pretty much the similar kind of drafting we're going to be seeing deep into the tournament as well.
스팸. 셰핀이 그것도 있기는 해. 둠바자도 그냥 맞서 싸우면 되는 영웅이라 예전에 힐벤이 아닐 때는 그 역할이 펠마 역할이었는데 지금은 민캠에서 대포고 피통 많이 챙길 수 있는 셰핀이 그 역할을 살짝 받아간 느낌이 있죠. 좀 방어력이 낮으니까. 물론 시바스라든가 이런 걸로 보충을 많이 하기는 하는데
And they go for the Snapfire, another versatile hero.
그게 안 나오는 상황들도
these heroes
있어서.
can actually occupy multiple roles in the game right now.
Yeah, that's going to be, you know, a big thing, right, for a lot of these drafts. Is just going to be all this flexibility between all these different roles. Like even the sniper and the shadow fiend, they have flexibility throughout multiple roles that they've got as well. So it will be all about for these teams just trying to see what information they can gather from each other as they go through these drafts and trying not to leave too many of these holes. So the trade will be the response here. Just another strong laner, just a hero to try and deal with the Doom. These heroes, they don't really have anybody just yet who's going to take extremely fast, so this Dream Protector does kind of slow that down a little bit as well. It's going to be hard for them to try and
켄타스나로 3, 4번
I
가나요?
like this Dream Protector trying to keep these people a little bit more tanky. So seems like the draft is coming
켄타가
together
이니시
for
부분을
Zero,
많이
with the
보충을
Shadow
해주기는
probably being
하는데
the carry right now and the sniper being the support.
One thing I also like is
또 나쁘진 않고
really lackluster at the moment. I mean, I guess you have if Sen is carry, you can do something, and I guess Spamfire has the shredder. But
쉐드 캐리인 편이 제일 나을 것 같기는 하네요.
Huge difference in just stalling out Team Falcons, preventing them.
그리고 약간 세이브 가능하거나 매직 데미지 있는 미드.
They can control where the fight is happening.
항고는 둠 있어서 싫고.
I really do like this. What I'm seeing right now from the side of Team Zero. The question is going to be from Falcons, where do they have to sort of reveal something right now, right? There's no more flex that they can really go for.
Well, that's the question right now. It's
지진 미드
they've got a
같은
decent
거.
amount of flexibility between crit and snaking for this Snapfire as well. It's kind of just they're going to have to reveal at least one.
마르스
or
미드는
Snapfire about which one of them is going to be going where. I think the Doom is
조금
basically
어려울
going to
것
be
같고
one hero at this point.
항고.
Malrine can definitely pick up this Pangolier as well. They can play it in the offlane. I haven't really enjoyed it being in the offlane for Amar, so I definitely feel like this is probably just going to be a Malrine hero. They can have in the middle lane to try and mitigate kind of any of these mid heroes that can come out for 70 as well, who has been playing a lot of these like melee heroes. He is very well known for things like his Earth Spirit and his Earth Shaker and all that kind of stuff. So if that's something they want to try and bust out, this Pangolier can try and play in those lanes themselves and gives them a little bit of that extra flex against the Shadow Fiend too.
I'm curious right now looking at this Team Falcons draft. They have so much team fight, a lot of magic damage flowing all over the wazoo. But it does feel like Skeeter's going to have to play something. I mean, he can still play the Sven, but he needs to hit hard in this game to get
용기사 캐리. 근데 스팸 캐리겠지. 요즘 굳이 서포트로 쓰진 않겠지. 스팸 캐리일 거라고 생각하고. 아닌가? 맞는 것 같네요. 불사조 밴.
A little bit more damage output from Falcons and a little bit more tower taking ability from them potentially.
Yeah, I think they could potentially lean towards some of these like ranged carries that we were seeing, like the Wind Ranger or the Lina. Could be something that we're seeing a little bit more of. They feel like they can try and play around this kind of stampede a little bit more. They've got some heroes that can be in the front. The Sven can do a pretty good job at just trying to keep those heroes at bay for now. But it's all about kind of the pressure that's going to come in from Team Zero as well, right? You know, going into this Team Zero, they do have the last overall pick as well, so you need to try and make sure that you don't shoehorn yourself into too many of these bad lanes for Falcons. So that's going to be the big problem for them in this final pick about whether or not they feel like the Sven lanes are going to be okay against, you know, it's probably going to be like Sniper plus Centaur, which feels like a pretty bad lane for the Sven, to be perfectly honest. They've got a lot of magic damage, so probably looking to something that can try and survive a lane like that.
Team Zero are concerned about them just doubling down on the team fight, remove the Phoenix away, and also don't really have any egg hitters, so it kind of makes sense that they would do that. For Team Falcons, they took out the Puck from the mid lane. What other heroes are there? Void Spirit still in the pool, I suppose. Susceptible to getting doomed though, but can also buy them.
Storm까지?
About that. They could go the opposite direction and pick up like a DK for themselves in the mid lane.
반반으로 보내요 스페인을 아직.
They
스페인이
definitely
근데
could. They can also go.
쿨이 너무
like
길어졌어
Razor if they
서폿으로
want as well.
쓰기에는.
Pango does have a half.
K로 쓸 때야 그냥
when he gets the
한타
Razor
한 번
jump
하면
for
끝이라
five
그게
and
끝이긴
rush trying to
한데
get away
물론 두
from
번 쓸 수 있으면
but
좋지만
having Stampede as well as
근데
the overgrowth
서폿으로는
means the
레인전부터
very, very scary for
할 수 있는 게 아예
Liverpool.
없어서
Overgrowth on top of the Rolling Thunder, he gets the link going, and then the Razor's basically going to seal all of your damage. And then with a Pango who's in Rolling Thunder, yeah, it's all well and dandy that you'll beat bead, but with the auto attacks coming in from a Shadow Fiend and like a Razor, then it's going to be a little bit too hard. They could lack a little bit of initiation if they go for like a Razor, but I wouldn't hate to see something along those lines.
레이저.
Bro, I just realized
Invoker
something.
maybe.
I just realized that between Team Zero and Team Falcons, these are the only two teams at TI that have coaches who won TI as players.
Oh.
Yeah, and it was back to back. Aoi won 2000 TI 5, playing on EG, and then 70, not 70, Blink went ahead to win TI 6, playing for Wings.
Ah, well, there you go. They're also two teams. This is the first time that they are being represented at the international as well, playing off against each other for their first matches. So, very cool first matchup for both these two teams.
Falcons really thinking about this ban. I mean, they do. I would like some more like aggression / team fight starting for Team Zero. So I think DK could have done it. Primal Beast would have been really decent at that as well. But the more I'm looking at the draft, the less I want the sniper to be in the mid lane. I definitely want a hero that's going to be active, you know, doing stuff, putting pressure onto Falcons at all stages of the game.
Yeah, that's why I think the Primal was a good ban for them to be able to have that extra bit of flexibility.
데미지가 많이 모자랄까요? 지금
final
상황에서.
overall pick coming in from Team Zero. That's their biggest issue right now because they haven't been able to sniff out where some of these heroes are going as well. They've still got a bit of flexibility with that sniper being able to go play if they make things weird. So they're going to go for the Nature's Prophet. Okay, that's one hero I just had not thought about. Was the Nature's Prophet. A hero that people, and 70 as well, have been picking in response to this Nature's Prophet.
돌릴지 서폿으로 돌릴지 모르겠네.
This
Lots of Ricky.
It's actually a dope Ricky game. Yeah, I could definitely see Ricky.
It gives them one of those heroes that is just kind of pesky for the Snapfire to deal with. You can almost never get off Mortimer's Kisses, just because Smoke Cloud is very, very spooky. But
애지령.
goes for the Earth Spirit. Okay, it's in a similar vein to what the Ricky is. It's just one of those heroes that
팀
quite easily gets on top of the
제로는
Nature's Prophet.
7.0 이전에 사는 것 같네요
Has
지금
ways
밴픽이.
of moving around in the fight and dealing quite a lot of damage against the Natures. And even when
굉장히
they rotate
클래식한 밴픽이.
onto the lane from the Nature's Prophet, it is very easy for them to get away from those ganks. So I like this Earth Spirit pickup. It kind of solves a lot of the issues they had, right? We needed a hero that enables them to have a little bit more of this team fight control. They've got a lot of damage. They've got a lot of scalability. I'm really liking Team Zero's draft right now here. Falcons, they've got a lot of pressure on the map with this Nature's Prophet and the Pangolier, but I feel like if they don't get off to a hot start, they can get outside pretty hard.
I'm with you on that one. The early game was really scary to play up against Falcons because of how much pressure they can put on the map, how quickly they can play. Skeeter just coming in to provide that pressure. Pango, the moment he hits 6, can just show up and make things happen for you. That being said, yeah, I'm with you. Scaling is definitely going to be a difficult thing because, yes, they do have Nature's Prophet, and Nature's Prophet is no slouch in the right-click department. He's also no SF, right? SF will out-right-click you in those situations. The Tree and Protector can hold you down, make sure that the right-clicks come in. And also, speaking of the Tree, they don't really have on their side for Falcons any real saves, right? They had, like, what, Snapfire Cookie to sort of get you out of trouble.
캐리.
Beyond that, they're relying on their own spells. If they get silenced, if they get stunned up, it does become a little bit difficult for them to do what they need to do in these team fights. That being said, though, they have so many team fight spells, bro. My goodness. their team fight spells.
둠 그냥
All I know
계속
actually, this is gonna
싸우게
be a chaotic game.
시키면서
I just have this
잘
feeling that
라먹고
this game,
다니는
a lot of pretty
것도
lights are gonna
가능해
appear on the screen
보이기는
at any given time.
하는데
It might even be more insane than the previous
좀
series.
봐야겠네요.
Yeah, I definitely feel like, especially from both of these two teams as well, I feel like they've got some very mechanically gifted players as well. And I think every time I watch 7E, he's always been one of those players that he's quite flashy and always likes to try and go for a lot of these solo plays as well, and going up against a player like Malrine, who I feel like is a pretty big scalp to take in professional Dota, especially when it comes to this last year as well. He's been one of those players that a lot of people have really wanted to take down. So I'm expected 7E and Malrine to definitely go head-to-head. I feel bad for Ponlo, though, in this game, Snare, because he's playing Sniper into basically 3 cores that'll get into his face every single time. So if he's not hiding in the trees, this could be a feed fest from Mr. Ponlo.
Ponlo, you are from Singapore, so remember what the first Singapore guy from TI said. Stay in the trees. That's all you gotta do, my friend. You'll be alright. This game is certainly going to be entertaining for both our sides here. Team Zero hoping to make their TI debut as good as humanly possible, show off exactly why they're in this tournament to begin with. Another big thing I really like about their draft when I look at it is there's never a point in the game where they won't have the ability to make plays. I think sometimes you see these drafts where once a team starts to fall behind, you ask yourself, what's the next thing that you can actually do? And very often it's like, we can't really do anything. Hell, even that first game of Extreme Gaming, they had to absorb pressure most of the time until they got really strong from Heroic. This time around though, Team Zero definitely are not in they don't have that problem. They can play aggressively. They can be the ones setting the tempo, getting out on the map. So I like that. I like that a lot. But it does put a lot of pressure, you know, because like you mentioned, Ponlo is playing the sniper. That means there's even more pressure on 7E. Like this mid lane is not allowed to go badly, and his rotations have to succeed throughout the game.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing to touch on, right?
자,
This game really
여러분 두 번째 경기의 첫 번째 게임 시작이 됐습니다.
That pressure on the map, and if he's
시작은
able to
바로 끝나는 것
be
같고요.
active rather than reactive, then it just means that a lot of these ganks that are going to be coming out from Falcons, because we know that
아무튼 이번 대회에서 생겨난 거죠.
have it in their arsenal to be able to
스폰서 다
play
떼버리겠다.
quick. They can
선수들
play slow
닉네임에
if they need to.
이름만 보입니다. 팀
These guys
로고만.
have proven it time and time again that
팀
they are
이름도
very,
없고
very formidable force. So
닉네임 뒤에 따라 붙던 원엑스벳 이런 것도
he's
없고요.
being the guy on the map to really put the pressure back on somebody like Skidder, who can't.
손드라가 전체를 딱히 안 해가지고 본판에는 얘기를 안
Before this
했었는데
fight breaks out, total number of player
그런
deaths by 10
변경이
minutes.
있습니다
What do you
이번에.
think?
It's going to be a decent amount. I think like 11 to 15.
Okay, I can see that. Total number of trees by 30. This one's always a crapshoot. There's a Nature's Prophet in the game, so by 30 minutes, I'll put just before 300.
Yeah, that's I think too.
There's an NP, there's a Pango, right? And then total number of Roshan kills. So basically, how long do we think this game is going to be? We haven't had 3 all day today, have we? We only
Yeah,
had 2.
0 to 2.
Yeah, I'm going 0 to 2. Yeah.
I think 0 to 2.
Alrighty. Actions are done. Let us see what this game 1 brings us between Team Falcons, regarded as one of the best teams in the entire tournament, taking on the side of Team Zero. No bias for Ponlo, don't worry guys. No.
일단 철로는 별 문제
bias in this
없고요.
one, guys. That's right. We had no bias in the first one. No bias full stop. Big stop.
가볍게 둘들.
To be able to protect Malrine, who has been doing a very good job as of late, being one of those players that is just. I feel like every single time that I watch Falcons just kind of own, it really has been off the back of Malrine kind of just being one of those players who's just absorbs so much when it comes to like eyeballs and then.
이번 거는 근데 조합 봤을 때
We'll see if he gets tested this TI.
누가 확 유리하다 이런 게 없는 것 같기는 하네요.
Potential hero.
레인전 단계에서 또 마찬가지로 그렇게 막
This mid lane
한쪽으로
matchup
치우친
should be
느낌은
pretty fine
아니잖아요.
for him, right?
서포트들이
Don't think
상황이
Earthquake
좋아서.
can do anything to you in the laning phase. So
I think it's definitely player.
그나마 쉘핑이 조금 위험한가?
Melee heroes. I think it is
레벨 밀렸을 때.
outplaying and out CSing and getting towards those scary moments where you know you level 3.
트리온도 올 수도 있고 그러니까.
Get very strong for Tango.
그 정도 빼면은
right now he's doing really well for himself.
팀 제로도 나쁘지 않아 보입니다 확실히.
He'll have to recover quite a bit if he wants to be able to catch up to this Pangolier. How are things looking on the side lanes here? Down bottom, Erica just farming away. It's unfortunate that they don't really have kill threat on this side of the map, but they might
커리어 사람.
have a little bit here if they can find Snaking in an awkward position and then hit him with that scatter shot coming in from Ponlo.
Yeah, I think Snaking's probably going to have to misstep a little bit for them to get caught out in this lane. It's probably just going to be Skitter sitting back and farming and getting a lot of those early items, and then it really will be about the mid laners. I don't really see too much movement from either of these
스페인이 암만
supports.
레벨이
can potentially make a
앞선다고
movement,
해도
but then
이거를
that's
굳이
a
앞에서 나와서
marking
맞을 만한
piece of
상황은 아닌 것
navigate, so
같은데요.
really going to be waiting on a lot of these level 6s from both of these two mid laners before we see the first bit of
어쨌든
aggression.
디나이로 이어지긴
The way
했으니까요.
this lane is going, unfortunately
일본
for
빠는 게
70, he's
조금
getting completely
아까울 것
dogged.
같기도 한데.
My boy is getting cooked, bruh. Doubled up in the CS department right now. Lost a lot of HP. Malrine still has 2 charges left in the bottle. I mean, they'll both be able to replenish with water runes, but it certainly is this Pango that is putting in that work right now. And we already spoke about how tough this game will be for Team Zero if 7E has a bad start. And right now, you know, this is one of those games at the moment where your team asks you how things are going. You're like,
참고 쉴드 크러쉬가 나름 너프를
it's
먹긴
going, man. It's
했는데.
going.
I haven't died yet, so that's a
그렇게 막
positive.
체감이 되진 않더라.
But yeah, this is not looking good here for the Earth Spirit. And it's one of those things where Pangolier can be so oppressive in these melee matchups. So probably going to be looking towards a support rotation from Ponlo when he hits towards maybe around about that level 3, level 4 mark, maybe around the first power rune to try and at least save that up for 7E so he can make that rotation.
Oh
and try and
god, she's
potentially
actually
make
just going for
go.
a 7E. He got dove underneath the tower. Malrine had the
잡힐
swashbuckle away, but
뻔했네요. 쉴드
7E
크러쉬
was
곧 돌아와요.
legitimately close to losing his life there. Oof. Well, this is not all doom and gloom. You know why? Because you know you're mentioning 7E as a flashy player. Top lane,
스키터
Ponlo,
팝을
brought down by Skeeter and Snaking. First blood for this Nature's Prophet. Oh no.
스나가 조금 더 편하게 칠 수 있는 조합인 것 같은데.
Just walk a little bit too
오히려
far, and
밀리네.
you're just a little dwarf with a big old gun, and caught out by a sprout, turns into a Stormhammer as well, and the right clicks are just too big there from Skitter to be able to get the first blood. And right now, Falcons are out to a very dominant lead. All 3 of their lanes are going extremely well. Middle lane is becoming a complete whitewash so far here for Malrine. And the real question is, for Team Zero is they need to try and make a rotation. They don't really have good heroes to do that in a Sniper and a Treant, but I would like to see them, beyond get to a point where maybe he hits that level 6 and they try to be aggressive with the Stampede and just try and get some kills off the map and try and alleviate the pressure. The big positive for them is the fact that Erica is doing relatively well in his lane. The highest for their cause, but everybody else is starting to struggle.
On the bright side, we have seen 7E in the past get absolutely dog-watered in his mid lane and still end up winning the game.
위치 잘못 잡았나 보네요. 셰핀 물려 죽었습니다.
What have you done? He is gone.
토끼 타고 들어갔나
might
보죠.
also follow him into the grave. Amar doesn't want to dive too far
빗방울로
forward. It's going
살짝.
to be the scatter blast. Does Crit have the damage for this one? He does not. But doesn't care as long as they manage to find the kill on the
셰핀이 거리를
As
재면
I said,
괜찮은데
Erica's
거리를
name,
못 재면은
hit him with a full damage scatter blast and a cookie from the trees, and I was like, no.
충분히 녹일 수 있어요 지금.
As soon as I said it, I'm just
레벨
like,
좀 더 지키면은 퓨리온도 언제든지 올 수 있고.
this is just the Falcons' way, right? Like they're so regimented in the way that they play a lot of their lanes. They're so in sync with understanding small little missteps that they will punish you for every single time that you just make a mistake, and they will just exacerbate all of those mistakes. And that's how they're out to 1,000 gold already in the first 5 minutes into this game. We haven't even really seen any movements in these lanes, so it is just straight up raw laning from the Falcons team right now. And if they keep this lead going, things are just going to get very, very fast, very, very quickly for Team Zero.
When it comes to lanes, sometimes when I watch Team Falcons, they remind me of Prime EG before they became like Shopify, when they were just absurdly good in the laning phase. Like, where you just knew for a fact, you're laning against these guys, the first 10 minutes are lost. It's about how you recover the game thereafter. They are so good at this phase of the game.
Yeah, big positive for Falcons as well, as they also have that, that AoE Tundra kind of mindset about how they want to team fight and play together. They had to win them the TI a few years ago.
역불론 미드
That in
2대2
combination with the laning phase
정정론을
is
리젠.
And I have a fight right now in the
대지령 못
7E is in trouble. Oh, he gets
구르
bounced onto the high ground. This could actually save his life.
했는데요.
He drops a stone so the magnetized burns onto Snake.
근데 마무리
He just
당했죠.
wants to get out of here. Oh my goodness, the rolling boulder, 1 second off cooldown. Doesn't come back fast enough. and he
오케이까지
ends up dead.
닿았으면은
Now
마무리.
Malrine going up onto the high ground, finding Ponlo,
2대1 교환.
who was given some living armor by
커리어
ZZQ.
받아가기는 하는데 이거
Unfortunately, it will not make the difference. 2 for 1. And the
결국은
one that you
룬도
killed
내줘야
is a
되고.
5, and you have to sacrifice your mid laner to do it.
Yeah, things aren't looking good here, Buckos. This is really starting to become not very fun for the Team Zero fans.
게다가
And once
킬도
again,
내줬네요.
you know, you've seen this in a million Team Falcons games. They get to a point
마린이
where
많이
Malrine is very
칩니다,
scary.
이러면.
They bring both supports to his lane. They leave Skitter and Amar on their side lanes. They've already won those side lanes.
판구가 너무
They
일찍
play through
크면은
Malrine. Anytime
팀 제로가
somebody comes
받아칠 게
anywhere near
아무것도
them, they kill
없는데요.
them, they
영웅이.
fall back, they stack a camp, they get more gold.
셰핀이 잘 크고 뭐 불킹 나오고 그래야 롤링 선더를 구르든 말든 무시하고 그냥 때려 죽이는 거지.
Because watching Team Falcons play is actually really
셰핀 크기 전에 잘
but it's just the
굴러버리면은
way that they consistently do this to every team on the planet. It's just like, when are these guys going to stop doing this to everybody, right? Like, you would think, oh, they're just a patch team. This is just how the patch is. No, they do this every patch to everybody.
The way you're describing it makes Dota sound so easy. Like, oh, just do those things in that order, and then you just win the game, man. I don't know what your problem is.
Oh yeah, it's just super straightforward, just winning every single lane and then being able to make the rotation perfectly at every power rune, getting 2 kills off the back of it. And yeah.
Bro, why isn't your mid
It's
laner
simple.
doubling up his CS on his opponent every game? You know, it's not that hard, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, man. Just hit more creeps than he does.
Yeah.
Easy mode. I've sold it, guys. Hold up. I'm just gonna send a message to the rest of the teams in the tournament.
좀 깊었네요,
just hit more
그래.
creeps, then Team Falcons, they will lose. Smile.
There we go.
셰핀 벌써
Falcons do throw
쫓겨나고
them a bone a little bit. Crit caught in no man's land. Gives up the kill to Erica.
사실 다른 영웅들은 그나마 나은데 셰핀은 스턴 한번
I think the
당하면은
priority now is doing what they're doing now. Catch
사실상
up the
갑자기
farm and the
3대 1을 해야
levels
되니까.
onto 70. He is just way too far behind. He's 2,000
정글에
net
들어갈
worth
수밖에 없는 것
behind
같아요.
Malrine before even 10 minutes into the game. That is insane how much he was worked in this lane.
Yeah, it didn't help that the rotation that they made for
롤링
the power
선더
rooms didn't work out, and now
바로
Malrine
들어가나요?
is up and ready.
발견했어요.
His first rotation from him. He goes
방어력
bottom. Rolling
이거
Thunder
보고
connects onto the SF in the
일단은
worst position
셰핀.
possible. Fluke getting bounced around.
사망.
Will get killed off.
나름 레캠
Killing
썼으면은
spree for
좀
Malrine right now.
한둘은
That
데려갔을
is an
수도.
excellent way to come back and make. And they're not done just yet. They brought Skeeter in. The power of this Nature's Prophet. They should be able to put pressure onto this tier 1 tower. They want it gone and they want it now.
어
Yeah,
가져가려
they
합니다.
just didn't get the vision there of ZZQ, and this is exactly what Team Falcons do. They understand that the SF is in a very vulnerable spot, and they just don't really have good ways of getting him out of dodge. Yeah, they've got Stampede on Beyond, but Stampede doesn't really help when you're getting knocked around by the
글쎄
rolling
이거
thunder.
다 데려와도
They take that first tier 1 tower. It's going to be a little bit of a response
셰핀도
here
또
from Team
오기는
Zero,
하는데
but can they catch anyone? This is the problem. They've got a decent amount of good vision, but ZZQ's in an awkward spot.
글쎄요. 좀 박아 넣었고요. 롤링 선더가 없기는 합니다만은 좀 잡고 일단은 교환. 세팅까지 잡긴 했습니다. 문제는 더 갈 수 있나요? 샘피드. 키스 일단은 빠져나왔죠.
To create the space and vision for them. So it's a 2-for-1 trade. Yet again, they have to sacrifice the life of 7E, but this time around they get Amar. Sadly, though, they still end up losing the tower. So
살짝 애매한 것 같죠, 아무래도. 반반
Yeah, they got a
싸움.
decent amount of gold out of it.
어쨌든 타워까지 어거지로 가져가니까.
They made that little play when there was no rolling thunder, but the fortunate thing for Pangolier players and all the enjoyers out there is it's still, for some reason, only 90 seconds.
별로 끔찍하네요.
I feel like this. I don't know. I'm a big Pango hater at this point. I feel like Pango.
의견 스킬이 있어요. 맞죠? 와, 둔평타 은근 긴 거 봐요.
Just remove rolling thunder, guys. Just get rid of it.
마무리 태워서 죽였습니다. 다만 스키터가 교환이 되면 이거는 좋지 않은데요.
7E will definitely take it beyond doing his cause.
아마로 빠져나갈 수 있나요?
Can they catch up to Amar as well? Rolling boulder up in a
세븐이가
second.
레벨이 좀 찍혔다 보니까 스턴 충분히 있습니다.
They connect onto Amar. We might be looking at a double kill for 7E. Amar's gonna at least try to bring down ZZQ before he dies. No, 7E went the wrong direction with the
TP는
roll.
없어요.
They cannot allow this to happen. Somebody TP in. It's
네,
gonna be
스나공.
Ponlo there with the assassinate to provide the
마무리.
vision. They
평타로.
do find the kill. He almost got away with murder there. But it turns out that 7E instead going to be credited with some kills and glad to be involved in some carnage.
Yeah, you could see that ZZQ didn't want to pop the overgrowth, obviously. Didn't want to use it to try and get that final kill there, and then with the 7E just going a little wayward with the roll. So There are responses here from Team Zero. I do. It is
Wave
always positive
자르기인가?
signs when you see a team having a rough early game, being able to respond, being proactive, and being able to still get on the map. Nothing worse than going into your shell and just falling back
거의 다
and
돌아왔고요.
being ran at. So it is good signs that we are seeing Team Zero being proactive on the map, and especially 7E being one of those guys to do it. So they are a little bit behind, but all is not lost. They are still getting quite a lot of farm here on Erica. He's just sitting back and doing the Shadow Fiend things. Beyond has his Blade Mail up as well. I believe he's pretty close to his as well.
네,
Poor Erica. He was just doing the
셰피
right thing. He even left the lane to try and farm safely in the jungle, but it happened as the
정글에서도
smoke was
안전하지
coming in towards him.
않습니다.
He dies. Nothing he can do about that one. Erica, man, they're not even gonna give 7E the easy rune. He has to walk all the way to the top side of the map to get the shield rune. Big problems. man.
Yeah, it's big problems. I also like that Malrain's gone for this early blink too, right? You know, it's 12 minutes into the game. He's got himself a blink dagger. He's still got 1,800 goals on top of that as well. Like, he's going to have blink and pipe at like 13 minutes. So it's like Malrain is just understanding that he can just constantly keep putting the pressure on the map, and there's not really much they can do to him. As long as 7E is not the guy that's coming in and getting a lot of these team fight victories for them.
선택이 조금 애매한 것 같기도 한데
As aggressive as he wants. No Rolling Thunder means that this T1 tower is probably going to go down.
아가님 안 나오면은 마녀검 써먹기가 조금 애매하게 마녀검이 됩니다. 메이지 슬레이어가 살짝 아쉽기는 한데 단순 효율만 보면은
at this stage of the game.
더 좋다고는 생각을 하거든요.
Just goes to show, you know, how strong he has been in that laning phase, and then also being able to transition that good laning phase into a very strong mid game as well. So
둘 다 가도 되는 거긴 한데.
Definitely have a good start here, but I really like the division coming in from both these two teams. You can see
지금처럼 먼저 들어가고 이기는 중에는
play a little bit deeper, try and catch out this Shadow
메이지
Fiend.
슬레이어가 낫지 않았을까
Team
싶어요,
Zero,
살짝.
they want to play on the opposite side of the map. They want to try and make sure that they are getting some of these towers and trying to give Shadow Fiend as much space as they possibly can until Erica can get to that point where he is scary in these team fights. Probably up to the point where he gets BKB.
Good things are incoming for the side of Team Zero. Beyond is not that far away from having his Blink Dagger. We have the Solar Crest finish for Ponlo. ZZQ not that far away from having the Shard. And we just finished the Blade Mail for 7E. So there's nice things happening. The only problem for them is that they just don't know where Falcons are right now. They can't necessarily leverage these items. Looks like they're thinking about smoking, but they will not, because nobody has a smoke on them.
They're probably
Gotta
just
get
waiting
back to the mid lane.
for the dagger as well. I think it's going to be some really unfortunate timing that Marine is just going to have that pipe.
근데 끝끝내 떡댐 재녹음 안 할 건가? 앰플은?
So if they be nice and quick with this blink and smoke timing for the Centaur, they should be able to get it just before the pipe gets finished.
더블 아니잖아.
And that's a good little opportunity for them to try and get a fight
그지
where they can take
말쟁이들.
down this Pangolier, because once that pipe comes out, your
일단
record
스모크
really
상태인
goes
거
to naught.
걸렸고요.
7E really doesn't do all too much damage.
크린 물었습니다. 근데
He gets the D ward off. It might cost him his life in the end, and indeed it will.
글쎄요.
This is quite nice. Also, I like how
스모크까지
this map
쓰고
is
코어
lots
둘의
of
서포트까지
bifurcated.
끌고 와가지고 먹은
Team
게
Zero
서포트
playing
하나?
almost exclusively on the western side. Falcons playing almost exclusively to the east. And this time around,
그렇다고 셰핀이 프리하게 레인 먹고 있는 것도 아니고요. 살짝 아쉽죠 많이.
Yeah, sometimes you try and roll up to a lane and then they say, no, you're not allowed in this hood anymore, and you just get kicked out even though that's your tower. That is
생각보다 팔콘이 글로벌하게 싸우기 좋은데
sometimes it's where Dota goes,
안
right? Like, you
싸우네요.
just end up flipping the map. Like Radiant plays on Dire side, Dire plays on Dire
셰핀
side.
이외에는
Trying to
물었을 때
wait for that
죽이기가
one
좀
person to try and
애매한가?
make the mistake of walking back into their own
그래서
house.
그런 것 같기는 한데.
See where this first fight goes. There's some nice little wardage going around here as well, but Crit's doing a really good job at just de-warding all the division coming out.
좀 있어요.
This is where things get
스탬피드, 스턴, 롤링 썬더 다음에서 이렇게 되면 빠져나갈 수 없게 되겠네요.
out of here, but he's been doomed. Rolling Thunder's holding him in
마무리.
position. They threw some kisses at him, so they know he's gonna.
추가
be
타겟
brought
찾아봤지만
down.
의미 없고요.
Nice kill. I'm kind of surprised that Team Zero are playing in this area without trying to de-ward here, given what happened last time.
저 자리에서
with
계속
Eric.
잘리는데 계속 가네요. 비워딩을 하는 것도 아니고.
For that lack of
좀 전에도
focus in
셰핀이
that moment.
잘렸었는데
Now they're gonna be losing even
너무
more real
안일하게
estate
가는 것 같아.
as this map continues to shrink from them. Tier 2 tower under a little bit of threat down bottom. But crucially, with all of these mobility items emerging now for Falcons, double blink on their cores, a Nature's Prophet just doing Nature's Prophet things,
이제 스탬피드 없어요. 이런드 얻어맞고 있습니다. 당구 글리머. 게다가 퓨리온 아직 안 오고 있네요. 언제 오나요? 아무튼 켄타 살았습니다. 궁만 찍 쏘고 보지도 않네요.
It's so hard for them to kill Malrine, man. Like, if they're not like instantly initiating on him and blowing it up 100 to 0, he's just got swashes, he's got shield crashes, he's got pipe barrier, he's got 4 stars, he's got cookies. It's just too much for them to get through. And the unfortunate thing now for Team Zero is Malrine's being a menace and so is Skidder.
Came bottom with the Gleipnir, but they get overgrowth by ZZQ. Now look where Malrine is. He's close to the T2 tower, and this time around they have him. He was going to assassinate Ponlo after he dewarded this high ground, but
이거는 조금
turns out to
크네요.
not be the right call. He gets killed.
켄타 킬인 게 좀 아쉽기는 하겠다.
This is one of
근데
the few times this game that it's happened that Skeeter is available for a fight while Erica is farming elsewhere. I like to see.
묶어놓고 불매를 켜든 말든
Can you get out of here?
글쎄요.
Rolls away.
다음 롤 오케이. 네, 아마를 못 붙었습니다.
Okay, 7E. Breaking a few ankles. This is good signs here from Team Zero. Falcons are doing a good job of just trying to utilize their net worth, but nice responses from Team Zero. They're really getting in and punishing a lot of that overzealousness coming in from Malrine. And extra killing ZZQ just being in the right place at the right time, right? Like just being able to sit around that tower, bait out Ponlo, and get that overgrowth out, meant that those extra auto attacks didn't come in onto the sniper.
롤링 썬더 이번에는 못 빠져나갈 것 같아요.
This time around though, they have him. Caught him in the corner.
너무
A lot of damage, flush coming in from Crit.
한 번 살아가면 안일해지는 느낌이 있죠.
They still haven't managed to
산
take
건
this tower away
좋은데
from him. Even though they've
그
killed him
이후에도 계속 그
a few
자리에
times in this
있으니까.
game, this tower still remains decently healthy. ZZQ's constantly healing it up. And honestly, like the gold lead is now 3k in favor of Falcons, but it was 2k for like 10 minutes. The lead isn't slipping away from Team Zero as
해피엔
fast as I
복구 다
thought it would,
했습니다.
given how the
나름.
start of this game looked.
Yeah, they've really done a good job. Of just
아직은
moving up parts of the map
판고를
that
녹일
aren't as
정도는
important
아닌데.
as, previously thought. So
머지
done a good job
않았죠.
of just keeping a lot of their towers alive and just
한
being able to still play around
17,000
that
정도?
triangles. You know, you can see Ponlo's
16,000 그
doing a
정도
really good
찍으면
job
되는
just
거라.
keeping this top tower safe. Throwing out a few more of these shrapnels, keep getting these stacks off, and Erica's got a BKB basically on the way, about 200 gold away, and they will have it. So
깜짝
BKB,
로션.
Dragonlance, Mask of Madness now done for Erica on the Shadow Fiend. So there is ways for them to play around it, but you can just see Falcons and go, okay, we haven't been able to get much movement on the tower front, so let's just walk into a Roshan. There's no way that Team Zero can come in and try and contest this. We get an Aegis, and we'll see how we go.
They smoked though on Team Zero. 5 hero smoke, they're coming in, and we've already seen in previous series that you can lose the Aegis and win the fight. And this is not the fastest Aegis in the world. This is taking a while. They might even be giving up on it. Falcons. Okay, they are committing, but they clearly do not look super confident about all of this.
스벤이 길 막고 있고요. 스네킹 먼저 죽었어요. 로션 아직 안 죽었습니다. 아, 타이밍 깔끔했네요. 스키타가 아이스 먹었고요. 먼저 죽긴 죽었는데 어쨌든 살았어요.
They've already taken one life away from Skeeter. Amar with his
아마로
BKB
불길
needs to
끊기면
flee
죽일 걸로
away
보이고요.
from here. And they are still chasing. This Radiant lineup, they've got some mobility. It's Erica, baby. He comes in,
대지령이
rolls up
그
onto
자리에서
Amar, kills him off.
죽었으면은
So that's a Doom gone. The Aegis already
팔콘이
taken
그래도
away.
이득이었을 텐데.
Looks like Team Zero demonstrating yet again that they will not give up, that this game is not over. Erica still has a massive role to play.
아무래도 로션 빠르게 잡는 조합은 아니다
to stand
보니까.
outside of the pit and throw those right clicks in. Aegis does not matter. Skidder goes down early on, and you could just see that it was all panic stations there for Team Falcons. I was not expecting a contest that came in there from Team Zero, but they had other plans. Feels like with that BKB, the Shadow Fiend is completely untouchable. Doesn't have to worry about the Rolling Thunder, and as long as he doesn't get doomed, he doesn't care. So, I mean, even if he does get doomed, does it really matter? He can still use his items, he can still BKB, he can still Mask of Madness and throw some hands. So, Team Zero doing a really, really good job of just kind of understanding the game state at that point and just understanding that their Shadow Fiend is oh so strong. And They are wrangling this game back here, Snare. Things are starting to look up for them, and Falcons just have not been able to take over the game just yet. And we talked about it in the draft. Things can get really weird when it comes to the scaling. The Shadow Fiend can be a problem. Same with this Earth Spirit. So Falcons, this lead is slowly starting to slip away, and I think a lot of their gold is mainly off the back of the fact they have a Doom and they have a Nature's Prophet who are just naturally greedier heroes.
Yep. Well, even this Nature's Prophet haven't been able to leverage really that much of his strength on the pushing department. Oh, catches Ponlo. Is there any way out of this one? Nah. Okay. Blood is dead. Oh. Sorry, fam.
네, 뭐
Yeah, this is the problem I foresaw in the draft, right? Like, there's just too many heroes.
조금 굳이기는 한데.
If you're in a bad spot, you're gonna get Nature's Prophet TP'd on. Until he has the grenade, the concussive nade, that could help him quite a lot. You know, you can break some ankles when it comes to the Pangolier. You can try and juke and drive him up and down some high grounds and stuff. But until then, unfortunately for Ponlo, he's just going to be a dude who's going to walk around and get seen by some of the cores on Falcons, and they will say that he dies. I was going to say, I was just going to check it and see how long that was going to be. But yeah, this is a big timing now for Team Zero, right? Their Shadow Fiend has the Chrysalis done. He's getting close towards the Daedalus. They still haven't lost their
그렇게 수입 1등 찍어주고 있고요.
Got a lot of damage that's starting to come out here. They've got the drums completed as well on the Ponlo, so they've got a lot of these auras that can really back up the Shadow Fiend. And it's going to get close before ZZQ gets that Blink Dagger, but Blink Dagger on the tree, it's going to be pretty scary in these fights after the Shard as well. So
이게 물론 둠이 있어서 후반까지 가는 것도 나쁘지는 않은데
he's got this Glepney, he's got another item flowing to him. Just a fluffy hat. So
지금 타이밍에 조금 잘라보면서 셰핀 센 거를 좀 넘겨볼 필요는 있어 보여요. 마린도 방어력 필요하니까 좀 기다려야 되고 시바스라든지 퓨리온도 템이 좀 더 있어야죠. 후반 가면은 어차피 똑같은 캐리가 되는 거기는 한데 지금 상황에서는 아무래도 셰핀이 조금 더 세고 돈도 돈이지만은 스킬셋 자체가
The main problem he has to worry about still though is that Erica, if it's even farm between Erica and Skeeter, Erica wins that fight.
그래 스턴 다 씁니다. 밀어주고요.
He kicks him back towards the rest of the team. Not that much damage so far, but
타워까지 가겠죠.
they slowly chunk away through the snapfire.
셰핀 타워 반각 특 찍었고요. 15회.
The path potentially lays open to put some pressure onto the tier 2 tower in the mid lane.
이제부터는 서포트 킬이 나면은 타워를 깔 수 있어서 아무나 일단 물 수 있으면 잡는 게 맞는 것 같아요.
BKB comes out from the Shadow Fiend. Look at the damage on Amal with this Daedalus from the
지금
Shadow
마린이
Fiend.
샷을 잘못 썼나요? 지금 거의 시간 다 썼습니다 벌써. 어쨌든 잡긴 잡았는데 뒤쪽이 잘렸죠. 스키터 벌 수 있나요? 불킹 있나요? 없는 것 같은데요 지금. 쿨다운이죠.
BKB is finished. Skeeter's life is gone. He is down for the count. Malrine gets rolled into. He's also going to get magnetized down. Ponlo credited with that kill. They decided to start the fight 4 versus 5 and flew.
오버그로스를 덜글말기로 해제할 수
Yeah, that
있는데
was a perfect bait there from Team Zero. They would have loved it if Erica survives, but you can just see the damage as soon as ZZQ is in a perfect spot. This is probably one of the best.
그거 아니었으면 훨씬 빠르게 셰핀 잡고 한타 이겼을 것 같은데.
I think ZZQ has been playing magnificently.
한국을 제가 그때 똑바로 못
Always in the right
봐가지고.
position to get a lot of these big overgrowths off to kind of save the SF, but also give him enough of this space that he can start to throw out the right clicks. Right, you saw the amount of damage that he threw onto the Sven. He just had to completely run away. All the damage.
되게 다 넣고 죽었죠, 좀 맞아도.
They just had to overcommit for the other cores, and as soon as you put all this emphasis onto the Shadow Fiend, we saw exactly what happens with the.
셰핀은 카이팅을 하든지 풍선일 때 찢어 죽이던데.
Just look at this though. Like they go instantly
샤드가
in with the
없나
BKB,
아직?
and
분명
then
샤드
go,
사고
oh,
있었는데.
crap, we doomed the wrong person. He still deals so much damage with this doom. And as soon as his BKB wears out, yes, he can go down. But they've just overcommitted so hard. They had to do your own BKBs. They had to use their own Rolling Thunder, and it's just too much damage.
샤드 있잖아요, 그죠? 샤드 있는데 쿨이었나? 좀 전에 썼었나요? 샤드가 나름 길어서 화면에는 안 잡히는데 그 전에 썼을 수도 있기는 하지.
Again, this could easily lead into another tier 2. And this time, something
이제
tells me
다달
that I don't think
나왔습니다,
they'll
셰핀.
fight them for this one. Falcons might let them have it.
Yeah, it definitely will.
가면 갈수록 한국 분위기로는 대처가 안 되는데.
When I was talking about, this like Earth Spirit or like this Earth Shaker kind of hero that really wants to play for 7Es, it is just kind of one of these heroes that is just
아예
so
그냥
natural
올라가도
to tank,
되죠.
right?
둠
Like,
없습니다.
you build strength items. He's got Blade Mail, he's got a BKB, now he's got his Sarge. Like, he has 2.7k HP, he's got all this armor, all this HP, and it is just so easy for him to just kind of hold on to
항보
that
저거
BKB
물리면 큰일 납니다.
as he wants. And
오
if
블링크.
Jim and Rolling Thunder are gone, then it's
근데-
all kind of game over.
This time around, they doom ZZQ. Dude, if I'm ZZQ and I'm like, guys, they doomed me, they pop BKB and they're rolling thunder
그리스트
to me.
팀제로 입장에서 나쁘지 않은 것 같은데요. 둠이랑 롤링 썬더.
Yeah, that's like a
물론
Pog's Vibe stream right there, right? Where you
나무가
just see them, they use all these spells.
중요한
use all these
용이긴
item
한데
combos.
전체
Now they've got
한타에서는
this little moment of opportunity for them to try and run around. They don't have. They won't
약간
have
기다리면
for,
둠 한
what,
40초
another
정도,
70
롤링 썬더
seconds
20초 정도랑
ZQ's back up.
시간 여유 꽤
Still have
있고요.
opportunities to try and take some more of these towers. So
강호
one
고수.
unfortunate thing for them is it's only
갑자기
really two
나타나가지고
There's no Roche for another potentially 30 seconds. All the
중국
TP towers
예선신을
is Erica claimed the last one.
1통하고
It's not really going to be a good place for them to try and fight.
About to have a potential fight here. It might be 4v5. Okay, Skeeter sends in some treants, scouts out that the SF is farming here. I think it's much better about going in for that engagement. And they were bringing in 7E and the gang. Skeeter's still around, but they don't have the right vision. Ponlo, is Ponlo gonna see him? Ponlo
지금
sees him.
스키터
They have the
스키터
observer
걸렸어요.
gonna jump on him.
BKB.
Fluke,
불킹
I think
있긴
he's dead. He's gonna
있는데
get jumped on before he can get off the
그냥
BKB.
때려주기죠.
Just stunned into oblivion. Erica takes a scalp off of Nature's Prophet, kills him very, very quickly. And that is now all of a sudden Team Zero. With a
둠이
2K
계속
only
굴렀어야 되는데 둠을 별로 안
Yeah.
굴려서 그게 좀
Big wall there
컸나요?
from Ponlo, just being able to
나름
scout
좀
out
쉘핀도
Skeeter.
자르고
And
그러긴
they were nice and
했는데
patient as well, and I think that is something that is a
결국은 클 시간을 다 준 것
for me
같아요.
watching this, team
푸시는 별로
team
안
is
해보고.
They look very calm. Even though that we already touched on it going into this, like it is 4 debutantes for them coming into TI. This is the first time their organization.
둠이 물론 여전히 둠 걸고 다 같이 팰 수는 있는데
They seem like they are
다
not
같이
faltered at all
패는
when it
동안
comes to
상대가
versing.
노는 건
Probably one of the
아니라서
favorites for the tournament. Going into this group as well. These guys are playing
스키터가
very
사타닉이랑
well.
뭐 아이템
Really
한두 개
starting
정도
to
더
force
나오면은
out
그냥 불킹 켜고
the extra
상대
hand from Team
무시하고
Falcon.
쉘핀을
This is
먼저
exactly
죽이면
what we talked
그만이긴
about in that
한데
first series, right? Heroic put a lot of
그게
pressure onto
시간이
Extreme,
좀
and they
걸릴
showed
것
why they are
같아요.
one
한
of the favorites
35분
as well
이상?
in their group. Now it's on Team Falcon to see if they can pull this one back.
그 정도 파밍을 더 해야 되는 상황이라
When Erica went to TI, what, 2021?
그 전에 로션 한번 뺏기면은 그대로 슈퍼크립 잘못하면 메가크립
really, really well.
더 잘못하면 게임
Went
끝이죠.
back to Erica for a while. They started doing trash, and now YSR 04E. This is
발콘 스모크 이번 싸움 굉장히 중요합니다.
This
발콘
is the one
입장에서.
when I remember, in a few seasons of the China DPC, this is what Erica was rocking, and he went back to Erica again, and now he's back to Yesa 04E.
Yes. Roshan is up.
오케이
Very important objective for both
로션
of
로션
these
안
guys.
옵니다 이렇게 되면.
They're inside at first for the side
방금
of Team Zero.
발콘이
ZZQ
먹었었어요.
needs to be perfectly positioned.
발콘 아직 몰라요. 네, 로션 하나 안
You don't
하나도.
have vision of an Earth Spirit out of a
비전이
Shield
없죠.
Protector. Do you really want to make a blind jump here?
Oh, ZZQ.
ZQ does get seen. They dust them up as well.
스턴트가
but it's too
길막
late. Aegis
잘했네요.
is gone. It's in the hands of Erica.
러시안
Now
죽고
7E trying to
스네이킹
stop
물린
the fight.
상황.
He's slowing down Snaking. Snake
오케이.
needs some assistance. Fire Snap Cookie will be there, but nonetheless the roll still catches up to
하지만
him.
마무리 당하고요.
He is going to be dead for
오우
sure.
데미지.
Doesn't have buyback either. They could start pressuring on this top side of the map, force another 4v5 engagement.
이러면은
Falcon's done a really
3차
good job at, just keeping a
세트까지도
lot of these lanes pushed in,
충분히
though, so they
가능해
have to try
보입니다.
to go through this top avenue. A big thing as well was Skitter was farming that same spot that he got caught out before, so that I'd imagine that he would have expected there to be a ward towards his top tormentor, but the ward was scouting out that Skitter was farming ancients. So if you're Team Zero, you're more than happy with that. Yes, he can TP in, but you have full vision of him TPing in if there was a fight that was going to be a brewing.
Tier 3 tower under siege, snaking back in 10 seconds. Some time will be bought with the fortification.
이건 뭐
There's absolutely
배너를
nothing.
지을 수도
Of course, the
없고.
Roshan's banner is here as well. Frustrating matters. Erica still has this Aegis. He's going to try as much as possible to kill off his
게다가
flanks.
몰렸어요.
Look at
스키터
Beyond. They found
불킹
Skeeter.
있긴
Can they
있는데
kill him off? No, they cannot.
나름 살아나갔고요.
BKB. In the meantime, now they go on the back end of the fight. They've doomed up
좀
7E.
스탬피드. 이게 스탬피드 때문에 둠도 롤링 썬더도 영 애매해요.
They can't hold them in position.
일단은 스나 잡고 뒤쪽 라인 켄타까지 잡나요? 이거 데미지 너무 아프거든요 스키터.
So
이래서
now
사탕이
7E
얘기를 했던
going back
거였는데.
into the fight. Skeeter also making himself known with the BKB, but he's gonna
펜타
regret
잡고, 아우,
this as
펜타
he dies
날아갔어요.
off, killed by Erica. He's the first casualty of this fight, but man, what a hero to lose here. On the
게다가
bright side, they
마린
did
못
get
끼고
beyond, they did get
침묵.
Ponlo, but can they deal
아직
with the rest of the lineup, the rest of Team
나요?
Zero? Malrine barely escapes by the skin of his teeth. 7E very low,
아직도
but with the
살아있어요,
blade mail,
대지령.
look how
그나마
tanky
교환.
he is. He does eventually die, but it took so much effort,
언덕
and
미스
now
안
it's gonna
떴고요.
be Erica cleaning house, getting himself a double
그냥
kill.
셰핀한테 지금 답이
Certainly
없습니다.
wants more, but even more than that, he wants to end this game. He wants this rack.
퓨리온이 흉감이랑 사탄인 게 있어야 돼. 지금의 추가로.
Can they somehow
그래야
defend
싸울 수
without
있는
Skeeter,
거라.
without the doom of Amar, and he
지금
still has
셰핀 말할
Aegis,
방법이
you're
아예
right.
없죠.
셰핀을
죽여야 되는데 하필이면 또 로션을 뺏겨가지고. 로션 아이기스만 없었으면 어거지로 한번 들어가 봤을 텐데 셰핀한테. 지금은 안 되죠.
They're in the driver's seat here. This is a very good performance from them being able to just rally behind Erica here on the Shadow Fiend. And this could be
마지막
something that
스모크 플레이가
other teams have to
한번
look at with
삐끗하는
these
바람에
Chinese teams. They are
좀
very
허망하게
much favoring the
터져버렸네요,
Shadow Fiend
게임이.
in that carry role. And the only real way they can do it is they need to try and force this SFBKB, but he's got it back up available again. Same with the Stampede. It's going to be too hard, especially with the respawn coming in from 7E.
7E, look at the damage already from Erica. Okay, standing his ground.
진짜 확실히 아이기스 없으면은 할만하거든요.
Just put some pressure onto these heroes. They send him back to the low ground with this Hurricane Pike. I think he still dies here.
네, 이놈의 쉴드 왜 이렇게 많은지.
And indeed it is. The question is now, what do you do about
글쎄요, 둠블킹, 셰핀 불킹 아직 있습니다. 묶어놓고 레캠 깔기는 했는데요. 묶였어요. 근데 문제 없습니다. 지금 유리 대포가 아니에요.
Overgrowth on the three heroes. The cleanup crew is 7E and Erica.
네, 둠폴 이제
This
돌았습니다.
fight is too much. The power of SF is too much. With a triple kill, give this man an
달코님 운영이 좀 많이
ultra, if you
아쉬웠던 것
will,
같습니다.
as
조합에
GG has
비해서.
been called, and Team Zero have defeated Falcons for Game 1.
Oh, what a sick game from Team Zero to open up
분명
their
셰핀이
accounts
쓴
here in the Road
장면이
to the
나올
International
게임이기는 했는데
2024.
이렇게까지
I feel
터져버릴
like
줄은
everybody
몰랐네.
on Team
셰핀이
Zero
많이
just played out
얻어맞았는데.
of their skin. 7E,
팀 제로 사실 강팀 아니냐고요? 강팀 맞긴 하죠. 아주르도 썰고 왔잖아요, 나름.
But it was everybody else that started to really start to line up, and this is what I was touching on. You know, when we got like halfway through that game, it was really positive signs for me when I saw that Team Zero weren't being.
또 NTT 뱀픽이나 보고 있을까요? NTT가 게임 1 가져갔었네요.
You can do so much if you're left on your own. So what do? Just find him. Easy clap. Monkey King.
팀 제로가 IG도 이기고 첫 시드 아닌가요? 중국 티켓? 내 기억엔 그런데 승자조에서 그냥 쭈르륵 가가지고.
Storm, Puck, give me these sorts of things that Shadow Demon doesn't exactly have the greatest time against, and that can just absolutely ruin him.
Lashman is interesting. When I was taking a look at some of the players and what they've been playing in pubs, I've seen some support Lesh be picked up. I think an aura builder that can also do a ridiculous amount of damage with just staying alive through some of the team fights. Have seen the
퓨리온도 그렇고
the diabolic edict not affecting buildings, but just the explosion rate being increased.
약간 꼬였을 때 감당 안 되는 영웅들이 몇 있어. 메타는 분명한데 꼬이면은 그 문제가 되는 게. 특히 이제 대회는 캡틴 드래프트라
Enchantress coming through, so again
보고 반응을 하죠.
more ways to be able to find the Shadow Demon. You know, a little bit of heals, so you're going to be able to counteract the Shadow Poison somewhat. Instant ban on the Nyx, not wanting to give that one over to Bobica, one of his really solid heroes as well, to be able to play against, instantly able to kill a bunch of these creeps too, so you can see that working. So what do you do now against the Enchantress? Like, is this something where Bobica wants to go the Rubik? If so, damage kind of lacking. Can you go a Hoodwink? I could see it working. You know, just stuff that.
근데 클라우드9은 왜 이렇게 갑자기 지난번에도 그랬던 것 같은데 갑자기 팀 사가지고 로고 몇 번 박아놓다가 튀어버리고 박아놓다가 튀어버리고 이번에는 오래 박아놓을까? 엔티티 사가지고 클라우드9 해놓은 거 나름 전통 강호로 오래 해먹는 팀이긴 한데 구단 자체는
Shadow Demon 4 and a X Nova.
그러니까
Clockwork
도타
5
쪽에서는
Ranger 1. I could see that working. Although
잠깐 하다
Centaur
튀고 이런
really
이미지가
doesn't feel
있어가지고
the greatest.
Yeah. Maybe it's. I was gonna say a little bit better with the new facet, but even then, it's still supposed to be a pretty big issue. So.
And just everyone
So
buys
let's hit
Blade Mail. And then
Yeah.
you just die.
Call ultimate, bro. What are you gonna do? Just right click? All right, cool. So yeah, they still believe in the win rate. I mean, you just lost one game. It's nothing crazy, but again, Monet has been picking this a lot, and we've seen nothing to say play it previously. But again, really want to see some other heroes and other ways to make plays, and definitely would say the Clockwork is able to do so. The Shadow Demon can be a little bit more as a playmaker. I mean, you really depend on other heroes as well. And there's the Phoenix. I mean, this is a hero you're asking for, right?
It's a good hero. I feel like a lot of people have forgotten this, but it's TI time and people are going to remember. We haven't seen any Tiny either. I think maybe... No, the nerfs won't too much. I think people are just used to seeing him be giga busted. So he'll come back eventually once we get to the stages where the games start to drag on a little bit further. Once, people remember that repositioning is a really good tool to be able to have. High amount of burst damage. I can see it working.
I mean, it's a pretty goddamn good Timbersaw game. A lot of strength heroes. You can say eventually that, yeah, like the percent damage on the Sunray could be frustrating and maybe like ultra late game impetus if the Enchantress has some items. But really, this looks like a very good very good Timber game where you're already saying like probably Clockwork wanted to lane with the Wind Ranger and the SB getting play from Baboka, and you can now kind of leave the Timber, go back, make some stacks, and really help enable him to have a good game. And again, there's a lot of flex. Maybe you can't actually put it mid because we have actually seen like DK do really well versus the Timber. With that being said, I haven't seen them match up like within the last month. If anything has changed, especially with him not being universal anymore, but seems like overall you'd be pretty happy with to put it off lane.
Yeah, but then the DK can just go 1, right? And Cloud9 are the ones that get to make that decision. So I agree. It is a very good Timber game. It's just a question of, well, they don't have an egg hitter right now as well. That's also a big concern for mine. They need a way to be able to deal with that somewhat. Are they going to get a Lina for themselves? Mid Snapfire kind of garb. Marana, we've seen people try and make that work.
팀버 또 나왔네요. 전판에서는 망했는지 터진 것 같은데. 용기사 켄타 한번 나올만 하긴 했다. 용기사 켄타 불사조 인첸. 이번에는 확실히 세 보이긴 하는데.
I mean, I very much agree that you're lacking ways to deal with the egg, but then they could just go back into the same fault that we saw in the last game.
I would have liked the Marana. I feel like you can play make somewhat with it, right? You get Arrow set up with the disruption, you've got Cogs plus Arrow, you've got a high amount of burst damage, you've got an egg hitter, so it's a very good ban coming through from C9.
탭을도 상관없고 모플 치웠고
You are
몽키
lacking heavily in
없고
stuns, right? Like you might be able to
허지도 물론 왓슨이 즐겨 하긴 하지만은 이번 게임에선 진짜 별로인 것 같고 용기사 캐리 가능성도 있거든요 여전히.
Stun the Phoenix in position and kill it because it is going to cause way too much havoc if you
리나 벤 그나마 벤할 만한 거는 리나긴 하네요. 이드도 되고 캐리도 되고 어디를 가나 좀 껄끄럽고 그나마 윌런이 있으니까 아마 용기사가 캐리하기는 조금 껄끄럽기는 할 텐데 그것도 이제 그냥 매직으로 윌런 죽일 수 있는 영웅이 나와주면은 대신에 나름 뭐 인보커? 토네이도로 디스펠 그런 것도 있긴 해서 용기사 대충 완갑 대거 다달 흉갑 그 다음에 몽키킹바 가도 인보커 같은 게 있으면 나쁘진 않아서 퍽 오프 팀버네요. 인보커 진짜 딱인 것 같은데 인보커 대비할 방법이 없죠.
If they can Ursa as well on Cloud9 and see what the decision. I mean,
I feel like you just put DK1 and then you can like Ember here, and I think it's fine.
You
want
want
stuff to find the backline? Sure.
Okay.
Feels pretty good in my eyes for C9 in this game. Oh, Watson TA too.
Yeah. I say that a lot about a lot of his heroes. Honestly, Very diverse hero pool.
Yeah, I think
Let's
Cloud9 will win
see.
this one.
Okay, so there's
뭐 괜찮은 것 같아요. 오케이.
slight changes that we see.
스턴 한 번에 찢어버린다고 생각하면은 베스트네요.
Give them an advantage here with the draft. You feel like
못 찢어버린다면은 살짝 껄끄러워질 것 같기는 한데
coming from the Shadow Demon and the Clockwork. I think this game is going to be so heavily on the backs of JT and nothing.
아직 좀 기다려야 되네요.
I don't necessarily know if there's going to be too much different happening in the safe lane in particular. Like Monet is probably going to get bullied pretty heavily.
해머가 적당히 대졸대거만 뜨면
It's actually X-Nova
선한
playing
방에
Shadow Demon, huh? Don't know how I feel about that. You know, I was totally on board with everything that you were saying about Bobica playing the Shadow Demon, have him be making a bunch of stacks for JT to be able to pick up his farm. You could even say the same sort of thing for Nothing to Say as well. And, you know, having Bobica there as like a shield for Monet would have been really nice, but I don't know. It just feels a little odd to me. X-Nova is a Shadow Demon player, and he's a very good Shadow Demon player, but I'm not sure if this is the game for it.
I think a concern for me that I see is how G2IG are going to be able to deal with the eventual two supports playing mid with the Dragonite. Again, we've seen this in the past that the puck into the DK matchup can be very frustrating, not only because you have a point target stun, but also just like Puck doesn't really have the ability early game to be able to shove the wave out and pressure the Dragonite with his little kind of chip damage where DK can sustain through that. So Tower's going to be very vulnerable. You've got an Enchantress that can rotate. The Phoenix can be there. And Shadow Demon.
해머 힘 캐리보다는 낫기는 하고 일단 레인 상성이
So the map's going to be very open. Then that can help.
퍽같이 몸 약한 쉐대 같은 애들도 세이브도 그렇고 몸 약하고 세이브 위주의 팀일 때는 용기사로 물었을 때 찢어주기려면은 해머가 베스트이기는 해요.
I think I prefer the G2IG draft more than what they had at least in last game, but I still like Cloud9 draft.
이제 좀 무난한 거를 찾는다면은 용기사 캐리 보내고 미드에 다른 매직을 주는 것도 나쁘지 않은데 엠버 같은 걸로 컨트롤 한다든지 인보커로 토네이도로 그냥 썰어 먹든지 EMP 토네이도 EMP로 그게 괜찮아 보이는데 미드 용기사로 가네요. 미드 용기사를 할 거면 테마가 베스트가 맞기는 해.
Give him more credit than that, come on.
Yeah, sorry, he's played a lot of pocket pubs so far.
Are they going to be able to get up onto the high ground before the smoke breaks?
Probable.
They will. So right now, slight advantage to G2IG.
이쪽 방은 성향을 다 보여주고 시작을 하네요. 다른 방은 안 보여준 방도 있는데 업서버가.
As well. Be in a great position to be able to stop any sort of gank.
I know the green dragon has been nerfed a lot recently. Is this? Are we now seeing the mid lane DKs go for the fire dragon instead?
여기도 동룡 아니고 불룡.
Games where if they wanted, kind of like last game. Hold on, Watson, you're going a little bit deep there, especially considering you know where that they're all hanging around there with that observer ward.
그냥 이거 쭉 볼까요? 저쪽이 타이밍이 너무 늦어가지고 이거 쭉 보고 나면은 그쪽에서 딱 적당하게 20분, 30분 때 한타 중이지 않을까? 네, 블락 억지 블락 대전하는 거죠. 레인 당겨서 먹겠다고. 레벨이 중요하진 않기는 해요. 어차피 2레벨 찍는다고 킬을 낼 수 있는 조합도 아니고 타워 앞에서 자기들이 2레벨 찍을 생각인 거죠. 아무래도 클락도 있고 상대 타워 쪽으로 붙으면 많이 불편한 건 사실입니다. 클라우드9 발콘이 패고 있을까? 과연? 모르겠네요.
Sure did. I think we were talking about it, right, in the aftermath of game 1.
라인 GD9 하나씩.
A team of champions is G2IG, and I feel like they're going to need to channel that if they're going to come out with a win here. Like, if Nothing to Say can somehow even break even with no one, that's going to be a huge tick for them. If Monet and Xnova are able to keep some of the pressure away, maybe get a couple of kills here and there onto Kataomi, punish him if he misjudges his Icarus dive capabilities, that's going to be a big plus as well. So it just comes down to, are they going to be able to outplay Cloud9? Because I think Cloud9 have outdrafted them quite heavily.
Definitely not the position you want to put yourselves in. G2IG are able to do so far a very good start in all 3 lanes. Superboker is being a bit of a nuisance with the Cogs and Watson's over on the other side, so not able to do that much to the clockwork, but yeah, a really good start for Cloud9. Nothing to say he's getting pressured heavily onto the tier 1 tower.
네, 드나는 불룡입니다. 좀 전에 언급을 했었는데 해설들도 그렇고 동룡이 너무 구려지기는 했어요. 진짜 딱 푸쉬에 도움된다 정도.
With a lot of the similar sorts of things, right? Timbersaw happening again, Wind Ranger happening again, and it didn't exactly.
레인에서 써먹기는 좀 많이 아쉬워져서.
Right? At least this time around, they've got a puck to like guarantee that you're going to get some Timbersaw damage coming through, or you're going to.
그리고 푸쉬에 도움된다도 사실.
Going to get run away from.
오, 따끔해요. 아무튼 푸쉬에 도움된다도 그래도 그냥 코로전 들고 불룡으로 파밍하면서 푸쉬를 하는 게 그게 더 셀 것 같기는 해요. 오, 위험합니다. 나이스 세일, 요정불꽃 평타 한 대. 조금 모자르긴 한데 너무 굳이 들어가진 않고요.
Very diverse hero pool. You can think of his Puck, his Storm, his Mbop, but then also those days when he was playing like the Conqueror and going like, he was really the Radiance DK builder for a while. This is without a doubt one of his better heroes.
이게 물론 퍽이 불리한 건 맞는데 좀 과하게 불리한 것 같아요 지금.
Again, the stun on
뭘 타워.
so much pressure it's putting.
네, 피했고요.
Where does he go?
Maybe he does need to test the curveball a little bit. Oh, straight back to the lane. Nope. But I mean, kind of like what we were saying about Watson earlier. I feel like you could do a similar sort of thing.
그래도 나름 잘 먹고 있기는 해요.
I would say his Puck and his Storm Spirit are very signature.
죽지 않고 이대로 먹으면은 나쁘진 않습니다.
Signature, like so many things that this man is able to do.
용기사가 디나이보다는 견제에 많이 힘을 써가지고 경험치 차이는 그렇게 안 나거든요.
And honestly, I don't think it gets spoken about enough at how he was able to.
아무래도 좀 그렇죠.
When I was watching his games on OG,
IG가 전체적으로 편한 라인들이 아니에요.
Not potentially the issue.
미드는 상성 그냥 빡세게 잡혔고 사이드는 서포트들이 뭘 먼저 해주기가 좀 어렵죠. 조건이 좀 많이 받쳐줘야 돼서.
Some new talent as well, and Watson showcasing 26-5, bottom, and 15-0 here for JT. And again, like we were saying, like you don't have the Shadow Demon now to make stacks here for the Timber to maybe get ahead.
그렇다고 코어끼리 뭐 이길 수 있는 것도 아니고. 너무 찔끔찔끔. 불 쏠까 말까 스턴 넣고 쏩니다.
I know the ins and outs of that team. I just can't reveal who the problem was.
Absolutely. You've got the DMs.
Yes, I do.
난 딕틱스에 얼마나 화가 날까요? 셀브 껐고요. 근데 모네가 이러는 동안 얻어맞고 있습니다. 윈드런 벌써 끝났고요. 다만 보보카까지 와가지고 오히려 카타오미가 많이 불편해 보이죠. 버스 블러드 오히려 모네에게 마무리가 네 됐어요. 1대1 교환. 딱 반반인 교환인 것 같습니다. 어쨌든 모네 경험치는 조금 잃겠지만은 퍼블도 먹었고요, 캐리로서.
Giving that first blood over to Monet is going to help him out a ton, but you still see the current state of the game. Even with that going their way, it's a 2k net worth lead, 6 minutes in. Pretty much every lane is going well for C9 right now. Not just in net worth, in levels too.
So they might be in some trouble. Okay. Jump away. Now, unfortunately for Boca, he's going to run into them, so kill and Elder Dragon form is used. They'll maybe try and change this. They've got the catapult wave still.
Unlucky.
Oh, okay, well.
JT 설마 죽지는 않겠죠. 암만 그래도 팀번데.
It was on the top side, right? Nothing to say was fully prepped to be able to go down bottom. to be able to make it happen. And
아무튼 불용이라 굳이
this TA is
푸시
it's a
빡세게
pretty
갈까요?
godly TA game. Like going up against a Timber
인첸까지 다 불러와 있기는 한데 환영화도 있기는 해도 이게 타워에 들어갈 데미지가 아직은 조금.
Neutral creep from Fishman. They won't have something else to be able to take.
와 근데 딴 것보다 태워가 돈이
lift down, but that's going to be able to stall out the.
심하기는 하네요. 팀버가 좀 상상 이상으로 못 벌었죠.
They will, but I mean.
이 거리 유지 잘못하면은 따끔따끔하기는 한데 이 정도로 못 먹을 정도는 아닐 텐데.
In that time, you solo have nearly taken.
패시브를 아예 안 찍고서는 해서 그런가? 억지로 버티고 6레벨 만들어가지고 서포트 잘라먹을 생각으로 그래서 그런가? 1포인트 정도는 그냥 줄만 했던 것 같은데요.
On the double braces once more, so you just need to commit so much to take care of this enchantress, and it's really not worth it at this stage.
7분에 별 킬 없었는데 3K 차이.
That's the frustrating thing. You don't want to, but you have to.
This time, Fishman's going to show with the creep.
네, 퍽.
And they will push nothing to say away.
좋은 아웃을 당합니다. 예.
Shortly, a tower that's not going to be in a position where they can defend it. Another creep wave's going to come out.
뭐라도 해보려고 살짝 하는데 이거 잘못하면 죽어요. 스탬피드. 스턴 피했습니다. 거의 걸어놨지만 글쎄요. 그냥 성공. 블러드 그레이네이드 진짜 한 틱만 더 있었으면은 죽었을 텐데. 근데 보보카가 살짝 위험 보이고 있죠. 카타오미 하이파이브 해가면서 아직 살아있습니다. 오 피해서의 보보카 살았어요 또. 그냥 단순히 다행인 거죠. 웨이브를 정리하고 하는 것도 아니고 타워는 타워대로 본인 죽음은 죽음대로 6레벨입니다 아직.
14, 1500. So I don't. Let's see how the game continues to play, but I really do want.
사실 그냥 터졌다고 보는 게 맞지 않을까요? 윌런이
We were saying before it was coming out, like.
사실 불킹만 뽑으면 어떻게든 한타 한 번 할 수 있는 그런 캐리가 아니라서 스벤 같은 애들처럼. 윌런이 뭐 그나마 잘 컸다고 풀어줄 수 있는 캐리는 아니라서. 할 게 딱히 없죠. 로원 웨이브 잘 나가면서 다음 타워 갑니다. 저 윌런 게다가 힐인드라 뭐 하나 잘라 먹어보자 이것도 안 되고. 불사조를 물었습니다. 알 없으니까 뭐 잡긴. 이게 저기 아래로 내려가서 한다고? 어쨌든 잡기는 잡았습니다. 글쎄요. 클라우드9이 리턴 킬이 없으면 조금 괜찮은 킬이 되는 거죠. 왓슨이 완벽하게 프리파밍을 하고 있다는 게 문제가 되긴 하는데 그 부분만 빼면은 나쁘지 않습니다. 스탬피드도 뽑았고 상대 TP도 잔뜩 뽑았고. 왓슨 합류하려고 바로 대고 가죠. 장창대고 빠른 빌드. 진짜 이제 퍽스턴 당하면 그대로 죽는다고 봐야지 뭐. 연기사가 다음 템이 안 보이기는 하네요. 대거를 네 오고 있습니다. 대거. 그냥 스턴 맞으면 죽어요 누구든.
not only
켄타는 템 뭐가지?
damage that the puck and the timber are able to throw at you, you're also just enabling them to be locked down for so much more with that.
1차 다 터진 팀 대 1차 다 산 팀.
Psionic trap means that, you know, eventually I'm sure they're going to look to synergize.
켄타가 대거가 나왔나 모르겠네. 켄타까지도 대거 나오면은 팀버가 물려도 죽는다고 봐야 돼서.
Pretty consistently this game, I'd say.
저도 아니면 아무거나 하나 물고 한 명은 뒷라인 물고.
Maybe 4 more minutes.
패대가 좀 껄끄럽기는 하죠. 지금은 진짜 한 방에 내진 못해서.
Are we in desperate times where someone?
인첸 물었는데 글쎄요 진짜 오래 걸려요. 불사조보다 훨씬 더 오래 걸려요. 잡긴 잡았습니다. 하지만 보보카 리턴킬 이번에는 나왔고요.
Took a long time to be able to take him down there. That's his third bracer, and he's got the Seeds of Serenity as well. Wouldn't hate seeing him go like casual raindrops, but he's rushing into the Solar Crest. Both.
어쨌든 마녀건 뽑긴 뽑았습니다. 다행히.
Further the Roshan taking potential.
근데 이거 인첸 궁도 없는 인첸 잡은 거라. 물론 매직이 반 이상이긴 했겠지만. 궁 찍히고 나면은 글쎄요. 잡을 수 있을까요? 브레이서.
Maybe a 1-1. Probably slightly favoring Entity because not Entity, Cloud9 because of their recent game history, but maybe that recent series online did affect them in a big way. Like you can't lose 4v5 and not feel some kind of tilt from that.
중국 수준이 떨어졌다기보다는 IG가
I mean, they're gonna go again at the Enchantress. They are a little bit closer, but this time what needs can be here with the damage that was maybe lacking.
중국 최약체의 느낌이죠. AR이 망가져서 밑바닥을 깔아주긴 하는데.
Let's see if they can re-control their triangle though.
그거 빼면 IG가 원래 중국 팀 중에 제일 약했어가지고. 킹제로는 IG 대신 AR 대신이 아니라 가장 강한 팀이 되어버렸잖아요. XG랑 비빌 정도지. 물론 직접 보진 않아서 둘이 아직 서열 정리는 안 되기는 했는데. 이미 팀제로가 1등하고 IG가 2등 해가지고 TI 온 거잖아요. 이미 IG보다는 일단 높아. 팀제로가.
I'm really just waiting to see. It's probably when Roche moves to top is when they're look to take it for Cloud9. I mean, it is not.
그러니까 아멘은 얼굴을 맞대지 않아서 모르겠는데.
Nonetheless, he's been really happy with what he's been able to get out of the map. Like they are already starting to occupy.
IG는 모네도 물론 많이 좋아지긴 했는데 조금 모자르고요. 슬라크만 뽑던 때에 비하면 확실히 발전을 했지. 피쉬맨 힐 4렙인데 마법이 많아요. 다음에 그냥 바로 끊어버리고요.
Always has a threat of the supernova, and they will not continue to go for more from G2IG. So the tower kind of protected again. I don't think that we're really trying to force it there from Cloud9. Getting some reactions out, it will be the Enchantress that goes down.
버슨 이거 샤드구나 아직은. 대졸은 좀 멀었네요.
That's the thing. You still used Focus Fire. You still used Dream Coil. I suppose they've got the attitude that look.
아무튼 IG가 엑스노바는 늙었고 Nothing to Say는 뭔가 항상 풀파워가 아닌 느낌이고 즐겜 픽도 많고 요상한 픽도 많고 던지는 장면들도 은근 나오고 모네는 뭐 여전히 모네고.
Well done. Instant D-ward. And I was honestly about to mention that word, saying like maybe this could be an important one for G2IG because we know there's probably
JT는 항상 JT고 보보카도 잘은 하는데 임팩트가 좀 줄어들었다고 봐야 될까 옛날에 비하면. 잘은 하는데 많이 아쉬운 것 같아요. 만화 다 녹이긴 했습니다. 힘캐요. 분명 강하죠 팀버.
They can go down incredibly fast. And now what's
이거는 조금 너무 과했던 것 같은데요. 와서 굳이
They're already dead. There was nothing to be had.
여기서
there.
10여 초 가까이 서 있다가 1 플러스
Three
1?
heroes to Cloud9 give a big opportunity. Now Fishman as well. He gives another opportunity.
갑자기 1등으로 치고 올라가요 이러면은 모네가.
6,000 net worth lead, and now that's going to be cut down to potentially 2,000. Cloud9 giving them signs of life here for G2IG when if they played this
게임
flawlessly,
요상해지죠.
this could have been potentially 25
하나씩,
and
하나씩,
13
하나씩.
in GG, but I mean this is now a 2,000 deficit.
Fishman's I understand at the very end there. Like he was just trying to get something out of that engagement, and he nearly took out the tier 2
게임
tower.
재미없을까봐 던져버렸네요. 근데 이게 제이
Oh my god, Kataomi.
무슨 불사조한테 솔킬을 당하나요?
Solo kill, and you speak the man, and he appears. Like this is what I'm
팀버가.
talking about. Like if they were fighting with Kata,
도대체 무슨 일이 벌어졌는지 화면이 안 잡혀서 모르겠는데
like he had the Sunray
어떻게 가능한 거지 도대체?
available for himself and his team, but they just didn't. They had very little team fight. They were relying on big net worth get kill, and you know there is some stage where that's going to work, but not if you're going up against a Timbersaw that's actually able to dish out a pretty decent amount of damage.
어쨌든 다시 갑니다. 클라우드 9 스모크 쓰고.
Yours on Kataomi, 11 and a half. And importantly, the
근데 테머는 아직 파밍하러 갔어요.
Against the puck, of course, but you know, with the Wind Ranger as well, Timber, no dispels at the moment.
이와드 호크샷 R은 없기는 합니다. 웨이브랜다 이카루스 다이브로 살짝 빠지고요. 용기사 오키드 스턴 넣기는 했는데 콜 정말 잘 걸렸죠. 모네 근데 이거 딜이 애매해요. 상대 방어력도 그렇고 불매도 그렇고 들어가서 프리딜 맞기에는 좀 그래서 팀버 녹여서 1대1
on potentially getting that extra control, getting rid of Kataomi.
JT는 결국 JT였다.
Maybe it does, and I really feel like
게다가 오키드 이번에는 그래도 세이브 잘해줬고요.
getting towers now. They're just waiting for Watson to get that Desolator, right? It takes a little bit too long for them to be able to secure a bunch of these towers without that. They're actually looking to move on forward to potentially try and pick him off, but a well-placed trap is going to scout out Monet for now. Looks like they should. About to say they should be able to get this tier 2 top, but they've got the glyph, and it will be refreshed if they're looking to try and commit onto this. So yeah, just look to quickly take out the creep wave, keep it up for as long as possible, but again, just delaying the inevitable, it seems.
모네가 불킹이랑 글쎄요 다달?
What was the win probability?
뭐가 더 필요할까?
Only 65%. I'm surprised.
일단은 불매를 관통을 해야 돼서 뭐가 있기는 있어야 되는데 오우 막 들어가요. 근데 스턴이 안 닿았습니다. 오키드랑 샤드까지 막아넣는데 어쨌든 살았고요. 버프카도 사나요? 오 근데 이거 갑자기 뒤쪽에서 테머가 근데 살았어요. 아 평타 닿았습니다. 죽었어요. 진짜 DM 너무하다. 이거 스톰프를 못 맞춰? 잡긴 잡았는데 이거 스톰프를 못 맞춘다고? 일 떨어지는 거를?
You just see the difference, even just with Kataomi being there, right? Like you've got the blinding sun, really effective against the.
테머가 갑작스럽게 등장한 거 치고는 조금 아쉽기는 하겠죠. 잡고 죽기는 했는데 깔끔한 진입이 아니었어가지고.
Relatively weak going up against Fishman, who's got the enchant with the blinding sun available, with you know yourself still being able to be stunned, slowed down, whatever it might be.
보보카 네 보였어요. DM 그냥 보내줍니다. 대거 이제 샀거든요.
Are we seeing any signs of life though for G2IG in regard to like maybe something in these fights that they could look to further use to their advantage? I mean, it's a 6,000 deficit, but we have seen they've been able to get some kills and some important ones as well.
샤드는 카타오미에게 좋은 샤드고요. 이쪽은 모모카에게 이 게임에서는 별로 이 샤드인 것 같아요.
From the TA, you don't want to get caught out by that. So At least he's going to be
제트팩이 디스펠도 당할 수 있고 스턴 당하면은 움직일 수 없고요.
You know, hook shot into blink Timbersaw combination onto Kataomi, for example, before he's able to do anything in a lot of these engagements. If they can accomplish that, you might say that they're back in this game somewhat, because it might mean that Kataomi needs to itemize even more defensive.
데몬의 클린즈가 훨씬 나았을 것 같아.
And speaking about the defensive itemization, I mean, it's a very long build up for nothing to say with the
할 만한 상태.
He's gonna have a difficult time still with showing up to fights, and we already see that.
잠깐은 될 텐데. 불킹 나온 윌런이랑 어쨌든 간에 힘용들 상대로 팀버랑. 근데 노원도 불킹을 뽑기는 뽑을 테고요. RG가 한 기회 2번 정도 있을 것 같기는 하네요.
A bit more aggressively. He's got the second life to be able to do so. He's got the Desolator building into the MKB as well. So just another way to be able to.
이번 로샨 배럭 안 까이는 선에서 잘 흘리고 누구 잘 안 잘리고 버텨내면은 보보카 진짜 깊숙한 데서 잘 파밍을 하기는 해.
Farm one on ancients. You gotta get some farm.
It's in a sad state.
연기사 불킹 곧 나오죠.
I think the cogs need to be overpowered for it to be pickable because you don't
보였어요.
the laning stage.
안 좋은 샤드라고 했는데 좋은 샤드가 되어버렸네요. 첫 사용이.
Right, everyone was there for it.
알아서 TP.
So if they're able to avoid this upcoming fight, 5,000 lead for Cloud9 with the Ages.
Doesn't seem like they're ready to go
just
yet. What's the reason that you would want to go just yet, right? You've got 4 minutes left on the Aegis. You've got 400 gold left until BKB on no one. Probably not going to get a Crimson Guard anytime soon on DM, but I mean, even just the BKB feels so free to take a lot of these fights. It means you're not worried at all about anyone but the Wind Ranger. And even then, like, are you really that worried about the Wind Ranger?
So if they should be. Monade is second in net worth, but maybe not at that stage where they need to be worried. They will smoke from Cloud9. DM's going to reveal himself inside the lane.
The next was placed down though by G2IG. They've got good vision in both top jungle, bottom jungle, lanes in a decent spot as well outside of that mid one. Smoke on smoke. They really want to play around that.
네, 할머니가 이제 가셨고요. 한타 딱 맞춰서 가셨네요. 클락 이번에 녹았고요. 진짜로 한타에서는 쓸모가 없죠. 게다가 퍽! 오! 세이브 한번! 아, 오잘았네요. 게다가 정말 좋은 위치에 알 수 있는 게 있나요? 없는 것 같죠. 오키드 꺼지면 데미지 조금 모자라네요. 엑소노바는 살고 하지만 팀버는 오, 사나요?
JT actually will be able to get some
뭐
further
살기는 사네요.
Maybe they're just gonna leave him. Feels like it's will take a little bit too long, so he will escape. But again,
네, 그다지 의미는 없어 보입니다.
To the secondary support and back to mid they go. But yet, I mean, we saw it was an okay
결국은 보여줬죠. 우리가 물면 이긴다.
Was really perfect on the high ground for Kataomi.
That's the key thing, right? Like he just.
그러고 보니 윌런 힐인드 상태에선 알도 못 가지 않나? 아예.
It means that you can't really commit super heavily on Monet for that team fight. It just feels so awkward, right? That they need to use everything onto him. He's not the one that you want to start on. You want to start on Kataomi for these fights because you saw how impactful he was.
불킹 일단 바로 켰고요. 노원 TP아웃 네 합니다.
No way to address this, so no one's gonna be okay.
켄타는 물었다고 할 수 있을까요? 켄타를? 물론 암만 팀버가 있다고는 하지만은 켄타 같은 영웅을 때리면은 물었다고 말을 할 수 있는 걸까 싶기는 해요. 켄타, 타헌, 팀버 이런 애들은 와 그냥 냅다 그냥 앞으로 가버리네 테머가. 물어봐. 물어 뜯지는 못하고 물어만.
Maybe they could wait for the next Roche. Maybe they wait for the Tormentor. Maybe they wait for even just the Wisdom Rune.
Oh,
Yeah, still very
열이
firmly in
난다.
the driver's seat.
하여튼 요즘 방송을 안 한 게 몸 상태가 그다지 좋진 못한 것 같아. 이번 여름은 좀 잘못 나고 있는 건지 2주 동안 방송을 안 했는데
With the Dark Troll Summoners as well to work with, this tower's gonna fall fast.
They found, I was about to say they found nothing to say. He's hanging around on the left-hand side, so they know there's no puck. JT's got to walk underneath a ward as well, so they know he's inside the jungle. No Timbersaw, and that's where they're going to go. Part of the burst.
글쎄요, 이게 헛커스파이어가 휠인드라 영 아쉬워요. 알 깔고 해머 굳이 알기스 쓰진 않았습니다. 10초. 이게 알기스 죽은 동안 팀이 대기를 타줘야 돼가지고 거기서 용기스가 죽을까봐 일부러 뺀 것 같죠. 아, 껐어요. 클라. 벙카가 분명 잘해. 임팩트가 옛날에 못 미쳐서 그렇지. 깔끔하게 알기스 회복 꺼줍니다.
Effective for me as I believe he's almost finished up that Scythe of Vice. Yeah, right now he's got enough to be able to get it. Just 27.5 minutes in.
God damn. He's so farmed. He's so farmed, dude. What?
다음 뱅가드 나오면 이제 밀런이 뭐가 안 되는데.
Yeah, people just forgot about this puck hero apparently.
냅다 들어가요. 글쎄요, 링켄까지 발라주고요. 살아있죠. 문제는 오보카.
Might even be getting to the point where you just buy a gem on Cloud9, right? Like, just don't give them any vision outside of the base, because if you can't jump the back line, what are you supposed to do on G2IG? Like, you really never need to put yourself in a position to get gone on. If you're Phoenix, for example, I think Katomi is still like the staple part of their entire team fight.
네, 카타오미 시야에 안 잡혔고요.
On cue when you.
나팅스에 그래도 링켄이 있어가지고 오키드든 헥스든 한 번에 죽지는 않아서 나름 좀 버텨봅니다. 그래도 시야를 딴 상태로 이니시를 건다면은 헥스나 오키드 스턴이나 두 가지 가능하기는 한데. 카타오미 혼자예요. 에그 있긴 있는데 굳이 네 아예 그냥 기회조차 없었고요. 뭐 쓸 건 아니었기는 합니다만.
Gotta do something. They've been fighting really well. Maybe just using the fear factor, I guess.
근데 옵저버 안 하니까 편하기는 하다. 궁금한 부분은 못 보는 게 좀 문제기는 한데 확실히 편하네요.
It's one that does open up the map a fair amount, right? They're going to need to protect this vision though, because like we were saying, gem freshly purchased by C9 means that they're just going to be able to sweep across the map together.
10k 차이. 다음 로션 기다리는 것 같죠. 굳이 급하진 않으니까 NTT.
Where is their vision right now? It's really just that one, huh?
테머도 뭐 불킹 뽑고 켄타도 크림슨 뽑고 불킹까지 나오면 더 좋고. 먹으면 이제 두 번째가 되는 거예요. 다음 로션이. 네, 나왔네요. 크림슨. 불킹까지는 아직 2000 조금 더.
I'm thinking. Trust me when I tell you, I'm thinking hard about what needs to change because. Not much is
용기사도 그냥 히터 빌드 가네요.
Not much is changing for the clockwork. I guess you do have the Aghanim Shard now on X-Nova, so that's a nice little bit of protection against the
물론 다달. 네, 뱅가드 때문에 사실상 다달만큼의 딜이 사라지는 거죠. 거의 상쇄되는 수준이라.
Where is the damage going to come? It honestly has to be Monet, right? He's so close to his level 20. You would love to have that prior to this. They know that this smoke is going on though with the trap underneath the regen rune. But with that Daedalus and, you know, Enchanted Quiver, Glipnir, it's a lot of damage coming out.
So, but knowing the smoke's going on, will not connect. So, obviously, Roche 35 seconds. They might be able to get some vision set up around the area.
나름 슬쩍 할 수 있겠는데요. 이 정도 위치에, 이 정도 타이밍에, 이 정도 와드면. 아 근데 두고 갑니다. 25초 남았는데.
Realizes that they're not really going to be up on this top side of the map. Just wants to fix the lane somewhat, make the eventual Roshan.
클라우드9이 오히려 스모크
obvious, and TP is actually coming back from Xnova here.
용기사 다달 완성했고 테머가 지금 템이
Is this going to
어디까지
put them in a
나와
position
있나요?
where Roshan does eventually spawn? It's only 5 seconds.
완성했나? 벌킹?
Kind of feels like they're not accomplishing much, you know? They're just backed off for no real reason, given up their positional advantage. DK.
Now they'll
who's
come
holding
out
the
there.
gem?
On
Central.
Radiant,
있네요. 몽키킹박까지도
Check that high
있고
ground. So you've
다음 민대거
a bit of vision over Fishman, although
I scan.
제일 앞에 지금 용기사입니다.
Scans on the mark, so they know they're outside the base.
스모크 클라우드9은 끊겼고요. 아 왓슨 뺐어요. 와 은신 있고 대거 있고 쉴드 있으니까 캐리가 이걸로 스모크를 꺼줍니다. IG 쫓기죠 오히려.
just give him all the vision possible. DM really dangling himself out there, realizing
JT?
how beefy he is at this stage.
던 JT 버텨지나요? 푸시가 잘 들어가긴 했는데요. 아가님 켰는데 바로 그냥 디스펠 당하고 삭제. 그래도 R 위치가 조금 안 좋았습니다. 빠졌고요. 문제는 나머지한테 싸워도 이길 수 있나요? 몽키킹바 있어요. 모네 잠깐 세이브 죽은 줄 알았네요. 하지만 삭제당했고요 결국. 왓슨 쉴드 켜고 퍽 사망. 아이고 마녀검 틱으로 오 됐어요. 캐네가 마무리 해줬습니다. 그래도 JT 바이백해서 왔는데요. 스탬피드 여기까지만 하자. 글쎄요 4대2 교환 바이백까지.
Would have been a disaster if Xnova wasn't able to clean up Watson at the very end there.
나름 엑스노바 세이브도
Of the Shadow Demon. So
좋고 했는데
still isn't the cleanest.
테머가 너무 셌죠.
Four heroes, you lose a buyback on your Timbersaw. It's still
퍽이 마무리해야지 하고 들어갔는데 얻어맞아 죽어버려가지고.
long death timer, by the way.
피닉스 알만 조금 더 멀리 깔았으면은 알이 끝내 까졌더라도 일단 상대를 더 불러왔을 거라 아마 녹았었겠죠? 안 까졌거나 상대가 더 가까이 와서 죽었거나 둘 중에 하나였을 거라.
Timbersaw's target and just have a huge amount of AoE damage. Break that pipe instantly.
이거 쉴드 쿨 딱 돌아가지고 Nothing to Say가 마무리하러 들어왔다가
the Maelstrom on the puck with the focus fire Glipnir on the Wind Ranger.
그래서 로션 아직 테머 아직이에요. 갓타움에 또 잡혔네요. 바이백 없는데요. 이거 아이즈한테 기회가 되나요? 4대5입니다. 원래도 알이 없긴 했는데 그래도 헥스 달려있거든요. 율 헥스. 이거는 좀 큰 킬이라 기회를 잡나요? 알지? 역으로다가
pretty quickly themselves with Monet now having a pretty decent amount of farm himself.
Roche's banner onto JT. Age is going to be given over to Monet. Looks like he has to go the satanic route, especially with all the damage that we're seeing come back from the retaliate.
Nothing to say is able to get into that Aghanim Scepter, then
근데 알기스 있어도 윌런 정도면은 스베이나 태블급은 아니기는 한데 이제 30초잖아요. 그 정도는 아니기는 한데 이 몸뚱아리가 브레이킹 없이 버티기에는 좀 붕 켜고 알길 수 있다고 브레이킹 안 켜고 들어가기에는 찢겨 죽을까봐 무섭고 그렇다고 알기스 되살아나면은 궁 없고 브레이킹 없으면은 별 의미가 없고 태블 스벤급은 아니라지만 조금 아쉽기는 하죠. 그래서 그런지 클라우드9이 오히려 앞으로 밀려 들어가죠. 게다가 JT 네 엑스노바 세이브
So the banishment to try and protect him. San's going to be worn off.
게다가 데모닉 클렌즈까지. 근데 헥스 때문에 옆에서 자꾸 죽었어요. 이거 무서워가지고 얘기를 하는 건데 아무것도 못하고 죽었습니다. 알겠어, 그냥 허망하게 빠졌고요. 글쎄요, 이거 그냥 싸울까요? 아닐 것 같은데요. 템피도 있습니다. 시야가 없으니까 쓰진 않네요.
Happy with that for Cloud9. You get the ages. Now you do not have this slight advantage potentially for G2IG. And we see, still, this has to be picture perfect for them inside the team fights.
It's a lot of damage that was output, but not much result, right? Like very, very quickly.
줄 수는 없으니까 먹은 로샨이기는 했는데
No BKB was forced by
날름 먹은 로샨이긴 했는데 그래도 좀 써먹어 봤어야 됐는데
Didn't need a blink dagger, just able to dive
아무것도
in
못했네요.
with all of that extra vision provided with these TA traps. Comfortably able to
Playing
do
up
so.
his A.
Yep.
Oh, look at the burst potential.
아, 나팅스의 바이백 없어요. 이거 불킹 근데 모네 이거 얼굴 맞대고 싸울 거 아니에요. 몽키킹 바 있습니다. 죽을 뻔했죠. 한 대만 더 맞았으면. 버보카가 잠깐 막아주고 있는데 버보카 그래도 살아나가네요. 크레이코트 덕분에. 지금 저거 모네 죽었으면은 게임인데.
Absolutely not. Like you just have so much of that turnaround potential. You've got so much of the evasion pierce. You've got blade mails. You've got retaliate.
와슨 24레벨.
Pretty devastating, to be honest. Even just going for pretty rarely that you don't see Centaurs going the Stampede cooldown at level 20. He is all in on the retaliate, even going for the talent for it. And I mean, imagine if it gets to 25, retaliate aura.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do at that point? They're just sieging from afar, acting as artillery, delaying the game further. Trying to get into that next item for the puck. He just finished up the Aghanim Scepter at least, so that's a little bit of extra damage output for him, but could be also bad for him if it means that he plays a little bit cockier, because you saw how quickly he was able to get burst down just then.
그래도 퍽 준 거 치고는
just bank on your own individual skill and
잘
play this
버텼나
fast
싶기는 하고. 왓슨 바이백 세이브 하고 있죠. 25레벨 찍었고 민대거 그래도 타워 상황 생각하면 살만한 것 같은데 윈런이 뭐 포커스 파이어가 단일 대상도 아니고.
A DK build that we see from a lot of the carries at the moment, and the scan probably means he's going to be able to get a kill onto Baboka as well.
오키드 TP 아이고 날아서 사라져 버립니다.
Searching Sunray, not gonna
스탬피드 뽑았네요.
It
어떻게
really
보면.
does feel like the delay game. For the first time though, I do see like an avenue for them to be able to get back into this on G2IG, right? Like if Nothing to Say is able to get into his level 25, then suddenly Dreamcrawl because of immunity feels really good. If the Wind Range is able to have an undispellable Wind Run plus Aghanim Scepter, then you are reducing a lot of that damage that's coming back your way. I feel like Cloud9 aren't going to let that happen though. I feel like they realize the time is now. They want to close it out before it gets to that dangerous stage.
이게 제대로 버스트가 없다 보니까 테머가 턱턱 쳐도 견제가 좀 어렵죠. 이것저것 날릴 거랑 이니시는 이기는 한데 한 번에 찢어주기는 조금. 테머 다달. 모네 두 방이면 죽지 않을까? 다달 크리 두 번이면.
Fishman's got a Moonshard on his Enchantress, so
인첸 문샤드.
easy for JT either. This is the point that I was talking about. Late game
파이크 퀴버 문샤드.
for this
아이고야.
team. You can still just enchant off the reactive armor and then go to town with right clicks.
Yeah, I mean we're seeing the difference in supports with their scaling, right? Sure, even late game is definitely not the worst, especially with your items.
이제 1차 하나 더.
The aggressive like percent damage, especially now with the facet. But you're unable to keep up. You know, the clockwork in particular. Scepter's okay to shove up the lanes and maybe give you information, but it feels like you are just not competing with the Enchantress and the Phoenix. And 19,000 lead, and maybe this will be the fight for them. Smoke on smoke. Nothing to say once again is going to be caught inside.
네, nothing to say. 잘려버렸어요. 엑소나바까지 뒤쪽에서 열심히 치고 있긴 한데 글쎄요, 모네 딜이 나오나요? 크림슨 때문에. 그나마 피쉬맨 잡기는 했는데 뭐 별 의미는 없어 보입니다. JT 아가님 켠거 냅두고요 그냥.
They want to continue to try and hunt the Timber Sword down though. JT another round of the Timber Chain up in a couple of seconds. We'll make it up into the high
살짝.
ground. DM slow in pursuit. Everyone else is
아직
starting to come
살아있어요.
up towards him. JT considering about turning Monet as well, waiting
뭐,
the trees. How are they gonna
오,
enter this
근데
one?
브레이킹 켰습니다 왔어요. 이렇게 되면 모네 빠져야죠.
He's like, brother, you are not winning
어머,
this
가자
fight.
멀리.
Just run back the other way. Don't even try.
모네
And
죽어가고
DM
있어요.
It's like, okay,
네.
I mean, you can attempt it. Blade now
레인드랑.
retaliate. Very cool stuff. It's not gonna matter.
아우, 따끔따끔.
Deep in the blink. Catch Omi with the north.
아, 스니 브레이킹 반응 안 했으면 어떻게 될지 몰랐을 텐데.
It's just
반응해버렸네요.
stuff from them. A five-man wipe. You just lose the Enchantress. Oh, the team fights look so easy for them.
Do indeed. You might even be able to go into the left talent on the DK as well. Never mind, he just wants to live. Totally understandable. I mean, they were going for a pincer move of their own. It's just nothing to say got caught out about 5 seconds too early. I think that could have been a drastically different one if he just wasn't caught at the very beginning, because Phoenix was in their sights. They would have been able to burst down Kataomi. But yeah, just not quite able to synergize together, and I feel like that's been the case the entire game, right? When was the last time we actually had a legitimate 5-on-5 fight?
I feel like it's been one of the big critiques overall of G2IG. Entity and being able to be on the same page. So the case once again, full set of barracks down bottom, mid, that glyph is
마무리하는 중. 그냥 좀 힘쓸 수 있었던 것 같은데 터진 느낌이죠. 미드 뚫리면서. 아, 얻어맞아요. 버벅 아직 살아있습니다. JT 바이백. 코일 끊어졌네요. 아, 있긴 있어요. 근데 그냥 빠져나갑니다. 스태피드로. JT 아카님 켰더니 인첸이 그냥 디스펠.
Megas, they don't have reactive armor for another 40 seconds, so now that you actually do have the Wind Ranger back, you don't feel confident.
어워지로 들어가요. 오, 쉐클 잘 걸긴 했는데 이거 모네 앞에 왓슨 서 있으면 아무것도 못해요. 녹아서 사라졌습니다. 게다가 퍽까지. GG. 이게 퍽만 망한 게 아니라 팀버도 너무 망했어가지고 시간 조금 더 있었으면은 그래도 이렇게까지 터지진 않았을 것 같은데 좀 잘못 터진 것 같아요, 나같이. 뭐 볼까? 이쪽이 마무리되고 있는 것 같으니까 이쪽으로 가자.
Only Amar and Skeeter left. 7E drops down the stun. It catches Amar. They're creating some angles of space, but here is snaking.
알콘 글쎄요, 밀리다가 복구한 것 같은데요. 이제 복수 성공할까요, 게임 2는?
And of course, Mallory was wreaking havoc with that double damage rune. It's a fight that was tough. It looked for the side of Falcons, but they end up outplaying.
애매하기는 하다.
Heads up in that one.
Yeah, a lot of kiting came out in that last fight.
뒤로 가면 갈수록 팀 제로가 너무 껄끄러워 보이는데.
Too long. It took way too long to try and kill those.
첸이 힘이 좀 빠지는 픽이죠 이번 게임.
Malrine, Amar, and Skitter just really able to go around in these team fights. You can see the amount of goo that's happening from ZZQ, but if you're not getting your two cores to get these right clicks in, and with a lot of this damage, it's very hard for you to try and confirm these kills.
닉네임이 보여야 아는데.
You need to try and find a lot more of these fights where 7E's able to stick
일단
onto a
오프
target.
켄타고요, 비욘드.
Same thing with Eriko. It feels like every single time that I look at these fights, Eriko has almost no mana because Crit's able to just kind of stand there and get these mana drains off on basically everybody in these team fights. So Falcons, they've done a really good job at weathering the storm from Team Zero, which has been this massive minus armor kind of strat, and they've really been able to build for it now, and it's all on Team Zero to try and get these team fights going the way that they want them to, because as long as they are not getting, you know, their puck instantly blown up or, you know, their Dragonite getting caught alone, Team Falcons are happy with how these fights are going because they have so much sustain and so many of these auras.
We're also going to start building into some ACs next. Amar has fixed his armor problem, got Crimson Guard Shivas, AC coming, Skeeter. Maybe they're going for double AC, I'm not sure, but Either way, they're trying to counter this minus armor strat coming in from Team Zero. Now Team Zero will be in a bit of a
빠르게
pickle.
밀죠.
Aegis push coming in from Skeeter. Tier 3 tower already at half HP, and this time around they do not have access to the tree and protector. ZZQ getting jumped on. They're trying to burst him down quickly. He's still alive for
거의
now.
죽을
Though.
뻔하긴
Able to
했습니다.
get himself back.
잠깐 많이 박아 넣었고요.
7E now jumping in on top of Skeeter. The bugs will fly in from the Weaver as well. With the Gleipnir and the Morty's kisses, this should be the first life away from the DK.
연기사 일단
Indeed it
잡았습니다.
is. The
좀
duel
박아
flew out onto
넣었고요.
7E, but he pops BKB and just
근데
runs himself
애매해요.
away.
이렇게 되면은
Now, beyond
팔콘.
finding the stun out onto Skeeter, can they get him out of here on the DK?
오케이.
Starting to armlet toggle right now.
모습을 한번
7E is still in
꺼내주고요.
base, healing up. So you won't be here to lay in some additional crushes. I think Team Falcons should be able to retreat.
Yeah, decent hold there from Team Zero. They had to utilize everything. So did the side of
팀 제로 뭐지? 이
so
반각 메타?
getting the kill there onto Skidder is going to make him a little bit more nervous going high ground in these next couple of minutes because Team Zero, they want to fight as well. They know that there is still no
나
BKB
42까지 는 게 아니라 그만큼 까인 것 같아요. 콘몰이랑 슬라다랑 오르르 해가지고.
Stampede was popped for this one. And he's still really
반짝이
fighting with the
대단하긴
Shiva's guard.
한데
And
이건
now look at this.
아니었어요.
Skeeter jumped in on the backlines looking for Erica. They want to burst down this Weaver.
오,
They
이거
can't do it just
잡혔습니다.
yet, but now with Malrine showing up, they do. He's down
근데
without
글쎄요, 지금
buyback. Skeeter,
방어력이
though,
많이
right dive, they try to force off him
까여가지고.
away. He's at the corner of the fight. He's dishing in so much damage, Fluke. The burst
버텼어요,
damage
스키터.
from the AoE of this
그래도
dragon.
끝내 잡혔네.
Yes, he will die, but he put in a lot of work before he went down. But now, beyond finding a 3-hero stomp
하지만
into a multiple
퍼뎀.
hero crush, but unfortunately, their HP pools are a little bit too
아마르가
low.
마무리해줍니다.
Both Beyond and 7E end up
Very
dead.
quickly.
Amar with the triple onto Ponlo secures the team wipe. And Team Falcons, baby. Minus armor for what? We will just out-sustain you nonetheless.
Crit actually just hard carried that entire team.
팔콘이 그래도 복수 성공을 하는 거 아니야. 근데 이거 너무 실험픽 같지 않아요?
To stop all of this initiation. If he wasn't in the position that he was in and he was the guy that was getting going on, these fights would look so different. Look, first one hits onto two of the cores. He's able to just sit back, get these mana drains going.
솔직히
You're able
뭘
to
할
get
수
the amount
있나요?
of damage to be able to take down Erica. Massive for them. Doesn't
브리즈를
overcommit. Knows
썼고.
that he can't get too close to any of these heroes. Eventually, they will take down Skidder after taking so much damage. Another
그러니까
massive
팀 제로
Earth Spike
쪽이야.
coming in from Crit.
한 게임
He sits
땄으니까.
back, he mana drains, he holds off on this Earth Spike because he knows that
반각
eventually
어린 브리스를
this Earth
서포트.
Spike will be able to win the fight for them. Everybody's almost dead. Bang. And it is all over
스냅도 반각이라면 반각이고.
for the side of Team Zero. And that was just
콧물 다 쏟아내고서는 슬라다 들어오는 거 보니까 반각 진짜 제대로기는 한데. 그래도 물론 우리가 레인저를 못 봤지만
taking X amount of armor, but if we just build armor, then all of that X armor doesn't turn into negative armor. It just turns into, we're only got 1 or 2 armor. So it's not
제로가
like we're getting 3
조금
hits,
앞서고 있었던 것
it takes 6
같거든요.
or
조금
7
전에 로샨 싸움
done. So
전까지는.
it's kind of at
게임이
the
어떻게
critical mass
굴러갔었는지
now where
모르겠네요.
it is very hard for Team Zero to start winning these fights because everybody's so tanky. There's so much damage on the side of Falcons.
I think definitely in future, if they see Amar, they're going to give him a wide berth. Not the guy to go on first. Definitely try to isolate and find... It has to be crit at this point, right? Snaking, as we've seen already, takes way too long to kill. Amar is clearly too tanky. They need to find and deal with this Lion. But Crit's positioning has been excellent, and that was before he picked up the Blink Dagger. Now he has it, so he can position even further back, even harder to catch out.
푸른 언덕으로 슬쩍.
Yeah, I think he's just doing so much work in a lot of these team fights that you kind of just need to burst him
백더
down.
프로텍션 근데 아직 있어요. 미드레이브 저 멀리 있고요.
Can they get it?
스턴이 안
He's
닿았죠.
still away right now. Beyond finding the stun, back onto Skeeter underneath the tier 4s. They throw out these Morty's
슬라다
kisses.
뒤쪽으로
They have
스턴 잘
what it takes to
들어갔어요.
kill
크림 먼저
Skeeter
녹였죠.
here.
순식간에
Getting healed
녹았습니다.
up, but look who they killed first.
게다가
They took
스탬피드
down
깔고
Crit.
이렇게 되면
Now they
스키터
just
완전히
surrounding
골입니다.
Skeeter. He eventually will fall.
이게
Everybody else
뭔가요?
getting the hell out of dodge.
이거
Okay,
뒤로
looks like they were
갈수록
listening,
팔콘이
fam.
많이
Take down
불리한데.
Crit, win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ponlo kind of put it perfectly there. They went so deep to try and kill Ponlo. This is the second time
네,
that they've
폴로에게
dived to try
팁
and take
잘
down
피했다고.
Ponlo. They haven't killed him. So there has to be something in the backs of their minds here for Falcons that is making it worth for them to try and dive and take down Ponlo here. Yes, trying to get the kill inside of the base is big, but now this is a big momentum shift for the side of Team Zero. Not only did you go so deep into their base that you didn't really get anything out of it, it's now at the point where they're starting to get the snap back with a lot of their creeps hitting into these tier 2 towers. So things are looking a bit spicy here for Falcons, and see what happens as soon as they lose crit, right? Like he goes down, they don't have that extra bit of disable, and it's basically like at that point, what does the do?
부백 성장하면 부백
crits off the table.
글쎄요. 서폿인데 헬서가 가님까지 가능한가?
Blink Dagger coming in for this Doom. Okay, Skeeter after that fight, he's queued up BKB. It's always like this.
오라는 켄타가 지금 가고 부백이 갈 템이 뭐가 있나요?
We don't really need the BKB. You have one like horrendous death, and you're like, yeah, okay, I see.
Yeah, like I understand the idea behind it, right? Like they've got bash that goes through BKB, they've got, you know, like all this other extra stuff that goes through
템을 뭐 가고 있는지 내 마음대로 못
It just
보는 게
means
참
you don't
불편하네.
just get like randomly cookied and then you get crushed and then you
파이프
get boosted.
크림슨 로터스
You actually
나왔고
have a way of combo
그러면
breaking and potentially getting yourself
솔라
away because we've seen
정도?
how extended a lot of these fights are, and if you get yourself that little bit of extra, you know, distance between you and the enemy, then that could mean survival or death, you know.
아가림 혈석을 갈 건지는 모르겠는데 파밍을 많이 시키기는
Are there any
하네요.
other spells that have the name of like a body part?
돈은 밑바닥이라.
Now you're really testing my knowledge. A body part.
BGQ.
Not that I can
근데 뒤쪽으로.
Oh no, Erica!
아, 위버너 갔어요.
He gets jumped.
아, 근데
killed, he buys
바이백.
back immediately. They want to
이거
take the fight.
로션
Even
타이밍이
time
거의
lapses into the
코앞이기는 한데
engagement.
바이백
Beyond
조금 아깝지
looking
않을까요?
towards
확인 안 된
kill or
로션입니다
crit. They
이거.
want this lion. He's still alive right now
그래,
though.
얻어맞아서 죽나요? 좀 오래 걸리긴 했네요. 브리킹 다 끝나가거든요. 근데 문제는 스키터도 용품이 없어요. 위버 근데 위버 두 번 죽었어요. 다이백. 이상해지는데요. 이러면 싸움. 스키터 여태 살아있습니다. 게다가 딜러가 없어요. 팀 제로.
ZZQ in the same position. 7E, you're gonna be forced to just watch them die.
그래서요. GZQ 콤보는 잔뜩 흘리고 있는데 플라나 서폿을 예기생으로 하네요. 오히려 플라나 죽었습니다.
7E will certainly fall here. Both of them have buyback.
이걸 한 번에 확 던져버리네요. 팀 제로. 위버가 두 맞아 죽은 것까지는 이해를 하겠는데
Yeah, that's the problem, right? They just don't have the
바이백은
damage.
좀
And you can just see they're getting a lot of
에바인 것 같아요. 슬라드까지 바이백.
themselves.
그래봤자 4대5입니다. 스키터 회복도 다 했고요. GZQ 불킹이 있었네요.
Don't have any ultimates left on the side of Falcons. Okay, 7E and beyond going forward. Morty's kisses
키스
raining in.
하지만 말이 바로 끊어졌어요.
Even silences him. And now Skeeter flapping his wings in the Dragon Knight form. He's just too damn powerful right now.
무슨 일이 벌어진 건지 이해가 가진 않습니다.
They take the game. GG well played is called. And Falcons demonstrate that they will not go gently into the night. Whether it be an armor strat or not, they have what it takes to figure out a solution. And
근데 어쩌다가
the two cores, so Saika and GPK just don't care. And again, because Saika shoved in bot, it's going to be a really easy process to take care of these tier 3s. One fort already used up. Doesn't take too long for the troll to just clear these objectives by
아무튼
himself.
배쁨 요즘 망했네 소리 했지만은 그래도 북미는 잡나요? 펀치 쿵 눌렀습니다. 근데 회복은 거의 못했어요. 그래도 아군이 달려들어가지고 살려냈죠.
The battle trance just in the nick of time here from Psyker as Lilith is being hunted in his fountain, forced to back off. Bottom Rex is gone, and that's going to be enough for BBT.
Yep. Can go back, just take Roshan. They should know the spawn time is relatively soon. Saika's gonna go back up top, check it out after clearing out some camps.
오, 오르사.
Oh, Yuma does clean up save. It's a nice little kind of pick off onto a straggler on his way out. It's just not changing the game though, is it? Like you're 11k behind now as Nouns. You've lost to Rax. You're losing Roshan as we speak. And even though BBT just played a very, very slow game, it really has felt like they've been in control.
미드 레이저네.
And it has. See if Nouns can find an angle in. They did smoke up here, but the smoke breaks under the water.
로션님이 죽었습니다. 이렇게 되면 근데 레이저가 빨대 적절한 거리 유지하려고 노력해봤죠. 근데 이거 사이카 궁 뽑았거든요. 굉장히 잘못된 공이었던 것 같은데요, 이거는. 볼킹 있긴 있는데 오, 송 정말 좋았어요. 오르사 쿠키 모자른 것 같은데요. GPK 들어가면서 마무리. 좀 던진 걸로 봤는데. 이게 어찌어찌 되네요.
Yes.
A little bit unfortunate.
Very unfortunate for the side of Nouns. BBT, I mean, it almost looked like they were just losing their minds for a moment. Psycho running forward, popping Battle Trance early, losing the Aegis just like that. You know, looking like he was getting impatient with this game, but it works out. Toronto Tokyo saves the day. Great song. You gotta love that. Naga Siren shards that, you know, when it was fresh, I was like, oh, it's a very fun shard. And, well,
미드가 아직 2차가 남아있는.
over the years now as well. And that's just going to be straightforward high ground again. Psycho's got the damage to dig through all of the objectives for the MKB. Last fortify to kick in here. At the least, Mega Creeps aren't going to be coming in, and respawns are relatively short. You should still be able to hold up with one lane to yourself here on Nouns. But BBT blow this game wide open, 11-19, 2TK lead up for themselves. And the side of Nouns, well, it's really rough for Copy, right? Like, he's running in, he's always static linking Miero, and he's not really able to focus down and try to find Saika, try to find GPK.
끝난 걸로 보이죠.
One of these cores
30K 차이.
and that's where all these issues come in. Like,
오르사 바이백도 없고.
commitment onto Miero, GPK and Saika are just like, all right, we'll go in.
벨킹 관통도 많고.
We don't need to care about Razor. He's not even, you know, dealing with us. Well, what worries do they have if they're not static link targets?
That's a fair point, John. It has been pretty rough here for Copy. Not the ideal Razor game, that's for sure. Now a Swift Blink available on Psyker, so things got even worse here for Nouns as Copy's just being watched at the moment. They'll even be. I say Swift Blink, Save just picked up an Aghanim Scepter. Double Lasso available. Up towards the top lane they'll go. Smoke on smoke scenario, but this could be Nouns' last team fight. If they can't make this one work, the game is basically as good as done. Lasso is out. Who they caught? It's gonna be Lilith.
레이스 바이백 있습니다. 근데 뒤쪽 위에로 애매하죠. 유마 못 꼈어요. 유마 뭐 그래도 살긴 하는데 문제는 카피가 그리고 질질 끌려 나와요. 네, 브레이킹 빠지고요. 이러면 군호도 발견됐죠.
BKB's being forced out, but it's not doing anything. Meanwhile, Gunner has been spotted on the tree line. Chase on.
하지만
He'll blink
걸렸고요.
way back towards the south, but Toronto's right behind him. Here comes Save to boot, and Gunner is gone. There's two down without buyback here for now.
3대5.
Yeah. And that should just be the last hit of Rex to go here for BBT to take. And Yuma cannot afford to die. He bought back a while ago. He's going to have to try to just hold out here as Tree. I don't see the angle. I think without that
So again, it's a double lasso. A double lasso from Save, and that'll about do it. GG is called. Nouns have seen enough. And, you know, positive is game 2 was a lot closer, but at the end of the day, BBT certainly proving to be the much better team here today. At least in their series up against
국민은
Nouns
서비스
Esports.
종료다. 역시나.
I'm sure they'll be leaving their room very, very happy after that one.
That they will be. Game 1, a little bit more, of course, of a complete stop. They had.
인터뷰나 봅시다.
Video games online, like it's not for everyone, and like not everyone kind of gets pulled into it.
Of course.
So for them just to be, because they're all like very normal people, you know, generic people that like to go. They like to go to football games and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, you can go to the event. You'll have like a beer. It'll be a good time, you know. Yeah, and then I'm just happy that they can experience that.
Just let me actually read you the results from this year, okay? You had first in Bet-Boom Dhaka, first in Dream League 22, second in Elite League, first in ESL Birmingham, third in PGO Wallachia, first in Dream League 23, third Riyadh Masters, first in Fisher Universe. In hindsight, do you regret leaving Shopify Rebellion?
No, I mean, I I don't regret my time in NA, and I don't regret leaving. I think it was a good time for us to split up, and I think.
우리 생활 후회하냐?
So obviously, Snaking is like the team captain now. Has that liberated you as a 4 to play more traditionally the way a 4 does, where you're kind of causing chaos and roaming around and all that kind of stuff, and not so much of the captainy, supporty stuff? Or has the role changed in much the same way that position 5 has changed?
I think in terms of like the role itself on Shopify and EG, and then now, like, it's not much different. Like, I kind of have the same role where I'm not like one of the main, but I think just this team coming in was like kind of relearning a little bit for me, because I think on just being on the same team for so long, you kind of get stuck in the way of playing. We're all like a new team, but Skeeter and Snake had played together before, and then Marine and Amar knew each other, and Skeeter and Snake also knew Marine, so I was kind of like the odd one out, and I kind of had to fit in, and I also had like more of a, I guess, like a set view on how Dota is, because I was with the same people for so long. So I think for me, that was the biggest change in terms of my role.
I'd like your thoughts about the other teams in your group. So I'll give you the teams one by one. You just tell me what you think and what you're expecting from each of them, your opinion of the team. BetBoom.
BetBoom, I think, is probably one of the teams we know the best. We are very comfortable playing against them. We know what they're going to do, and they're not a team that like has a lot of variety outside of what they usually do. They're very good at what they do, and if you don't bring your A game, you can lose. But I think we have a good matchup against them. I think we have a very good record as well. So it's a comfortable matchup for us that we need to not be too comfortable, because if we don't perform our best, they can beat us.
Okay. Nouns.
They are interesting just because they've had like a bit of a late surge this season. Like, they've done very well recently. They had a LAN tournament they did really well in. I think they're just like growing month by month, and I think we have to take them very seriously. I think on paper they're probably like the 3rd best team in the group, but they can definitely be in the top 2, and we don't want to be the team that loses to them.
Of course. Team Zero.
Team Zero, I remember watching them when they were playing qualifiers, but it's been so far back that you can't really use it. And I think the only player that I know is Pondo, which I know a little bit about, but I think he's playing 5 now. So he's not even playing the same role as when I used to watch him or like play against him. So that's a team that we have to be wary of, just because they're so unknown, and they can bring something that we're not expecting.
Okay. And I suppose if you could just sum up how this season has felt for you in general. Were there any lows, or has it just pretty much been riding a wave of highs the whole time? Because that's how it's looked.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always lows when you compete. I think, like, thinking back on it now, it's been a very good year. Like, there's always like some lows, and you lose the tournament. Like when we got 3rd in Bucharest, I think was a little bit low, just because we were good enough to make it to the grand finals, and then we lost. But at the end of the day, we were playing with a stand-in, and then it's not like I look back and like, oh, that was miserable. You know, it's more like in the moment, like you feel a little bit bad about it, and then you move on. So I think, I mean, this year has just been very good for us. It's been very enjoyable, and I think it's hard to not have a good time when you're winning in Dota. It's kind of just eliminates that. I think that's the biggest thing about winning. When I talk to like Quinn as well, we kind of agree, just like the winning is only nice because you avoid losing. Because like as soon as you win, like it feels okay, you know, but it's not like you're on a like euphoric state for like weeks. It just, that evening feels good, and the next morning you're on a flight and it feels bad, you know, because you're leaving the tournament, and like it's just the stopping of playing is just not that good. But just not having to lose feels good.
Not losing feels good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. I wish you all the best, Crit.
배고프다. 그래서 제가 3경기 뭐 보기로 했었죠? 원인이로 이겼나? 요즘 위키피디아가 속도가 느려진 것 같기도 하고, 업데이트가. 게임들 다 끝난 지가 언젠데. 스피릿 비코였나? 2번 이니로 이기네요. 3채널 그대로 보면 된다. 자, 세 번째 경기가 할 때가 되었습니다.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Road to TI Day
이게
number
몫이네.
1. I'm here with the wonderful Wagamama, and of course, I am Moxie. We have a fantastic day of Dota set up for you here. Waga, what are you most excited for?
Oh, I'm excited for. I mean, every single game is going to be hype, I think. But the fact that we just saw a game where Falcons,
우리
they were
스피릿
flailing
봅시다.
a bit there against.
Right.
Yeah, Slaughter is most likely just their off lane. I think like bad Slaughter is just, it's a good lane. You have good move speed as well to like try to like run away from some Lina, dodge some stun.
What's Miposhka's arms just disappeared? I know it's the Ringmaster and Circus TI, but having a contortionist player as well. Miposhka's showing off some flexibility there.
He has been,
용기사 K로 보는 것 같죠?
because Ringmaster is not available to be picked. I played against Miposhka twice this week. He played Ringmaster both those games, so he's ready for the circus at least.
Yeah. He's got himself very well prepped. Oh, Mr. Invoker's gone now.
I mean, you probably want... I mean, Beastcos aren't sure either because, like we've been mentioning, there are some options open, of course, for Spirit. Like, they could pick a carry, like they could go for a range carry, or they can put the DK into the safe lane and also pick a new mid. Just something tells me that I would like this to be a range hero. Because, yeah, if it's a new carry... Okay, so Storm for the mid lane, which, again, just very good with Omni. There isn't too much catch, right? Like, until there's, like... unless you get netted, which you definitely can play around. And even if you do, there's an Omni to back you up. Yeah, I think this pick is very good for Spirit.
And there's also this kind of defense through aggression, like defense through offense as well, right? Where it's like, yeah, you've got Repeller's backup, but you've also got Blink Stun Slardar, Blink Stun DK. Like, I guess triple Blink heroes is what I'm getting at with the bad DK Slardar to maybe hit that big reset button and just save the storm. But yeah, last pick for Beast Coast here is going to round out the draft and do some heavy lifting.
It's potentially not the easiest pick to find because the bans are quite on point. There's no DK already because it's picked. Puck Tiny were taken out. They will go with the Timber, so perhaps it's also a way where they put the Primal into the mid lane and just put the Timber mid. So all in all, I think it's a really good answer to all the other heroes. I think you don't mind the Storm too much when it comes to like the lane matchup. But I will say this does not address the Storm's pacing like after the laning stage. They don't have the best answers unless maybe you get like a Yule on the Lash or an Atos on the Timber. But in terms of how it brings their draft together and how it addresses everything else outside of the Storm, I do like it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you're going to be itemizing into it, right? Like you said, this kind of Atos, Yules, and then Lina with Gleipnir is going to give some kind of control. But it's that kind of extended control, that continuation of the team fight that you're going to need here. You've got damage. You've got this Primal Beast and Timbersaw. The Lashrak, the Lina does an incredible amount of damage. It's just navigating your way through these fights is going to be challenging.
Yeah. I mean, they have damage for days. They literally have like at least 2 of the cores that I would say deal unlimited damage depending on how long the fight is with like Timber Primal. The only thing is, lanes are incredibly important. Because all these heroes, like Timber, Primal, Lina, none of these heroes, they don't really defend each other. They all want to do their own thing. They need someone else to set up for them to deal damage. So if they fall behind, I can see the game get like pretty tough for them. But they do have good lanes. You have Naga, Lina, you should lane well. You have Primal, Lesh, which is a bit of a question mark for me, but I feel like they should do well. So for me, it's a lot about the lanes and like the first type of runes. Who is it? Storm that's going to set the tempo? Is it Lumpy on the Timber? Because yeah, like the first minutes will decide a lot of what this game will look like.
Right, like who's making those first moves, right? Do we move into side lanes? Do we move from side lanes into mid? I guess a common thread when you're playing against Storm is always to try and kill him pre-6. Is that something they could look at?
That's a rough kill, I feel, because you need a Lesh 4 to maybe Moose can do it on the Naga, and like if they can do it quickly, it's hard, but it can work if Lumpy has a good game. So I feel like it's not something you can fully plan, but rather like, oh, I'm gonna be 6 before I might deny some creeps, come mid, and then it happens.
Just on the fly.
Exactly, like, you know, cool and calm.
What was that? With the hand? The hand.
I mean, don't you feel like when you use your hands sometimes, you know, like you have like a bit more emotion, Gary, when you speak, when you cast?
A little bit, yeah, but I don't know. Usually, I'm in the supermarket, like doing the Italian hand signal, like what are they doing? You know,
what the
or I'm driving. It's like, what are these guys doing? What the heck?
I like the Italian. I don't know where that came from. That may have been more random than me, but
Well,
I
no,
like
just the generic, Italian hand signal of,
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
I'm
What's
with
going
you.
on
I'm with you,
here?
Gary.
Yeah, I don't know about the DJ, spinning the vinyl or whatever you're doing over there. The cool calm and
I will take the blame, guys. I'm sorry for derailing Gary here. He's easily influenced.
Oh, I
as I'm
am.
sure momentarily we will get into the game. But yeah, lanes and the early game, Mr. Gareth Bateson is very important.
Maurice Gutmann. For a second there, I forgot your last name. I was very, very close to upsetting
when I
you.
was going Gareth and then B, there was half a second where I was about to choke.
But yeah, we are paused. We'll be in the game shortly. Don't worry about us yapping away. Just some classic Dota 2 counter stuff. Looks like we've got everyone back in the lobby, so should be go when ready to get ourselves into game one of this best of two. It is the international, the group stage, and it's Team Spirit taking on Beast Coast. And as we said in the little bit of pre-show we had, this is absolutely top of the pops. Team Spirit multi-TI winner, looking very good on form heading into this tournament, and Beast Coast a lot to prove.
I mean, it's just for sure, like, they're going to be the underdogs, and everyone knows this. Like, it's not a secret when we talk about it now. So it's up to them.
드디어 화면에
Most likely
보여주네요.
this has to have been something that they've practiced. Like, everyone has been playing these Naga 5s, the Lina carry. I've seen Lumpy in my pubs as well. He's looked good. So they're just going to bring their A game, and then, as long as you have a good draft, you just let your Dota do the talking. Gameplay will handle the rest, so let's just see what they're able to show.
What about the chat wheel lining, though? You can let that do the talking as well, can't you?
You definitely can. But I think, especially when you're winning, it does a lot more talking for most teams. So, another layer of... we'll also have to see. Because I will say, Mr. Gareth, that most
사람들 다 평범하죠?
actually.
No? Where are you getting this information from?
스피릿이 디코는 얘기일까? 모르겠네.
You got it.
That was
first one of the day.
The game didn't even start it, and I already made you a piggy. That's
got
good.
me snort, yeah. Where did you end up? Because I ended up in C, middle of the pack. Mine was satisfactory.
Yeah, I'm dumpster tier. Pretty sure I was DRE.
That's unfortunate. But you don't have both of yours. It doesn't really count. It's not fair. It's not fair on you.
룬
It was
무난하게
added today,
둘둘.
but we will get into that later. We can do some review as we have some bounty rune action, but it seems pretty chill.
야토로는
Nothing's
진짜
really
언제
happening.
야토로가
It's
되려고
a
아직도
classic 2
라다니까.
for 2.
Balance in all things. Yeah, it looked like it might pop off in that top rune spot, but both teams just backing away from it. So Timber up against the Storm mid. Lumpy is such a good username. Lumpy against Larl. I think Larl is like an S tier name as well.
Oh, it really is. It's funny. It's good. It flows well. Like, you can make memes out of it too.
But it's also the fact that you tickle the roof of your mouth when you say it as well.
I mean, you're a caster, so I feel like you care more about these names. Now, if he has this name and he plays well, then to me he's like a god.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
So he becomes Larl God.
Yeah, but you don't have to say the god part.
Why not?
Because the Dota shows it. Like,
am I showing my age here?
This is,
no.
No, this is the problem. Like, when you call yourself Lara God, like, you're just stupid. You don't need to put if you're good enough, people will call you that. You don't do it yourself. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but it's very confident, isn't it? It's like one of those things you get into a rank game,
야토로가
you
제일
see someone
매겨버리네.
with, grandmaster tier, anime profile picture, invoker or whatever, and you're like, this guy's really good, and then he just ends up being awful.
Yeah, because it's fake confidence, so don't do it. I know there's the fake it till you make it, but there's a limit.
Okay, I agree with you. I'm with you on that. The fake confidence. Already a nice bit of D-warding down bottom. El Misho got the Observer. So a little bit of free reign for the Lash to get in behind them. A double melee lane here with the Omni and the DK. Still waiting to see what exactly Beast Coast are going to get up to, though. But they've got the lane in a spot by their tower, so a pretty long lane to chase down these two melee heroes.
I do think for Beast Coast, there should be aiming to play for a level 3 timing, like level 2 trample, level 2 edict on the ledge. Because I think right now with both lanes being level 2, I don't really see Beast Coast having an easy time scoring a kill. But with this double level 3 timing, maybe they can. And like you said, with the sling control, they're off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, Miposhka already down to half health. Almisho able to step up. But Radan, the Dragon Knight. This guy has been such an incredible laner and scaler. The hero and the player Now, we've seen it a lot from Tundra. You know, Pure has been doing it a hell of a lot. And a lot of people are just asking, why are you picking DK? Isn't it just a worse Sven back then? And a lot of, Pure were just smiling at us when we asked him this in an interview. He's like, yeah, sure, it's a worse Sven. Now, everybody's copying him.
It just feels like it has a bit more room for, error.
많이 어렵죠, 이거.
Better laner adds. There's a lot of pressure in this lane, but as long as Yotaro has mana, he can always just stun the primal, help himself, and then it's the same with
힐도 그렇고, 스턴도 그렇고, 슬로우도 그렇고, 힐도 그렇고.
Help all around, so they do have a very good lane to just chill. And I mean, the hero is very similar to Sven. You just
결국은 리나가 잘 커야 될 것 같은데.
Is he diving this? Has he got it? Oh, he's got it.
또 자르네요.
Coming. El Misho probably going to survive this as well. I mean, doesn't he just want to die now? He's going to have to walk back to Fountain anyway.
Yeah, I think suiciding would be a pretty good choice, just because then the moment Omni comes back, you come back with full mana too, but perhaps he feels like, okay, I'm just going to get a Mango Clarity. I have this Lotus. So, maybe just because of that, he can play through it. But yeah, just showing off the facet, which we have seen a lot from the mid lash, the forelash as well. Your Edict doesn't hit the tower. It doesn't matter. It just goes all out on the hero. So just really nice play from him.
Yeah, shredded through the Omni. Misanthropy and defilement. I still reckon whoever named all these facets and innates needs a raise.
I mean, for sure. There's way too many good ones. So there's Bear Down for Lone Druid. I don't know there's 50 ones that are just hilarious.
What was Lesh's other one? Something with crystals in it. I know Lacoste was going on about the Lesh's other one is synoptic crystals or something.
바블론부터 봐주기.
Oh yeah, it's chronoptic nourishment.
That's chronoptic. Thank you.
I've never even heard chronoptic before, so it teaches you many things, even in English.
It's not even a word in English. They made it up.
Oh, that's great. So it teaches you fake English.
Yeah. That's classic.
Oh, this game.
I've not seen that in a long time. Small camp stacked and pulled by the Omni Knight, so it looks like he actually is able to drag that lane back. Contested here though by Primal Beast.
다이브까지는 조금 애매한데요. 힐 있습니다.
Lane focused and sent all the way back behind his tier 1.
I mean, so far, I think Beast Coast, of course, Spirit are happy with this lane because the DK is free farming, but with them, getting a kill out of it is very good, and I like what Moose is doing with these illusions, because I've seen a lot of different skill builds from the Naga, like Net, and then only the Deluge,
먹시가 하고 있길래.
to pronounce the third skill, but he's taking these illos to just block the camps and not, mirror stack the triangle. This is really cool.
Yeah, very interesting. Oh god, El Misho, he went in for it again. This time,
먹시 해설이.
by two heroes, forced away, and a flame break up top. Nearly gave
윈터에 막 툭 쳐진다고 싫긴 하지만은 그래도 그냥 보는데 먹시는 자꾸 틀린 소리를 해.
Damage from Pike's Lina not quite enough, and Collapse able to force the Lina back, save Mirror.
그래서 어지간하면 안 보거든요.
Another blood grenade though, and the Dragon Slave thinking about it. Pike gets it up, lines it, takes down the bat, and they're even looking for Collapse here as the secondary kill.
게임을 안 하나봐 먹시는. 스턴 연결했고요. 근데 딜이 콜랩스 좋나요?
Dragon Slave to finish it off with a double kill. A 3-0 lane stage victory here in both side lanes.
Yeah, easy clap, nerds. What's up? This is just what you... Oh,
Miposhka. Feel the burn. He's nearly dead, barely surviving thanks to Mira and Lar's arrival.
안다고요? 근데 라리 레벨이 아직 5레벨.
That's the situation you were talking about. He's hit level 6 before that Storm Spirit takes him
나름
down.
교환이긴 한데.
But it's still 4 for 1, and it's the Team Spirit.
7렙 때 5렙 때 버렸죠.
Oh, the body blocks.
와이블러.
Body blocks. Oh, can't quite
근데 만화가 얼마 없습니다.
Oh, I don't know about this. It just needs a bit more damage.
근데 오히려 스틱을 쌓아줘가지고 됐네.
This is just full-on SA class.
콜랩스.
There's more people dying. Collapse. He's in trouble. No, he's not. Never mind. JK.
Yeah, if you were good, you would have known he wouldn't have died. So, but it's okay. You can interrupt me. It's all right. But this is classic SA dose. Everyone is everywhere. Shit is happening. Everyone is dying. Moose is stealing the wisdom rune, so this could be a double-double.
A double?
wisdom까지.
Okay, hold Moose. Who's taking the bottom wisdom? That's also very important. Mr.
I'm
Moose
watching.
with the net.
I'm watching. No one's taking it. And Moose escapes.
It's just gonna be Vitali on the primal. Pretty nice. So he could just be level 7. And at least for now, Beast Codes have exceeded my expectations for what would happen in this laning stage.
squeezing out some
kills bottom, squeezing out 2 great kills top of just like the ensnare, the net, getting them in, reeling them there, getting them hit with the stun.
비코가 세 라인을 다 이겨버려서 그나마 보스는 이겼다고 하기 조금 애매한가?
Like moves out of the lane stage yet, right? The lane stage hasn't broken down properly either yet.
레슈렉이 여기저기 다니면서 잘 먹고 있어서.
To do? Are they happy now to extend the laning stage?
They're definitely happy with this. I think like laning is a bit more sus maybe nowadays. I think lanes can be pretty long. It's like more on where can like your supports move and do you have any gate rotation? So I think for now it's just mainly the supports. Maybe they can go here to Lumpy.
물론 묶였어요. 근데 밀어서 저 충분했습니다. 이렇게 되면 나가 일단 잡고.
Some revenge finally in that mid lane as Lowell bottles up the haste.
들어갈까요?
Looking to chase down Almisho.
아닌 것 같네요.
Thinking about it. The Team Spirit brought 3 in there.
Like you're definitely just gonna have, I mean, the Lina perma farming in the top lane. I don't really see many moves for him. Maybe a gate move. Whereas I think, yeah, it's more like Beast Goals. What do the supports do and what does Vitaly do? Like one of the main strengths of Primal Beast is that you can cut, which naturally puts you between like the mid and the safe lane. So maybe he can like go mid, or maybe the Timber can go somewhere. So they're like very open in terms of how the map can be played.
Well, another move up top. Well, how many is that? 4 from Beast Coast? Yeah, these Timbersaw and Leshrac just stomping all over the place. I mean, these are the heroes we were saying, or you were saying in the draft, a lot of damage. They just need 1 stun to connect, and it's death for Team Spirit. Like here, moves, he's going to chase forward. Does he have a snare back up? He does to drag the Batrider in towards Lumpy. Almisho able to catch up now. As well. She'll try to get it onto the Storm Spirit, but Storm's here with the Dragon Knight. Takes down
라리 하나씩 다시 집어먹고 있어요.
Northern Passage as the rest of them. They're scanned down south, but it looks like Beast Coast should be able to escape here without any more casualties.
오키드 하나에 죽는 영웅이기는 한데
still doing like a lot of good stuff. Like just this Naga support is doing a
껄끄러울
lot.
텐데요. 지금 크고 있으면.
Moose always gets the ensnare into the real lane, and like there's a lot of heroes that love to have setup. Lesh loves to have people set you up. Lina stun, Timber as well. As Mirror TP spot. This is a level 8 primal. He's better have some fancy footwork.
Yeah, some fancy wing work.
지금 약간 뒤에 모자르죠. 스킬을 빼서.
Try and get away. It looks like Mirror's found a spot there. A bit of safety from the Primal Beast, but it's not safety from the Timbersaw. He cuts down the trees. He goes through the canopy, kills off the Batrider. This is, you said it 2 minutes ago, right? Classic SA Dota. This is just relentless, non-stop aggression. And you can see it on the map as well. Double observer wards up in the Radiant Triangle. There were 5 sentries from top blue down to bottom jungle. All dewarding Team Spirit's vision as well, which they
뽑긴 뽑아야 되는 게
but this
맞는데
is just Beast Coast hammering at them.
상대가 너무 안
This is really
좋아서
nice to see because I feel like you don't see it from all that many teams where it's just
잘
like
모르겠네요.
full on aggression. Everyone wants to like stack
내가
the jungle,
뽑고 스턴
farm this
넣고
camp,
그대로
get
죽는
your
수밖에
item
없지
timings
않나?
and then go. Like it's mainly like OG gaming
어지간히
gladiators who can, like, play
잘 넣는
really fast. So I
간이
just love to see teams bring their style. Beast goes up 3k gold against Team Spirit at 10 minutes. This is amazing.
Incredible start to the group stage. Yeah, beautiful stuff. I mean, I like the bringing up of OG and Game Gladiators there because it really is like them. You know, going for these cuts behind tower, looking for that kill into wave cut into tower pressure. Something Beast Coast trying to exploit and are exploiting expertly here. Like Vitaly taking up position in this bottom jungle, cutting away the chance for Miposhka to sit behind one of his cores makes things very difficult to try and hold on to the mid tier 1 and defend it. They'll go straight on him as well. Yeah, Miposhka just
거의 잡기는 했는데 조금 모자라요.
See who's there. Storm Spirit will zip over. Miposhka does survive.
네, 볼텍스로 세이브 한번 해주고요.
Danger for now as Radan and
그래야 못 붙는 것도 빠졌죠.
The little piggy Naga Siren gonna get stunned up and controlled. There we go.
라단 킬.
Okay, I thought maybe Beast Coast could like disengage more cleanly, but Spirit, they do bring the numbers and get themselves a kill, which I feel like if they don't kill the Naga there, they might just lose the mid tower. Repel was on cooldown, but Spirit with.
근데 이 경기 고르기 잘한 것 같기도 하네요.
I feel like they're still
계속 싸우는
not
게
too happy. Like now it's more on like what do Spirit do to like kind of break up this early game? Like can they try to make a smoke with like some active?
리나가 세기는 센데 시간 아직 좀 많이 필요해 보이고.
And kick out the Lina because if the game like goes at this rate and Pyke just gets a freak Leipnir timing, this could be scary at like the 15-16 minute mark.
앰플은 이번에도 미포시카. 어째 조금 전에 본 장면 같죠? 미포시카가 룬 먹고 나가가 왔다 갔다 하는 거.
Yeah, it will have to be with like
bat smokes and just lassos someone, but he's still level 5.
그 연계 미라 잡혔습니다.
Hard to lasso people when you're dead because he's
I think he's not even close to 6. Like, he just hit 5, which means they need to, like, farm stacks, but joke's on you. It's Mr. Lumpy Man who's farming the stacks.
Lumpy's here. A couple of them do
오,
get
끊어냈어요.
grabbed by
근데 여기서 또
Siren.
He's fine.
Mo's. It's nap time for you, Team Spirit.
쫓아가기 좀 어렵죠.
I like how they're using the heroes right now, because a lot of the times, like, some people be like, oh, we need to bring everyone here, but no, like, look at the map.
소비도 슬쩍 계속 크고 있는데.
You have the perfect 2 heroes with Naga Timber to steal the stacks, but also the perfect heroes to still get out if they bring numbers.
Just look at these dire heroes swarming top. Oh, collapse your
여기까지 700. 근데 콜랩스 물렸어요. 에이토스도 있으니까 스턴 콤보 너무 많죠. 머리.
Against the onslaught of damage that comes his way. Looks like Vitaly also slipping out of the grasps of the rest of Spirit down.
우리나 블레이븐이를
What
코앞인데.
do you feel here if you Mira or Mipochka collapse dies and he uses the voice sign of sub diff? What can you do?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Oh,
그래도 하나 잡고요. 랄. 조금 위험해 보입니다.
Chakram coming in onto Mipochka.
템포시카 써야죠.
Lumpy trying to
뭐
get
써도
in there.
어차피 맞는 건 어쩔 수 없는데.
Slap down instead. Just hold on to the spells of the timber.
안 쓰면 그냥 맞아 죽는 거고 쓰면은 좀 더 있다 죽는 거고.
Beast Coast, they have everything ready. They're looking to steal another Wisdom Rune. Like, they also have this Atos on Timber, which is great. Like, especially with the Chakram facet, you already have so much damage. You can set yourself up with that too. And that's another Wisdom Seal.
Jeez. He's gonna die for this.
뺏어 먹은 게 굉장히 크죠.
So at least they do get the kill, because yeah, they're bleeding XP. Mira is still not level 6. JK, he is level 6. He just didn't skill lasso, so he tried to bait the caster. Stupid.
You've just lied to like 20,000 people.
But then I immediately redacted my statement into correction. You see what I did there? I'm an honest person, Gary.
This behavior is unacceptable on a TI stream, actually.
Yeah, my bad. Road to TI, Gareth. Please.
Right, sorry. It is the road to TI. Well, no one's grabbed that Eastern
Wisdom
rune.
Come on, he's not stealing this rune, right?
He is.
Man, Moose worked so hard to steal theirs. He gives his life away, and then they just forget about their own.
Yoink. Oh,
that's at least very good for Spirit, because yeah, any kill for them right now is like really big. You're down 4k gold, you need XP, you need to like try to come back, because yeah, they're gonna need 1 or 2 kills to... Oh, Mr. Moose will be on the receiving end once more.
Now they're on the hunt now. It seems Spirit find a snipe. Forcing a reaction out of East Coast as they do get in on top of the Slardar. A lot of damage dumped his way in collapse. And hands his life over for an unstoppable streak on this Lina.
콜랩스가 행복한 날이 올까요 이번 게임에서?
Roshan now? Is it too early for that?
Yeah, I think so. When you're up this far and you don't have incredible Roshios, I mean they have
세냐?
okay heroes to do it. But I think like right now when you're
물론
up this much, you
효과를 못
want to keep
받기는
your map
하는데.
control. If you go Rosh right now, it's a bit too slow. So maybe like
잘
wait another
모르겠네요.
1-2 items, like a few levels. So like maybe 20-minute mark, I think is where Beast Coast can kind of look for it.
It just felt like one of those moments where, you know, oh, we defended tier 1, we got a kill on a core hero, it's time. Then I looked at the clock and it's like 15, never mind. This game feels like it's far more developed than it actually is, even though that win probability, 76% chance of East Coast already at these early days.
Yeah, see, honestly, it seems pretty accurate for me, because at least for now, like, it's gonna be a lot on Beast Coast to keep up the pace of the game. Because Spirit, yeah, they're a bit slow right now, but like their next 1-2 item timings, like if this DK, I think Radan is working on his SMY right now, Collapse gets like Blink plus 1 item, Larl has like Witchblade plus some Kaya or whatever he wants to work for, like they will be very strong. So Beast Coast want to keep up the pace.
Well, El Misho's going for the classic support build in this patch. Arcanes, Solar Crest, and then think about some Bracers probably down the line, was it? JMN, Vincento posted out.
Yeah, I mean, it is like pretty good. Like you tank up yourself, you can help your team with the Solar Crest. It has great build up, so it just feels good. But you do have another like playmaking ability now on Spirit with Mira having the Blink Dagger. So Beast Coast need to make sure that they don't overplay their hands, because like we're saying, they're up 4 or 5k gold, but this game can turn very quickly.
Oh yeah. It's going to come down to these team fights and how they execute it as they go in. The Primal Beast starts from the
글쎄요, 오니 스킬 못 쓰고 죽었는데 스톰 못 받았죠.
Storm caught up, all netted. And slain quickly as Team Spirit lose 2 heroes and they are on the run.
디코가 로션까지도 충분히 가져갈 수 있고 원하면 푸시도 되고 이게 리나가 있기도 하고 기본적으로 리나가 잘 크기도 해서
So just all in all good stuff. Like the
원하는 거 다 할 수 있어요 지금.
I'm a big fan of the itemization right now from Beast Coast. It's all just like amplifying the speed of the game.
톰이 최소한 불킹까지는 더 나와줘야 그래도 좀 물러 들어갈 수 있는 거라. 그마저도 솔직히 FB 있어서 조금 그렇긴 한데.
Keep the pressure on. Yeah, don't let them farm into their next items. And Laurel in a pretty forward spot, honestly, given the positioning of Beast Coast. He didn't know they were coming around the corner here, but he does zip away, managing to break free of that control.
이번에는 스킬을 쓰기는 했는데 그냥 그게 다죠.
Obviously helps.
Yeah, it's just they know like, because this is like a big difference. Like, if there's one Laurel, like if he's here alone, he's straight up dead. But the good teams will know who needs to play with who. Like, because you can't just leave this bot lane to nobody. So in order to play it, you need your Omni and Storm to be here. In the meantime, you have just your Toro and Collapse who keep farming up the top lane, because yeah, I think Spirit, they're gonna resort to farming. They're gonna want some double, maybe even a triple BKB timing. Like all their 3 cores are gonna work towards that. And when they get that, even if they're down 5k, 6k, 7k gold, they have a really strong fighting chance into Beast Coast.
Yeah, then it's like posing the question of how are you going to break high ground, Beast Coast? You know, how are you going to kill towers and objectives if we're just standing there with 3 BKBs? Because yes, we've seen how quickly they can kill heroes. We'll have another crack at it here onto the Storm Spirit. Again, the Omni Knight offering that protection though for Laurel. Mirror, what's he up to? Nice farm and jungle, cutting waves, being a bit of a nuisance.
Chilling. I mean, you can definitely tell what Spirit are working towards right now. Everyone, like, you just keep a very open map, spread Beast Coast as much as possible, and out of any info, you push in all the waves. Like, even just Mirror on the Bad Rider plays very aggressive, cut some waves, you know, kill some creeps, and when they have their item timing, they're gonna look to fight. Because this game, even in just the last 1 or 1.5 minutes, it went from a 6k lead to a 4k lead, with just very small macro map movement.
Yeah, Mirror's like, if I die, I die. I'm gonna make them work for it. But if I'm the one dying, then that means my cores are farming.
Okay, so looks like what Beast Coast want to aim. This is nice from El Misho. Finds himself a stack, so he's definitely going to clear that out. I think what they want to do here is just kill the 20-minute Torm instantly.
이번만 보고 잘까요? 슬슬 졸립다.
Because after 20 minutes, you don't really want to play here. It's going to be Radiant, Roshan,
내일
so you want to
아침에
like,
치과도
get them
가야
out
되고.
of the top lane, take the objectives before, then leave. So I will kind of like that if that's the idea. Oh, Spirit know that this is happening.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they've got a read on this.
20분 동안 더 깔끔하게 리나가 수 있죠. 샤드는 좋네요. 나가 샤드. 리나 녹여냈나요? 타워. 그래도 잡아냈어요. 시야가 있어가지고 역시 스피릿인가요? 역시 한타의 스피릿인가? 제대로 들어갔네요.
Pretty devastating for Beast. He nearly lived, but Miposhka popped the repel really early on Yatoro, so he could just keep hitting.
그 레펠을 일찍 걸어준 게 굉장히 도움이 됐어.
Maybe just keep running and TPL, but yeah, Song wears off. Lal ends up jumping him as well, and it's just they found a really good opportunity. I don't think there's many teams that would, because the plan was to kind of wait for 2-3 BKBs and then fight. But they see that, yo, Beast Coast, they're going for this Tormentor, they're gonna be out of position, let's go there. So just great gameplay from Spirit.
Just how quickly they take that opportunity as well to slip into... Oh, you're gonna watch it back here, yeah. They jump onto Lina, they find the right target. Decent attempt at a reset from this Naga Siren, but Omni Knight giving DK that time just to hammer into Lina, and then the opportunity for Storm to get the kill.
There's just so much damage. Like, all Collapse had to do, and he did do, was put Corrosive Haze on the Lina. And like, just repel Haze on the Lina with Yatoro hitting him, basically got him killed. Now they want to fight top, and not only did they do that, now they also got Roche for themselves. And with the state of the game, this should have definitely been Beast Coast Aegis.
Like, what's win probability now? It was 76.
근데 왜 야토로만 사진이야? 캠이 아니고 무슨 일이 있는 거야 지금? 이제 보니까.
In 1 minute, this is gonna be Spirit favored with what just happened.
Yeah, now it's gone to, I don't know, like a 60-40, maybe even more for Team Spirit the way it's spun.
Okay, so what, like on Beast Coast, it's important now that they don't lose like not just control of the game, but also like in terms of what they want to do, because they're not weak. Yeah, you lost the fight. They do have ages, but you're strong as long as your Lina is not the one that gets engaged on first. So they're gonna just have to look for like ways to create team fights where he gets to hit. Like the Timber has to go in, the Primal has to go in. Maybe they need a Lotus Orb later as well. Like just pop it on the Lina, so if he gets lassoed, Bad can't really move him. If he gets Corrosive Haze, you can take it off, because he will need help in order to carry this game.
Well, that smoke breaks at an inopportune moment for Beast Coast. Team Spirit in a good spot there. Again, this wall
근데
coverage.
찾아볼 만한 게
Beast
좀
Coast don't necessarily or didn't want to play into this area again with no Tormentor. Roshan spawned Radiant side. What's the flow of the game like now? Because
리나가 일단은 브레이킹을 완성을 해봐야
the ability just to press all
그나마 버틸 것 같은데 이게 방어력 깎는 게 너무 크기는 해 슬라다가.
Like how do Beast Let's just compare the two teams in terms of how they
1티어는
start fights. It's a lot
아니고요.
more awkward for Beast Coast, because yeah, you had this Atos earlier, you had Gleipnir.
지금은 힘 캐리
But now you
쓰니까
have four
좋은
items
거고.
on Spirit that counter all of that. They have BKBs. You don't have any like crystal clear
힘
stuff.
캐리랑 나가송 때문에 더 좋아 보이는 거고.
You can get initiated on
팀버까지 더 있으니까.
Actually everyone
1티어는 아니고
the
한
moment Yatoro has Blink, which at least for now he's not building.
글쎄 2티어보다는 조금 나은 것 같기는 한데 그 정도쯤 되는 것 같아.
Well, it's like you said, right? The triple BKB timing like solves.
상황 살짝만 보면 나올 만한 정도.
Lina buying BKB doesn't solve all of her problems.
Yeah, it absolutely. Like if she gets jumped, she's still dead. If you pop BKB and there's a corrosive haze, you may still not be able to fight back. So it's gonna be a lot about what can they do on their primal, as Mr. El Micho is probably dead.
레시락 사망.
He's down here trying to push out waves.
그죠. 이번 패치 이후 1티어 이상 대회는 처음이죠. 자잘한 대회들은 있긴 한데 3티어 아래로는.
To bail on him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Beast Coast are going to be looking to, now that they're kind of the ones on the back foot, where they want to like farm up 1-2 items, like maybe a Timber Aghanims, one item on the Primal Beast, like a BKB or a Blink, because I think at this point you need your frontliners to itemize in a way that they can go in and not die, to then allow Lina to hit. As Mr. Radan is just chilling.
Not too many cares. And Miro's got the D-Ward game on lock as well. Was there one little bit of vision left for Beast Coast?
I mean, it is a nice ward, but it's really hard for them.
밀리던 거 다 복구했고
Like this ward isn't really gonna grant them a pick-off.
이제는 리나 성장 속도에 날린 것 같은데 게임 자체는.
Okay, they're here. Let's go on the other side and keep
불킹들 나오고 옴니도 있고 그러니까
in order for them to win this game, they need to find their win condition.
나가랑 레슈락이랑 팀버는 그다지 의미가 없고 리나가 불킹 위에서도 용기사를 찢어먹을 만큼 커야 되는 건데 블레이크니르, 파이프, 불킹 사타닉, 다이달로스, 흉감 뭐 그거 게 필요하죠. 아직 그 전에 게임이 박살이 안 나야 될 텐데 가능할지 모르겠네요.
But what's the next play? Is it wait for Team Spirit to make a mistake and fall into a trap? Because I don't see that happening when they're the ones just running straight into your northern jungle.
근데 이미 방각은 발랐어요, 시야. 살짝 꼬였습니다. 날 근데 잡히긴 잡힐 알 수 있었어요, 근데 문제는. 이제 스피릿이 더 들어가나요? 송은 뺐고. 글쎄요, 불킹 이번에 썼습니다. 라소로 바로 풀어주고요, 버버라이즈. 이렇게 되면은 먼저 죽는 건 오히려 투비.
Was that a Daedalus on DK to have a full Daedalus?
Yeah.
Oh my god! So where did that 1k crit come from? Right.
Yeah, this hero is
세다.
with like a couple of. It's like
대거 없는 게 좀 걸리긴 하는데.
Farming, then you get your BKB, you can kind of fight. But this one item after BKB, like right now, this guy is so strong, and he's able to skip Link because he literally has 3 heroes that will catch for him. He doesn't need any more real defensive items because he has an Omni Knight. So yeah, and like what you said earlier, this game changed so fast.
뒤로 갈수록 많이 편해져서 솔라에 레펠에 묶어주는 볼텍스에 뭐 별의별 게 다 있다 보니까 라서로 끌고 와도 되고.
Like these early mid-game items where Spirit, you know, they went for like the more, you know, the bigger buck items. You know, the triple BKB, this Daedalus on a DK. Like, this is not a 1k lead. This is fake news. Like, in terms of how the game is, this is like a 10k lead. in terms of what it should feel like. So Dota Plus, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm calling it out right here, right now.
Yeah, it very much is, this kind of momentum-based Beast Coast side versus the timing hit of Team Spirit.
He's pretty alone.
I mean, but he's so tanky, and he's got the Nightfall.
I like how that is just a universal thing now everywhere. I hacking love the Nightfall. Maybe if because
나이트폴이 완전히 불킹 DP의 대명사로 자리매김했구나.
Hold to pulverize, but either way, that is a small victory. His BKB is on cooldown. This could be another condition for you to try to take a fight here if you're Beast Coast.
I mean, what's the Roche timer like? Minute 40.
Like you have 140 left, and then so like around 30 minute-ish, maybe like 30, 31, you'll have it back up. But at least like you have Timber with an axe completed, so it's not too easy for him to die, really. So I just really got my eyes on Lumpy to like try and go in, cause some distraction, and
애매합니다. 이거 아이기언님 있으니까 굳이 때려주기라고 가는 건 좀 그렇고.
Can't take any damage, but they know that, so they just
잠깐 기다리고요.
And run away. Yeah, I was thinking more about like when's Roshan going to spawn, because it's going to be daytime Roche, so kind of nice for Team Spirit here to play bottom into Tormentor.
여기서 불킹은 일단 기다려보는 것 같긴 한데 아무래도 나가성 때문에 불킹 아예 없이 상대를 하긴 좀.
On Beast Coast. I mean, the problem is you need. I don't think Vitaly can play this game without Blink. Like,
비코가 물만한 게
hard for him to like start fights or even get real pickups. I think he needs.
옴니를 물 수 있나?
This game on the primal.
옴니 물면은 근데 또 라스로 중간에 끌어가고.
Yeah, Toro can literally go wherever he wants, and there's no threat on him.
That's a hard one. They're trying to make a move across.
PDC의 일정 이상 큰 이상 밸런스가 너무 좋아서 라쏘 푸비에 그냥 삭제당합니다. 푸비 방어력 낮아요. 패시브 켜기 전까지.
Radan charges forward. Lumpy getting flame break back, but he's got the timber chain to get to high ground at least.
그리고 뒤쪽에서 나가성. 근데 뭐 맞아 죽네요.
Also dead to the BKB of the Storm Spirit.
올라갈 법하죠. 용기사 불킹도 아직 남아있고.
In a second.
Yeah, tanky.
Yeah,
XD. Not this time around. Like usually, like you don't mind this matchup so much into the slaughter because you get to dispel it. But well, if you're stunned, obviously you can't dispel yourself, and then there's a like when
일단은
uses
여기까지.
ult, he has like what, like 400, 450 damage with a crit on the -20 armor target. Yeah, you're dead. And a Nemesis curse. Because why not?
사타닉.
There's a Chinese proverb. I think it's paper tiger. Something, yeah, paper tiger, something that appears fearsome and dangerous and scary, but it's actually, made of paper and just crumbles when rain falls on it. That's Primal Beast right now.
That is any hero on the dire side when they get slaughter ulted, yeah. It's a bit of a problem.
Crumbling. And he's got a Maelstrom now on the Dragon Knight. What's he need that for?
I don't know. I guess he just wants
Miposhka.
Mjolnir.
Okay.
Maybe he wants to be like a bit more like hybrid damage. Maybe especially because like you have the Slardar, so they're gonna itemize for that anyway. And Primal Timber are very high armor heals, so I don't really mind it. I think it's pretty cool.
It's like Nagasaran, if you had any dreams of scaling in this game, also gone.
Yeah, see ya. Okay, so Roche, it's a pretty quick Roche spawn, so it will be back up pretty much just now. Yeah, this is gonna be a do or die fight for Beast Coast. I wonder what they're currently, like what they think their condition is to win. I think they need to like
이번 로샨에서 판가름이 나겠네요. 비코가 리나가 세기는 센데 이 용기사 하도 잘 컸다 보니까 리나가 상대 죽이기 위한 템이 아직이거든요. 기쁘비가 전열을 못 버텨주니까.
Especially not when they're being contested by Team Spirit, who have wrapped all the way around in behind the Roche pit. Smokes are breaking, flame break misses.
근데 애매하죠.
Causing a bit of
들어가나요? 보내 한번.
Attempt to initiate. Onslaught gonna miss completely though, and the Timber Sword's going quite deep.
네, 이렇게 되면은 지금 팀버가 팀이랑 너무 많이 떨어졌어요. 리나 그냥 놓고 시작합니다. 이러면 아무것도 없죠.
As Lumpy is bumped around, but does TP back to Fountain. It's gonna leave Roshan to Team Spirit though.
노래를 불러볼
I don't mind Beast Coast at all, like trying to go for like a risky play because I will say it again. They were down like 3K, 5K. They are just one play away from losing this game.
이번에는
So taking a risk to
용기사에게.
like try and come back, I think is pretty good. But
승리
the problem is, I
가능성
don't think you can get a read on
25%였는데
that. The way
스피릿.
that Spirit moved is just so high skill. Like Mira goes in, he pokes them a bit,
그 직후에
then he dances
바꿔버렸네요.
backwards and lures like all of Beast Coast to like try and help. And the moment that Pyke shows in the team fight, boom, they just all go on the backline and just evaporate them.
Yeah, it's incredible stuff. I mean, at that point though, hang on. I've got to kill on Laurel.
날 별게 없습니다. 손 연결.
That Atos in the splitter at the
오,
perfect
잼.
time. Like you could see the storm
네,
lift his
잼
arms getting
챙겼고요.
ready to ball lightning, but just about connected.
그게 저는 유튜브에서만이요.
That is a very needed kill. But yeah, at this point,
트위치는 말할 것도
it's hard for
없고
Beast Coast until they
네이버는
blink hex.
그리드 프로그램을 깔아야만 프레이티드로 볼 수
They
있길래
need this condition to start
굳이
a
안
fight
합니다.
and get someone killed, and they do not
어차피
have
제
that.
방송 보는 분들
It's like
중계만
the
보기
only
때문에
way for, like that I see for them to come back in this game.
플랫폼이 중요하진 않은 것 같아요.
Yeah, and that point you're making about them going into this Roche pit and trying something, it's one of those classic, you know, game situations. where
예전에는
they're
잠깐
playing to win
사설
rather
중계
than
서버
playing to
만들어서
not lose. Right, they could
PhD도
drag this game
했었는데
out and kind of think, okay, we do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and
돈이
Team Spirit
문제지.
would just ramp up and get a massive advantage. These guys are looking for that little weakness in the armor to maybe exploit.
Yeah, like I will not say that it's the best move, but for a young team to just try to play to win.
네, 아이키슨 먹고 스톰 잘린 것 때문에 시간이 좀
Because I think
가네요.
right now they're lacking the idea
벌써
of how
3분
to win.
30초 남았어.
Because I think if they knew how, they would itemize Blink BKB on Primal or
한
maybe a Hex on
세트
Timber.
먹어볼 수 있나요,
Because they
이러면?
don't have that, I feel like they're reaching for the next best
상대가
thing,
끌고 가는
which is
게
like
아니라
a risky
들어오는
play
거다
to try and
보니까
win.
용기사가 충분히
And
밀
that's why
수
I
있기는
respect
한데
it. But this could just be, you know, their inexperience coming in at least a little bit. I mean, you're playing against one of the best teams, and I think right now they're getting
벨라한테 뭐 랩 해줘가지고
how to move
끌고 올
on the
게
map, what
아닌
you need to do
이상
to like take the next fight. Because yes, Spirit, you can tell very cleanly they know what's up.
3차가 그렇게 편하지는 않은
It
것
is the
같아요.
classic showing of you know, kind of win lane lose game kind of thing, right? Where you know, a lot of emphasis has gone into laning here, building a draft that's going to get them that early advantage. But Dota 2 is a game that shifts so quickly with a matter of minutes passing by. And right now, this map entirely belongs to Team Spirit.
우리가 근데 끝끝내 불킹을 안 가나 어차피 라소로 끊고 그러다 보니까 좀 그렇기는 한데.
I mean, it's just a very clean way as
네,
Vitaly.
바로 캔슬.
Good job on not going through with the onslaught there. 'Cause he
서로
definitely would
무서워했죠.
die. But yeah, when you are up in the game, you want to make sure you buy a gem. I don't know who's holding it or if maybe Larl lost it earlier.
Larl lost it. Lesh picked it up, and it's in the fountain right now.
Well, either way, PSA to the people in pubs, if you're up a lot, buy a gem. Just make sure your mid laner doesn't feed it away like Larl, and you're good.
That's your PSA from Kezi.
That's a plus 400 MMR right there.
The
so,
more
Gary,
you
can
know.
try it. We should make a little series.
I think Jenkins has got them all covered.
That's true.
The
But they're
funny
pretty
little
bad.
videos.
You know, they're funny but bad.
이제 2분.
Fighting words.
He knows I love him.
Oh no, wait, that's Slax's one, isn't it?
No, it's both of theirs. Do you want to make another one, maybe?
No,
we
but
can
his,
make a third one.
Jenkins' one is like him saying do 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 do, and Slax is doing the mouth instruments.
네,
Yeah, Slack is like the high skill one, whereas you know, Jenkins
3차
is like
배너와 함께 보티가 의미가 있는 보티인가요? 레펠 때문에 불킹 안 켜고도 다 했죠 할 거.
Now Primal Beast trying on the Dragonite, but does nothing. The Primal Beast.
V만으로는 아무것도 안 돼요. 리나 어디서 뭐 하고 있나요?
He's got Aegis as well. 4,000 HP. Satanic Daedalus. Aegis. Good luck breaking through it.
Yeah, they
스피릿이 그래도 비콘은 잡는구나.
Because it looks very simple what Spirit have to do, right? Dragon goes on high ground, Dragon hits tower. Any hero comes in vision of Dragon, gets lassoed. If they go on Mr. Dragon, he gets Omni Knight, Guardian Angel, or Repelled. So it's like, how do you break through it? It is not from the front. If they want to fight, they have to go around. And I will say it is incredibly hard to do that.
I don't know, yeah, what did Bilbo do? He didn't kill the dragon, did he? He just came in and stole some magical items.
이거 스턴 안만 연계를 해도 용기사를 잡기는 좀 네, 레펠
Primal Beast dead.
가디언
The Dragon Knight comes out with a double kill.
뭐
as he
어떡합니까?
just broaches the
답이
base,
없어요.
kills off towers and heroes as if they're
두
nothing.
세트 아이기스 20초.
Absolutely disgusting.
400을 박아도 뭐 서폴레슈라고 그러는.
Okay, so double racks, last tier 3 gone. They will respect for a little bit.
Maybe you have to go the
나비검까지.
other direction. You know, think about Shrek and what Donkey did. You have to make the dragon fall in love with you.
So are you saying they should go to their room?
I mean, Leshrek's kind of a donkey, right?
Kind of. So we need El Misho to
Leshrek이
get out of his seat,
donkey인가?
go into Team Spirit's room and say,
Roll a
Yatoro, I
D20
love
charisma
you.
check and say.
Okay, he's getting
Try and
reeled
jump
in.
him. Reel him in.
오,
He's got the
네,
aim.
네.
Dragon Knight still very tanky though. Satanic and BKB still
답이
ready to be
없네요.
used.
벌킨 그나마 반응은
Under
했고요.
no pressure whatsoever. Hands off keyboard, doesn't press his
네,
buttons because he
GG.
doesn't need to.
도저히 한번 잘못 터진
He
게
didn't even use it. He's just healing to full off of like, I guess,
안
flash.
되네요.
His passive Satanic was giving him lifesteal. But yeah, I think all in all, a very good showing from Spirit after the early game. Like
TI의 스피릿은 다르다.
Side of Liquid, they let Mickey die. Thought maybe that
리퀴드가 이기고 있네요.
gonna
오로라.
be a little bit of messing around, but
세비지는 리퀴드가 미울까?
wasn't able to get out.
자기 자신이 미울까?
Tormentor that Holy got, those ice shards extra deep. Very nice.
런오프 그래도 무난하게 컸고
BKB either, and holds on to that 9-second BKB for what should be the next fight.
좀 버티면 그래도 오로라가 유리해지는 타이밍이 분명히
A
있죠.
really good job there, knowing the balance of everything for Aurora, right? Knowing that
본인들 잘하는 픽들도 뽑았고 상성도 나쁘지 않고
arrow into an X or X into an arrow, you still have Warnoff.
버스크도 이번 게임에서 꽤 괜찮고
Spitting damage.
Yeah, he's still very damn strong. He is farming under vision. And they are collapsing. Look at Storm Spirit, look at Nisha. All or off. This might be bad.
Yeah.
런오프 볼텍스 좀 쓸까 말까 뒤쪽으로 좀 컨카 네, 길 맞고요.
Liquid away, but it's what we were talking about earlier too. Boxy's got that blink dagger. He's able to make a jump like that. He's the one who really initiates for him, and they get a kill onto the sniper.
Yeah, the brambles perhaps weren't fantastic, but yeah, you got the job done.
아무튼 분명 딜이 모자라지는 타이밍이 오기는 올 건데 성장차가 있어서 별 문제 없을까요, 리퀴드? 벌써 3차 올라갈 준비를 하고 있고 오렌트 여기까지만.
Yeah, but it's still tough to fight in even without the Doom being available. They've got a minute and a half to do so. Really, a minute 20 once Sniper is back up. They're going to lose this mid-tier 2 tower.
See, will he buy another Midas? What do you think? On Doom. I swear this is how the bugs began.
With just that facet?
Yeah, like it broke Midas. He's bought and sold his, like, what, because of this facet, I think like 3-4 times already. Buys it,
It's good, it's good value.
It is, of course. Like, you can use it between items. And then when you get enough gold, just...
Need a neutral, buy a Midas. Sounds a bit ridiculous when you just say it as it is. Need a neutral, buy a Midas, you know, just casually. But then you do the trade-in, like we used to do with our physical copies of video games. Hey, how much can I get for this? We'll give you 90% for it. All right, I'll take it. Cash or credit?
Yeah, that didn't exist in Balkans. You go to the flea market, you buy like the CD that has 30 different pirated games. that's
All on one CD? That sounds like a deal.
Yeah, of course. Some of them are in some strange languages.
걸렸어요. 묶어놓고 바로 풀렸네. 근데 이거 길 애매하게 묶었죠? 이러면 올리까지 잡혀요? 오, 느낌 어디 길이 봐. 아니면 잡힌 건 마찬가지.
Yeah, drinking buddies are amazing, by the way. It's a pretty cool.
솔직히 간단하고 센 거는 드링킹 버디보다는 태그팀이긴 한데 세비지, 불킹, 미케가 네, 괜찮네요. 좀 박았고요. 니시아 근데 이거 네, 알겠어.
They'll take the Aegis out of the hands
조금
of Nisha,
아슬아슬했던 것
but he'll be
같은데
full
미사일 안
damage.
맞았고요.
Enough, you might even want to be careful about where you stand when he's back up. Instead, he'll ball lightning back towards the tower, and this is going to be a tier 3 in trouble.
Yeah, they just tried fighting without Mirana, without Tusk. Of course, it's not going to go that well for them. And Nisha, he actually just wanted to go in and die. He had this Aegis for 20 more seconds, and that's basically perfect usage of the Aegis. Let's see if Sniper can defend this. Doom is not online.
번카 바이백이 있기는 있는데 굳이 쓰기는 좀 그렇고 인센이가 보였겠네요.
Opposite of Rax. These right clicks are doing no damage to Doom.
Insania?
Insania is taking a lot more damage than the Doom is. Not sure he can match or mirror the positioning of 33 when he's doing that. But now it's a 16,000 net worth lead here for the side of Liquid. And
it's a good position to be in if you're a Liquid fan right now. Not so much for Aurora, but Lorinov is having so many issues.
Ball lightning Lorinov. Vortex drinking buddies pulling him in. They're gonna try and get him out, but
그냥
they've got the kill on Lorinov.
퍼졌죠.
He's dead for 60 seconds. They'll buy back. They'll follow it up with a kill on Ali. They'll take it out.
올리도
The Tusk
없고.
dead on the side of Aurora. And back on the dock.
데미지가 도착은 했는데 글쎄요. 이 정도 큰 윙런으로는 좀 아직은 좀
instantly eliminating one target, right? But you're playing into a Doom with a bazillion armor. You're playing into a Dark Willow with Shadow Realm. She doesn't care. Insania, Living Armor, and Ghost Invis. And Storm Spirit, you just don't have enough lockdown for him. So, yeah, it's really difficult position to be in.
You know, one team's working with real
오
damage.
게다가 세비지 완전 잘못 물렸네요.
They're gonna lose 23 Savage. And it's almost a 23,000 net worth lead for Liquid.
Is that the goal? Like, versus 23, is that?
You just want 23,000 net worth, and then you objective complete. You're good.
Yeah. The game default just ends right there.
I've seen it happen before.
Yeah, I don't even see what item really changes things here. Like, all the items that Aurora are buying are these items that are... They're not really items to deal damage or kill someone. They're more of the items that you need to even play the game. Like, Windrunner, Manta, okay, it's not bad on her, she's universal, but not necessarily the item that's the best for her. But you have to have it versus Treant.
미사일 브리킹. 럼버프 많이 필요할 텐데요 이번 싸움. 브리킹을 뽑은 건 뽑은 건데 또 그거 스톰 아니에요.
They thought that maybe they could have got Mickey there. It forced this BKB, but like you said, they're just lacking the damage.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Liquid,
윌런이 아직 살아나질 않아가지고.
you can wait for this Doom and just try to end the game with it, or you can wait out the Aegis and go for it next. Because this last side is always the most difficult one to take. Let's see, smoke up 23.
Search, but nothing's showing up. Scan doesn't connect, and it might time where the last fight for Aurora is at the next Roche.
It's going to be
오로라 조합 결심하자고요? 결심할 정도는 아닌 것 같은데 물론 이제 미라는 좀 심한 것 같긴 한데 나머지 부분들은 뭐 적당히 후반 가면서 괜찮게 갈 수 있는 조합들이라 물론 우리가 뱀픽 순서를 보진 않았으니까 어떻게 나왔는지 모르긴 하죠.
And Team Liquid, even without the BKB on Mickey, they're just so far ahead where it doesn't quite matter.
And Insania is always happy to take these kind of ganks. Like, he tanks it, but his team, because of that, takes the fight and...
근데 미라나는 Q가 좋아하기는 해. 굳이 요즘은 서폿으로 쓰기는 좀 그런데. 네, 론오프도 사망. GG. 리퀴드가 오로라를 잡네요.
You can see it right here, all of them jumping right over in there. And Hello, says Divine Llama.
Yeah, just always on point, good reaction.
I think Chioda's gonna see Doom coming at him in his nightmares after this
원인
game.
히로에게
Yeah,
근데
for sure.
이기긴
Not a
이겼네.
very pleasant game for him. He didn't really get a
이
single fight where he
전 경기도
got to play the
그렇고
game
어쨌든
properly,
간에
always
유리한
being dealt
부분들이
with
계속
by these
나오거든요.
heroes.
두 번 졌지.
That's the risky
엑스지
part of
상대로.
Void Spirit against Puck as well. You can have a good laning stage, but it is a volatile matchup. You're supposed to win early game. You're supposed to get an advantage early game, and he didn't properly snowball his win in the laning stage into something bigger in the early game. And Puck recovered, even though his lane was a little bit tough. Couldn't really see us as well.
히로이기 본선까지 잘
had
가야
really
될
great,
텐데요. 재밌는 경기
recognition and
계속
team fights.
보여주려면.
I mean, we talk about Chioda having, you know,
아무튼 제가 내일 아침에 병원을 가야 돼서 중계는 여기까지만 하고요. 저는 침대에 누워서 보다가 자겠습니다. 여러분도 그렇게 하시고 본선은 어지간하면 풀타임으로 할 예정입니다. 그리고 지금은 중계 서버가 맛이 가가지고 이게 관전이 안 되는데 글쎄요. 어지간하면 인게임으로 틀어두고 싶은데 그거는 뭐 밸브가 열어줘야 할 수 있는 거니까요. 제가 할 수 있는 건 아니고 우리 내일 보도록 합시다. 빠이빠이.